Zolder was a sprint, but Spa, here today for the Blancpain GT Series, is anything but. It is the longest race of the season. It's 6 hours long, and that means that these drivers really have to define what endurance racing means in eSports' biggest team racing championship. Welcome to the Blancpain GT Series here on RaceSport TV, Mundo GT, and on iRacing Live as we start next.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the best online racing simulation in the world. This is dirt racing on iRacing.com. Race online at some of America's most legendary dirt tracks, including Eldora and Williams Grove. iRacing is the premier online racing game featuring NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, and now World of Outlaws, the leading sanctioning body for dirt racing. iRacing is easy to use and features a centralized ranking system to make sure you have the best experience at any skill level. With a massive inventory of high-precision laser scan tracks and cars with an unmatched dedication to quality and detail, iRacing gives you the most authentic online racing experience available. Thanks to iRacing's dynamic track system, developed specifically for dirt racing, tracks change over the course of a race, just like your favorite dirt track on a Friday or Saturday night. From a slick racing groove all the way up to the cushion, iRacing's dirt tracks deliver non-stop racing action. Partnered with the World of Outlaws, iRacing is your source for the most authentic dirt racing experience available, featuring 4 brand new tracks and 11 new cars, including street stocks, Legends cars, late models, NASCAR trucks, winged and non-winged sprint cars, with much more on the way. Join the Dirt Revolution on iRacing.com and start slinging mud today.
Welcome to Spa, and welcome to the Blancpain GT Series as we now head ourselves to the longest race of the season. This is round number 5 of 6. Okay, we've had ourselves 2 3-hour races and 2 90-minute races. This, though, is the long one, and if drivers want to make sure they can be in the contention for the championship at the next round, the final round of the championship at the Nürburgring, they've got to make sure that they get it done here today. But Spa, we've seen over the years so often, can produce heartache for drivers. This is a fast track, and it's an unforgiving track, despite the fact that over the last few years, they've added more and more pavement. For example, to the outside of this corner, Pouin, that you see drivers now heading down into. That makes it a little bit more forgiving, but still crashes, still drivers having to push it to the absolute limit. We know that 1 or 2 big names is likely not to survive out this race. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, good morning for those of you living in the Americas. It's Will Vincent, Paul Smith, Jake Sperry, and Randy Chunath. As we say, we are here. Qualifying has just got itself underway. 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 69% race relative humidity, wind speeds of 4 kilometers an hour. This track measures in its current form 4.3 miles. It's eked and flowed over the years, of course, from the massive Spa of the early 1950s, 60s, and 70s down to what was originally a 4.4 mile track. It's been shrunk down again due to the reconfiguration of that bus stop chicane. As we say, qualifying is underway, and well, Paul, that's the intro done. Let's start thinking about the lap times. We've got a few in.
Yeah, absolutely. Already Hosfeld Core Motorsport, Alexander Voss putting in a 2 minute 16.2. Evolution Racing Team now jumping to the top of the leaderboard. So straight away, teams putting in these hot laps. Frederick Rasmussen, the championship leading Core Sim Racing orange car, just coming around towards Blancpain now. So they're heading towards the end of their lap. So it'll be interesting to see what lap time he can do, because in practice he's been putting in some very solid fast times here.
Indeed so. We have just noticed we have a couple of technical issues that we're going to have to try and fix in a moment, involving some of the car noise, etc. We are going to get that sorted out for you as quickly as we possibly can. But Jake, this track, it is fast, it is flowing, it is often controversial as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's had its fair share of moments over the years as the Core Sim Racing orange machine of Frederick Rasmussen has just gone to the top of the sheets, as we have seen 4 out of 4 times already this season, 2:15.528. But as you know, there are some very, very difficult moments that do happen around here. You talk about the likes of Häkkönen's overtake on Michael Schumacher in 2000 using Ricardo Zonta. We won't probably see the same things as those, but in sim racing we have seen some very, very interesting results here, especially in this series. Of course, the last time we were here, Will, in this series, it was a 1-2-3 for Inex.
It was indeed, and that was what really I thought was going to set them up to be huge championship campaigners in 2017. That actually hasn't really been the case. So that's one of the many things we'll talk about here today. We've got ourselves a full stacked field here. Hey, Randy, guess what?
What?
Gregor Hutu's here. Isn't that amazing?
We were talking about that a little bit on air, and we were somewhat surprised considering his absence from the WC GPS that he turned up today.
Yep, so he's one of the teams, and what is worth noting as well, you've actually got team principal Dom Duhan in the Team Red Line Green car. Because this is a longer race, what we'll see a number of the teams do go from a 2-car to a 3, in a rare case, maybe even a 4-car field here today, Randy. That's not just to make it easier, it's remembering the fact that the drivers have to compete in some track time if they want to keep their own license for next year.
Yeah, everyone in this championship, if you got a 4-driver team, only 3 of you compete over the course of this championship. Well, that guy that didn't race, he's going to lose that license. So this is for a lot of these teams, Will. Even though with it being the longer race, really is the best opportunity to maybe put that guy in the car here at Spa, even for just a single stint. Make sure he gets a little bit of that driver time in, and then that way going into 2018 potentially, you don't have someone who's like, oh, hey, I'm out of a license, what do we do?
Freddie Rasmussen then, Core Sim Racing Orange, number 24 machine. The slow outlap, Jake, today seems to be the thing that people are favouring, really slow outlaps, because of the track conditions. I mean, what Freddie's currently doing, 86 miles an hour, cruising around on the run down into Pouhon right now. I mean, this is literally the slowest he will be going all day long.
Yes, it will, and I think one of the reasons for this, Will, is the fact that tyre wear may become a little bit of an issue. Although you want to try and get yourself around and do some quick laps, some drivers will try and pull it off to the side of the road, get it back into pits, and then go out and blitz another outlap to get their practice lap in. It's a little different for Rasmussen today here, Will, in my opinion, because you look at Frederick Rasmussen, I believe he's trying to now conserve his tyres and maybe even conserve a little bit of fuel as well to get that one big blitz for that final lap. He does have himself 7 minutes to set that final lap, so he's got all the time in the world to get around Fagnes and Blancpain.
Yeah, there's Inex Racing Blue, Justin Brunner. Let's go on board of him for a moment, because the second he comes out this corner, he's going to have to start pumping it. Now, worth noting here, Paul, start-finish line. Start line is down over towards Air Rouge. The finish line up at the top of the hill before La Source.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a split line, so the timing line is where race control is, and that's on the exit of the bus stop chicane. But as you say, we start the race just down here, heading towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Through Eau Rouge he goes now. He's going to see a little bit of lifts there. Through Radion he goes now, getting using as much of the curbing there as possible, trying to straight line it as they head uphill. And you don't realise how steep this hill is up here, up the Kemmel Straits. Well, me and you do, Will. We've been here to start.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing, if you walk backward, it's a nice, relaxing walk. Just don't ever walk the same way the cars are going. Yeah,
absolutely. Go the opposite direction if you ever go there. It's a wonderful venue. I suggest anybody, if has got the opportunity, go see it. But down here now towards Rivage, hugging that inside line, not letting the car run out too wide, so he's taking a tighter line, then into no-name corner, the left-hander, always off camber, car always wants to slide wide, and he does go wide. He might have picked up an off-track there, and in fact he has, he's bailed his lap.
Oh, it's all over for him then. So let's actually then turn to Freddie Rasmussen, because he is now about to start a lap here as well. Jake doing exactly the same thing. And you see just how long there that was. It was a 4-minute outlap there for him.
Yeah, 4-minute outlap is absolutely massive. So he has to just make sure that he's just working those tyres, making sure that they haven't gone off the boil, so he has to keep those temperatures in. He's perfect through the last source hairpin. Now the run up to Eau Rouge. This is going to be difficult actually for the McLaren. Although it's got higher top speed than most of the other vehicles, its turning circle is a little bit wider, so he's got to be careful. You can see he uses all of the curb through the left-hand side, into the right, into the left, the Radeon, and now that run up the Camel Straight. This is where that McLaren is going to have that advantage on every other vehicle in the field today, Will.
Yeah, and we will talk about the 4 different cars that make up the Blancpain GT Series in a few moments' time. We'll talk about the comparisons that will be going on between some of them as well. So, there is Freddie Rasmussen. He is on a lap. Let's have a look at the sector time then for him. Sector 1, 37.937, as he now circulates through Rivage. That long, twisting, 180-degree right-hander left into the corner with no name. Although it does actually have a name, according to a few people, Paul.
Well, a few people think it's got a name, but some people have called it Liège in the past, and, well,
Liège.
some people call it Cow Corner.
Cow Corner, Corner Paul Frere, I've heard as well.
No, Paul Frere is after Stavelot.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Speaker's Corner.
Speaker's Corner, Shouter's Corner, Chip Corner, because you can always get really good chips at that point of the racetrack, actually, yeah. So, there's your in-depth RaceBot TV facts for the day. 56.4 second sector then for Freddie Rasmussen. He's hunting his own time at the moment. No one's really moved up in this second lap. Evolution Racing Team number 28 did. They moved themselves up into the 6th position on track. There's 3 minutes to go on qualifying. So drivers about to start a lap, they can go on to one as Pure Racing Team Red. They just move up into 5th place now, provisionally in the standings. Back end almost sliding out for Corsim Racing Orange. And Freddie Rasmussen, as he worked himself through Blancpain, that right-hander. Now the left-hander as Evolution Racing Team 27 go up to 10th. What can Freddie Rasmussen do as he works himself past the line? The answer is faster. That's exactly what you wanted to have happen for him there. He goes faster and he moves that gap up even further still. Odox Motorsports are on track. They move themselves up into the 7th place, Randy.
Yeah, there's some quick qualifying times coming in. I will say one team, they actually just started their final lap that I'm really impressed with, the 13 of Vendaval Sim Racing White. We didn't really see them last season be all that relevant, but here in 2017, Vendaval has really had a bit of a breakout year. They're currently the fastest BMW on track, which normally something we see held by that Coanda BMW. That Coanda BMW finds himself 15th, so up about 10 spots is that Vendaval Sim Racing car who currently works himself into Lacombe on his 3rd and final hot lap.
And of course they are battling Coanda quite heavily for best helmet in the series as well, as we ride on board then with Juan E. Lopez in that number 13 car heading himself in towards Rivage. Drivers yet to have set a lap. Inex Racing Red have not set a lap. Neither of the Team Redline cars have set a lap. Jake, there's a story that I'm sure you're writing as we speak.
Probably so, but, you know, it is surprising to see both red line cars towards the back of this field. It's not the end of the world, though, for them. They have a lot more time, 3 more hours to make it happen, and we're looking at Juan E. Lopez as well, doing a great job for Vendaval Sim Racing here, currently position number 6. If they want to get themselves up into 2nd, it's another half a second to find. Difficult to find when they've got that deficiency, shall we say, down the straights, and especially on the run to Blancpain as well. They struggle. I also want to keep an eye out, though, on the Inex Racing machine. I believe it's the red one, Will, because I don't think they're going to get back in time for their final lap.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We have got ourselves a grid running through on your screen as we speak. And you saw that iRacing did not complete their time. So I'll be starting at the rear of the field. Pink Power Rangers down in 13th place. Running through that grid for you now. But, Randy, in terms of today, the first Audi almost outside the top 20. Audis are the car that you don't want to be lumbered with, so it seems today.
Yeah, this entire season, the BOP, the Audi, which may have been one of the strongest, if not the strongest cars last season, kind of heavily shifted in the other way, and there's only 2 of them in the entire championship. Both of them are Thrustmaster cars, Thrustmaster Movano cars. One in, like you said, 22nd, the other one in 28th. The Audi not really showing strength this season whatsoever.
Yep, so we are just moments away now from going racing in the Blancpain GT Series for this afternoon. And well, of course, we'll talk about championship in a few moments time as well, because that is something that these teams will be thinking about at the back of their heads, especially late on into a season. You don't necessarily want to be battling too much. It might well be a case that you want to think about points rather than necessarily just race wins here today. But here is a look then at the championship standings for you heading into the event. And it is Coulson Racing Orange, 198 points. They are almost dominant out front. But the big story, of course, from qualifying, Yoni Tamada was not able to get himself then up anywhere in terms of qualifying. Starting from the rear, Paul, this is going to be a very long day for him as the drivers are already getting themselves ready to take the green flag here today.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, but it's a 6-hour race. You can still make up time and get some good points today, so don't count them out as getting some good points here, and their teammates in iRacing Blue could cause a few issues as well.
So there we are. Let's set the timer for 6 hours as the field work themselves down. I always think here at Spa, it's always such a tense moment because the drivers don't get going until after they've exited La Source. So for the time being, they just have to sit there patiently and wait for Freddie Rasmussen to exit that corner. And now he will think about picking up the pace. Here we go, green flag in the air. The 6 hours of Spa is underway. And of course, that first challenge is, will they all survive these first couple of corners? They've got themselves single file for the most part, which is good as they head themselves up through the Air Rouge Radial Complex for the first time. I don't see any real issues at all there. I do just want to have a look at the back of the field and think about Yoni Tamada, because we will be talking about him quite a lot today because of the fact that he is down in P number 37. But out front, we have a lead change already. iRacing Blue moves themselves past Frederick Rasmussen and they move themselves to the top of the field there, Paul.
And we've had a little bit of an incident up at Le Com as well. Odox Motorsport Samsung, the number 07 car, they've had an issue there at the top of the Kemmel Straight, and around they've gone. They got tagged by another team that was number 11 of iRacing Yellow. Around they go. They're able to carry on though, so no real harm done there. And another car's dropping down the timing list as well. MSP Phoenix Racing, the 85 car, off at No Name Corner. Yeah, so a couple of incidents there. And you say that you always get lucky in that situation when you can just reverse off the exit of Le Com rather than having to deal with all the pandemonium. There was a second incident down at Rivard. There is a number 85 MXP Phoenix Racing. He actually gets 2 wheels onto the grass and into the gravel initially, and I think then, yeah, he just bins it into the wall down at No Name Corner, Jay, just because he had absolutely no grip on these tyres.
Of course, the tyres are incredibly cold. They've only had themselves to run through Blancpain in the final chicane to get them up to temperature, so not much time to make things happen. Of course, it does always catch out a few 1 or 2 drivers here. I have been keeping an eye out, though, on the driver of Maximilian Benecke here, because he's lost the position now to Thomas Arendz, and he's been looking really, really punchy and aggressive in the early stages here, Will. But that punchiness and that aggressiveness has meant he's gone too deep into a couple of corners, and he has been losing a couple of positions. Very uncharacteristic from one of the best endurance racers in the world. Yeah,
there is Benecke, P number 6, in that pure racing team car. We go on board of him. as they exit La Source. They've completed the first lap because of what we talked about earlier. The start line is down for this race just before Eau Rouge. The finish line is back up. Well, it's traditionally just before they get to La Source. Although Hideki is under pressure right now. This is from Andrew Carl as they'll come down. They might think about going too wide here in towards Lecum, and you'll see the long way Andrew Carl will have to go around. He's going to try and put it on the brakes in that Evolution Racing Team car. Not able to do so. So they remain where they are for the moment as Jim Racing Black is versing Chadfield Cell in the next level TTLR racing car at the same time. Worth noting up that hill on lap number 2, Randy. Fredrik Rasmussen could not find a way back past Justin Brunner. So Inex are now leading this race, and it wasn't just a fluke of the draft.
Might be just a slight wing adjustment coming from Inex versus Core. Inex might have that McLaren a little bit trimmed out. That's going to make him really slippery down the straights, hit some really high speeds. Question's going to be, though, how will these tires on that McLaren keep up if that is the case? Or is Fredrik Rasmussen sitting behind and just essentially using the slipstream to save a little bit of fuel? 6-hour race here, Will, and people are going to want to stay on that long pit road here for as short of a time as possible. And
we talked about this on our pre-show yesterday as to whether or not some people will try and find a way of only doing 4 pit stops. And it sounds preposterous that in a motor race you save fuel pretty much from the get-go, Randy, but you know, it's an endurance race. Endurance is also how much time do you spend doing 0 miles an hour.
Exactly. I mean, and even if you can't do 4 pit stops, even if you have to do 5, and you know that going to 4 is at no point ever part of your game plan, if it's just unfeasible, for these guys, saving fuel when they can is still going to be something they need to try to do. Saved fuel means you have more fuel when you do come down pit road in the tank. That means you have to take less. That means you spend less time in your box. So it's a win-win regardless. So a lot of times if you're Fredrik Rasmussen, there is actually a very solid argument to be made for at least this first hour or so, or at least a good chunk of it, just sitting behind this number 12 machine and Justin Brunner and just going into fuel save mode.
We're having a look at Inex Racing Red and Yoni Tamano again. He's currently behind Glenn McGee, as he did try making the move into the bus stop, but just couldn't get that angle of attack right. We go on board him again as they work towards Eau Rouge. And Inex Racing Red in a Mercedes. It's a BMW for the Radicals Online JRT car. But you can see already Tamara is going to move himself ahead. So he's got himself another place up. He's up into the dizzy height of 32nd. Ironically, the next person for him to pass will be Gregor Hutu. Hutu, in fact, is now just moving himself past Jonathan Fuller. They are too wide. They are too deep for the moment heading into their crew. In fact, Fuller there just really running that line, the outside through the comp fantastically to withstand the pressure. And that has already allowed Yoni Tamada to come right onto the attack of these two drivers. In fact, they've just gifted him about a second and a lap's worth of having to build up time, Paul.
That's it. Those two fighting away so hard over that 30th place is just slowing each other down. You look at the gap in front of them as well. They're losing time here, and Jan Tamala, well, he's just having to sit there patiently, waiting for those two to sort themselves out and go, right, I'll make a move now, and he could possibly even think about maybe just giving a nose, just show your nose in towards the Fania chicane, but he's not this time. He's going to stay behind, wait for the long run towards Blancpain once again.
Nick Osterger, by the way, of course, many know him from the NASCAR GT Series. He's in 34th place, just behind this battle in the Gale Force Sim Racing car, as well as Vortex Sim Racing Blue, and the recovering Jake Lucio Manzano in the Odux Motorsport Samsung 07 machine. So there is actually, if we're talking about firepower, there is more firepower right now between P30 and about P36 than I think anywhere else on track.
There is at the moment. You can certainly see how everyone is trying to make those moves. Manzano then will have the opportunity to maybe have a look down around the outside even of Jonathan Brolt in the Vortex Sim Racing Blue machine. That's not going to work as they all stack up once again. Line of stern. Worth noting that Jonathan Fuller held off Joni Tamala through that section as well. We using that draft in front of him of the 5-time iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series champion Gregor Hutu at his disposal. And of course, that is just going to slightly change once they come out of Eau Rouge up towards Radion. And well, it's side-by-side for the race lead as well, as Frederick Rasmussen now wants to try and make a piece of Justin Brunner. Goes to the outside, turns to the inside, outside of Malmedy. Little bit of contact there, and it means that Core Sim Racing Orange have to stay behind.
Yeah, and of course, Mitchell de Jong is there in the Kalina Sim Sports number 8 car as well. In case these two start tangling together, he's just saying, you know what, guys, remember I'm still here. And if these two are to be in a situation that would allow the Mercedes to get ahead, then we could be in for a very interesting motor race. And Juan Lopez, actually, as a consequence of this battling, has now caught what is a 3-car train and made a 4-car train once again there, Randy.
And this is really interesting to see the fact that Vendel have come into stride this year. We didn't see them really be competitive whatsoever last year, like we said earlier, but I think for right now, if you're Juan Lopez, this is probably one of the most stressful moments of your sim racing career to date. Running in a world championship race, chasing down an NX car driven by Justin Brunner, a core car by Frederick Rasmussen, and a VRS Kalina Sim Sport car driven by Mitchell de Jong, fighting for the podium.
Yeah, there was also Andrew Carr was trying to fight it out with Odux Motorsports Andrew Rodriguez earlier on, as well as PRT's Maximilian Beneke. There was a bit of side-by-side action going on there as well. Here are your top 8 then, as we almost round out the first 10 minutes of this motor race. And you see it's iNEX Racing Blue who lead the way by officially a third of a second at the line. A further third of a second back is Kalina Sim Sports number 8. Vendavel Sim Racing are in 4th. Pure Racing Team, Core Sim Racing, Pure Racing Team, Evolution Racing Team, and Odux Motorsports Samsung. They are your top 8 as they go past the start finish line again. Freddie has got a better run, actually, out of La Source compared to what he had last time. So now it's going to be a case of who blinks first. And of course, up Eau Rouge here, it's not flat out. There is a little bit of a lift, so there's the opportunity to try and work to find the right drafting gap. They come up the hill. It is still going to be a 2-horse race. I don't think that Mitchell de Jong is going to be close enough to really try and do the double take. But they'll now work themselves, and again to the outside will go Frederick Rasmussen. Again, he thinks about looking to the outside, but again, not able to do so. And if you play that defensive line into Lecum, realistically, Paul, about 8 times out of 10, you are going to be able to hold that position.
But we have seen in the past people being able to make that move around the outside, because you get the inside for the second part of Lecom as you're heading in towards that Malmedy. So Justin Brunner doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment. Just hold that defensive line, show Frederick the outside and say, look, if you want to go the long way around, that's it. So, you know, he's doing the right job here. He's got plenty of experience. He's got a very fast driver behind. But I still think Frederick Rasmussen, as much as he wants to get past, this is actually helping their long game strategy of just saving that little bit of fuel. But to be honest, I think those two need to be working together to try and break away from Mitchell de Jong and Juan Lopez.
And that's the thing I talked about earlier on here, Paul. You know, you have got to think strategy in so many different ways. If you are Freddie Rasmussen, you would rather be in a 2-horse race than a 4, because now it's not really about the points. It's about, well, what happens if, when we're negotiating lap traffic, one person puts their foot wrong? A 4-car pack trying to negotiate traffic is far more dangerous.
And this is it, you know, when you do get to the point where there will be lap traffic in effect, it's going to be very difficult, and you know, you could suddenly lose yourself a big ton of time because the leader's been able to get through and you haven't, and then you've got 2 other guys right behind you taking the opportunity of nicking your spot. So think the long game, try and maybe make that breakaway, work together. As much as if you're fighting against each other for the race win, you want to work together to a degree. So just get that gap and keep it between yourselves.
There hasn't been too much in terms of movement yet in this race today, Jake. We are cycling down through your field, making sure we get as much in as we possibly can. But we haven't seen too many big charges. I mean, Team Redline Black are still in 30th. They have both now got past Phoenix Motorsports' Jonathan Fuller. When I say both, I also mean the iNEX Racing Red car. But you've got to wonder what the game plan is for iNEX Racing Red in this circumstance, because They need to win this race if they possibly can, but they're now going to do a Scott Dixon mid-Ohio, having to come from the rear of the field to the front, and that is going to take them, I'd say, you know, at least 3 hours to be, you know, inside the top 5 as he just goes down to the inside of Gregor Hutu and that Team Red Lion red car in towards Lacombe, and he has got the inside line, and Hutu just gives him the position.
Yeah, and Gregor Hutu had to give the position because the nose was alongside. No point battling too ferociously in the early stages. The issue that Johnny Tamala's going to have is the fact that he's having to negotiate with all these vehicles in front of him, the likes of Thrustmaster Nirvana Yellow, Odox, GT Ross, iRacing Brazil. You've got some of the hardest defenders in sim racing today behind those vehicles, behind some of those really, really difficult teams to get past. And for Johnny Tamala, it's about navigating around the landmines. He's now up into position number 30. But he's going to have to do this now on fuel strategy and some lightning pace. He's already 21 seconds off the lead, and that is damaging even at this early stage.
Yeah, it really is, and especially the way the pace works here. You know, the level that we've seen in this series before here, Randy, it is a case of, you know, tenths matter. We're not talking about, you know, a 24-hour race that we often see in the World Tour, where, you know, there may well be a driver being a second and a half faster than the competition. It's not going to be like what we saw Porsche do at Le Mans, you know, LMP2 versus LMP1 speeds. This is a case of you've got to hit a lap delta within a tenth every lap, and most of these drivers do it as Jim Racing Black's around.
Yeah, issues for Jim Racing. I don't see Jim Racing Black around, but it might be one of the other Jim cars. But
we're getting a replay up anyway. Let's have a look. This is going to be in towards the bus stop chicane. So one of two things happened. They either went wide at Blancpain, which they didn't do. They were fine then. They either overshot or spun. And the answer to that question is going to be, oh my word, look at that Radicals driver. The Radicals machine is the one that went off, actually. That's the, I'm trying to look up which Radicals car that is. But Radicals machine, it just tried to overtake 2 cars in one space. That was actually Alexander Mania in the number 17 car. That was what I like to call the bold overtake.
yeah, that was a little brave on the brakes by that Radicals car. So I think that's what you ended up seeing. But I mean, yeah, well, the point we were talking before, the fact that these drivers have to hit a lap time delta, I think to a lot of people, qualifying would be surprisingly important in this series. A lot of people would say it's an endurance series. You have 3 hours, you have 6 hours, you have time to work through the field. You don't in this championship. I think you have no chance of winning a race more often than not, simply due to the traffic if you qualify outside of the top 15. Only time we saw someone go from the back to the front last season was Core Motorsports at Imola, and that was basically based on the fact that everyone else had issues, and because they had an early penalty, they were able to just log quick laps and clean air basically from the get-go.
So for Inex, what is gonna, you know, you can't be in a situation in the World Championship Series when you're second place in the championship and you are running it that fine to put a lap time in. I mean, timing issues, communication issues, technical issues put to one side, that is something that I think that they need to have a serious look at, because that may well have just cost them the opportunity to fight for this championship. Oh.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, Randy can talk. We'll let you talk.
Randy can talk. That's all I like to do. But yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting series to watch, just with the manufacturers and, you know, the different teams and the drivers. This championship is always so interesting to watch, and, you know, it can always be ended up being that, you know, we come race day and something hugely surprising happens. Like, I mean, this Vendaval BMW, I'm still shocked the fact that Juan Lopez and Vendaval have turned into a top 5 team in this Blancpain GT World Championship. Because we've seen them, I think this is the 2nd or 3rd time this season they've outperformed the Coanda BMW in the early stages of one of these motor races, and I think they finished better in a couple of those races as well.
Can I just say about that Vanderwall car as well? Up until that last lap, up until a couple of laps ago, sorry, they actually had the fastest lap of the race as well. So it's only just in these last couple of laps where these front 3 have actually put in a faster time than them. So it shows you that they've got pace in the car, that's for sure. I just want to also mention that there was a spin for GT Ross SST. They've dropped down to last place now. That was at Lacombe, did it all on their own, and yeah, had to lose 10 positions there.
Oh, and And that's the thing, sometimes you have to just spend the time letting other drivers go past. Of course, we've got Shannon Whitmore, Tyler Hudson, the entire team over in the stewards box. They are keeping an eye out on little things like that. Drivers who come back out onto track, you know, if you're going to risk it and do so and you hit another driver, immediately there's a penalty. There'll be penalty points imposed or something like that. So you've got to be careful. And the drivers, you know, they all are frustrated when they're involved in an incident. I am always frustrated when I make a mistake as a sim racer. But you've got to remember, calmer heads have to prevail. And immediately at that point, Paul, you've just got to be like, okay, incidents happen. And I'm not going to say forget about it, but you've got to compartmentalize it.
You it's a very good thing that Jackie Stewart said, has kept on saying, take emotion out of racing. Never let emotion dictate your racing, because you will end up performing worse than if you just keep a calm head and keep pushing on. And that's what they did. They kept their head. They stopped themselves from getting involved with anybody else. The drivers were all told before, they get told before each of these races as well. If you do spin out and you're in a position but you stood still, hold your brakes, wait until everybody goes past, and then make the move. As Justin Brunner just set new fastest lap.
Yeah, I saw that as well, actually. So I'm just having a look again at NX Racing, Yoni Tamana. For those of you just joining us, the reason why we are spending so much time looking at a driver in P number 27 is because they are second place in the championship. However, they failed to log a qualifying time. That is the big story from the first 20 minutes of this event. The other big story is the fact that NX Racing Blue were able to take the lead off the motor race on lap number 1, heading into Le Coulomb. This time round, Freddie Rasmussen is going to try and look around the outside as they come in towards Le Coulomb. He's going to try and force it to be too wide for the second part. Not going to happen. Evolution Racing Team as well. And Andrew Carr has just made up a position. Look at this too-wide action going on with the Odox Motorsports car of Andrew Rodriguez. Let's get ourselves another look at this one as they head themselves in towards Le Coulomb. Actually, I do think the outside line was going to work there for the moment, for the first part of that, for Evolution Racing Team, but then Odox Motorsports then actually they push wide, and I do then believe that Evolution Racing Team, they just dive down to the inside in towards Rivage, holds that ultra tight line. That is what we love to see here, Jake. That very close, very hard racing, and Evolution Racing Team versus Odox Motorsports has been a fantastic battle the last couple of corners.
It certainly has, and even the likes of, say, looking at Andrew Carr versus Thomas Lorenz in the Core Sim Racing Silver Machine, that's been a beautiful battle to keep an eye out on. In fact, Benjamin Smith has been dropping back, and they're starting to get their fists out here in this middle group, Will. They did bottleneck up at the bus stop chicane last lap. 2, 3, 4 vehicles all getting a little piece of each other. And to say instant points are tight here, they are very tight with a 40-point instant limit. You have to think it's about 1 incident per 5 laps. At a circuit like this, where it's incredibly difficult, incredibly tight, shall we say, with its instant points, you have to feel it is everybody on tenterhooks as Benjamin Smith now under pressure from Antoine Higeland in the JCL Apex Racing UK car. Defensive line taken. Contact, though, in front of them between Carl and Lorenz.
Yep, so they are going at it, and this is the thing. You've got to do what Jackie Stewart said, take the emotion out of motor racing. You know, you've just had 2 laps in a row where you've made some contact down at the same corner. Well, the way the incident point limit work is, of course, it is designed to be a no-fault system. That means that both of these drivers will be receiving the iRacing server incident points in the event that there is contact between these drivers, and that will make it harder and harder and harder for these teams, because you get one incident point for going off track. You get 4 for car-to-car contact, and that could be a big issue. As you can see this time that you'll have Andrew Carl completing the pass over Thomas Lorenz. I think in that case there, Paul, what we just saw was Lorenz thinking, you know what, it's not worth me binning this race by having this fight going on too hard.
And that's it, and you look at that, they're now, what, 2.2 seconds behind Maximilian Beneke now, so Beneke's been able to pull away from them whilst this group have been battling it out. I mean, you look at the queue of cars here we've got here, it goes from 6th place all the way down to about, what, down to about 23rd here. It's just a long queue of traffic here, and everybody's just trying to duke it out, trying to get their position, and, well, at the moment, so far so good, nobody having a big moment collecting other cars, but it only takes us one instant near the front of that queue and you could have a major crash.
Just having a look, actually, you've got some big names outside of your top 10 as well. PJ Sturgis in the Inex Racing yellow car, and Alexander Voss in P13, some damage actually to the number 33 machine at the front. Madison Down on the Next Level Racing TTLR orange car. He's having himself a day in P number 17. As we just cycle up a little bit further towards the front of your field. And here's Odox Motorsports then. Now there are the driver right behind Corson Racing Silver and Thomas Arenz as they'll come in towards the bus stop chicane. And one of the things about that contact a couple of laps ago as well, what I want to talk about, Randy, is sometimes it's not deliberate at all. Because we talked about the 4 different cars we've got on this series, and the fact that they each kind of work in a slightly different way. So that's sure, tiny little acceleration point in that bus stop chicane, the cars all take that slightly differently.
Yeah, everyone's where they get on the throttle, how the car reacts when it gets on the throttle, both how it rotates and basically how it scoots through that little basically short shoot through that chicane. Because you're right, you do accelerate in all these cars through that chicane. Every one of these cars is going to, you know, like you just said, it's going to take it a little bit differently. And I'd say more often than not in this series, the contact isn't intentional. But, you know, just a slight touch shouldn't be too big of an issue for these guys. Just don't be like Alexander Minaya and just dive bomb it in there like we saw a handful of laps ago.
Yeah. And again, we very rarely ever see incident contact. We're not going to have a Sebastian Vettel moment, shall we say, as Freddie Rasmussen actually has really been holding tight this lap. Vendeveld Sim Racing's Juan E. Lopez, it is worth noting, has fallen back about, he's doing it at a rate now of half a second a lap. And what I'm worried about here, Paul, is that he could catch back up to those top 3 guys after they started scrapping it out. And then I think he may have used those tyres a bit too much.
Yeah, it appears that he pushed a little bit to try and keep with those guys at the front, and it just seems to be that BMW maybe used up its tyres a little bit more. It should be better through that middle sector of the lap, through the more technical section of the lap, but yeah, once you get out into the final sector and the first sector of the lap, it's these cars at the front that are just able to power their way, use either the greater aerodynamics or the greater power of the Mercedes to be able to get that top speed. And yeah, he's out the slipstream now, that's for sure, so he's just going to carry on dropping back from these 3 at the front.
Yeah, unless again he is one of those drivers trying to do a little bit of fuel saving. As don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, we have got Spanish commentary available for this race, as we're just going to check in with the guys from Mundo GT.
Se le ha ido muchísimo en Blancpain, tiene la parte trasera un poco tocada. No sé si por un golpe con Andreu, pero lo puede aprovechar el de Odox para pasarle, porque se le ve un poco nervioso, no tanto al piloto, sino al coche.
Pues a ver lo que elija hacer Andreu con Arenz, porque Andrew Cal ha superado a Thomas Arenz en esa pelea por la 6ª posición. Entonces ahora ya está Andreu peleando por la 7ª. Está en una zona complicada ahora mismo en ese grupo de 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 coches y más, y subiendo. Parece que aquí se animan todos y van en fila india, y pedazo de imagen saliendo de Rouge. Ahí vemos a Thomas Arenz que se ha ido largo en Rouge. Ojo con la velocidad final de la recta de Kemmel. Y la...
You know what, actually, Jake, every time I clip over to the Mundo GT guys, and I hope they don't take this the right way, the last 2 words I really want them to say are, Michael Cole!
Oh, don't say that, that's not fair. But, you know, you are looking at ourselves trying to really branch ourselves out as an industry, and that includes the different languages that we have to try and cater to. You talk about Spanish speaking, and ultimately, when you look at the future, French speaking and German speaking and all the other things, I think there is a capable market there, as we're still looking at the battle between Brunner and Rasmussen here. And just to segue off into a different point right now, Will, you're looking at Inex Racing Blue and Justin Brunner behind the wheel. He has been very, very strong in his defense, and I wonder if that comes down to his real-world capability. This season, well, this year, he's been running in USF 2000 a little bit and been very successful. So I wonder if that comes into play in the fact that he is defending so well against the driver of Frederick Rasmussen.
Yeah, I can actually agree with that one. As we have a look now from the rear of Justin Brunner in the Inex Racing Blue car. Although, actually, this is one of the better runs that Corson Racing Orange have had. You're not going to make the pass in towards Blancpain. You've always got to keep half ahead as you think about going towards the bus stop chicane. No, nothing's going to happen there. We're all good for the moment as they now just exit that corner. Yeah, go on, Paul.
I've noticed something further down, and that was that Phoenix actually had a little bump from behind from Gale Force Sim Racing at the Fania chicane. Lost the position there, but able to still go in. Doesn't look to be too much damage on the back of that car either.
Okay, so that's and that's the thing. It's the little bumps that are going to be the thing here today that we're going to be thinking and talking about quite heavily here. And we don't often see big crashes at Spa. In fact, we don't often see really big crashes in this entire series, he says. But these top three drivers are again pretty close. The interesting thing for me is how the driver of Mitchell de Jong is now looking down to the inside for second place. And I was just about to set this one up saying he's been right on the coattails, but Mitchell de Jong has said, you know what, I've had enough of this. It's my time to go racing. There is a possibility in all of this one as well here, Randy, in the fact that we have done 30 minutes or so of this motor race. For the guys with the fuel save calculator, they'll be like, okay, what's your number? Off you go. You're good for the rest of this thing.
It's definitely possible, but and on the other side of the spectrum, those are the fuel save calculators saying, you know what, it's early, keep saving, because I'm of the opinion that Frederick Rasmussen didn't really scrap for that position at all. He just let Mitchell de Jong step right into second place, didn't fight for it. I think Frederick Rasmussen is running a very different race today from what we've seen from that Core Sim Racing Orange car all season. I think they're taking this more into a race management perspective and slowly going to basically work this way from forward to backwards, saving fuel, rather than going all out in an all-out blitz early on. I think that Core Sim Racing Orange car has a lot more pace potentially in it, but I think he's just sitting there keen to save fuel in the draft, initially behind that NX Blue car, and now behind that Coanda Mercedes.
Update on Yoni Tamale, now P at number 26. PRT Black and Dennis Grabowski are just ahead. In fact, there are two cars that he needs to get past then, and he'll be in clean air. It will be Yoni Tamada. It's Dennis Grabowski, and then it's the Radicals Online Pirates car, Ricardo Ferreira, behind the wheel of that one. Just having a look. Actually, I lie, there's three. There's Daniel Shute as well, and the Pure Racing Team yellow car. So that will be something worth thinking about. Once he's got past these three, he will have 6 seconds to the next driver in front of him. Odox Motorsports versus Core Sim Racing Silver are scrapping, but Jeremy Bootley was looking actually to the outside in towards La Source. This might well be a case more of setting up the pass later on. Actually, he gets a much better run out the corner. This could be the opportunity for him now to put pressure on the run down to Air Rouge, but you're not going to want to go too wide through there. And indeed, Jeremy Bootley will just back it off the throttle for a little bit. Let's see what happens when they do work themselves up the hill. And the answer is, actually, Jeremy does get a good run off that one as well. This could now be the opportunity as Brunner versus de Jong. De Jong just set himself to the race lead as well. So Coanda are all on it at the same time. But around the outside, de Jong, that was a bold one as they now come into Rivard. Mitchell de Jong, race leader Freddie Rasmussen, round the outside, trying to go round the outside into Rivard. Your top three, it is all just kicked off, and let's get ourselves a second look at that one, Jake, as they work themselves from the top of the hill.
That was absolutely beautiful from Mitchell de Jong. He held his nerve around the outside where Frederick Rasmussen may be struggling a little bit in the McLaren to make the same move happen. And he holds it in with the better grip values in mid-speed corners that the Mercedes certainly has had, and holds it around the outside of Malmedy, which is a very, very brave thing to do. And the vehicle's 6th in the championship right now. You have to remember that BRS Coanda SimSport 8 now leads the race and now could get some very crucial points on some rivals behind who are both 3rd and 1st in the championship.
Yeah, and I would say Justin Brunner was very lucky that he did not, or Freddie Rasmussen wasn't able to make that move work on the outside. Just to let you know, by the way, Kiwanis Sim Sports did get past Odox Motorsport, so happy couple of corners there, Paul, for the Kiwanis Sim Sports stable.
Yeah, and they've just made their way past Inex Racing Yellow as well, who are having a little bit of a moment on the exit of Paul Freyer as well. In fact, they're dropping down. They're just not having the best of time at the time being. I can tell you also that the Odox Motorsport 94 car, they're the first victims of Radion, sorry, I should say. It was at the top of Radion at the start of lap 13. Back end got away from them and they went hard into the tyre wall. So that's the first victim of Eau Rouge, the number 94 car.
Yeah, there's a replay of what we just saw with PJ Sturgios. He's the driver on the left-hand side of your screen, passed by one driver, then boxed in. You've seen that the other, just going to breeze around him on the outside. That was Madison down, and then he got put under pressure by Triton Racing, but then Triton Racing got bunched in, and the pink Power Rangers car was able to actually then make the move. Here's another replay on board. There's the first driver. What's the issue?
Will, we have 3 wide down the straight, the Kemmel straight, and it was all down to Andrew Rodriguez of the Odox Motorsport 30 getting it horribly wrong through the corner of Eau Rouge Radion. And I believe he might have had he lost it completely on his own. Phil Sell gave him a little bit of a tap in the next level racing machine, and then it all bottlenecked up. 3 wide and a massive lot of avoidance. Biggest winner out of that, though, Alexander Voss, Hoyksonvelcourt Motorsports.
Let's get ourselves one more quick look at this one there. Now, oh my word. We just want to take that tape back another 15 seconds or so if we can, and here show it to you. So let's have a look then, and you'll just see that Odox Motorsports car there goes off the track down at Radion. So it's the second driver today, comes right back on into the middle of the track, and that's what really causes the pandemonium. So here we are on board Rodriguez there, gets it loose up the hill, so that's just after Eau Rouge into Radion. And then everyone, you can see people swarming around him. That almost could have been a huge incident, Jake.
Yeah, it certainly could have. And, well, when you do have an incident like that, maybe he was pushing a little bit too hard, had nowhere to go. It is very quick that it comes up upon you, vehicles getting a great run out of Radion. So I think for that driver in the Odox Motorsport Samsung 30 machine of Andrew Rodriguez, he just held his line, which is what he needed to do in that situation. But more ideally, he should have been either on the left-hand side of the circuit or the right-hand side of the circuit to slow down. Probably the inevitable slowdown that he would have had there and the issues that he would have had coming out of it. He's now dropped off the back of the train, P23.
Just to let you know, you go, Paul.
I was going to say the number 30 car, the Odox car, severe damage to the right rear. He's struggling with that car. He's going to have to come down pit road soon to get that fixed because he's just dropped well down the order there.
Yeah, just to let you know, and this is important, second place, we've just had Corsim Racing Orange make the move down at the bus stop chicane over Justin Brunner. There is a replay of that. We'll get another look from on board with the driver of Frederick Rasmussen. So after a very quiet first few minutes here at Spa, things have picked up incredibly quickly. Now it's De Jong from Rasmussen from Brunner. They are your podium. So all 3 of them now have been in each of those positions. And well, we're only 35 minutes into this event right now. And let's show you your movers and shakers in your event. And Kiwanis Sim Sport are your biggest winners in your top 5. They're up 3 places. But a team we've not really talked about here, Randy, P number 9, Next Level Racing, TTR Red, Jared Fildsell. He's your biggest mover overall in your top 20. He is up 9 places, and he's now at the front of that huge train of drivers. He's picking them off one at a time in absolutely phenomenal fashion.
Yeah, that TTLR Mercedes is just on another level right now. You know, they're the next level, but they're even on a level beyond that. But I mean, quickly, I mean, if they keep this up, they might be plus 10. Although Bootaloop, next car ahead, running quicker lap times and is several seconds up the field. So maybe not get plus 10 here too quickly. But I think for those guys, this is, you know, up plus 9 spots. Will, can you think of a better opening stint to a 6-hour race?
Well, Inex Racing Red, I was going to say, they're having a good run, of course. I mean, part of that for them is the fact that they qualified so badly, but they are up now, and they've only got, well, I say they've only got 2 more drivers. They only had 3 drivers earlier on. They've still got Pure Racing Team Dennis Gamowski and Pure Racing Team Yellow and Daniel Stewart. The 3 PRT drivers actually running 21, 22, 23. They are line astern for 22 and 23. Now, Randy, does that mean that they can actually work together in some ways to try and hold off Yanni Samada?
They could potentially, but if Tormala's quick enough, I don't think it's going to matter. I think Tormala, if he has the speed, he'll get by these guys regardless of what they try to do. Unless they do some, like, hilarious Fantastic Four Elastaman, you know, putting his arms between light posts trying to retain boulders or something falling on a city.
Also, Freddie Rasmussen just went purple that last lap as well. So, Corson Racing Orange are back in it. And actually, Justin Brunner has been dropped, Jake, by about 3/4 of a second from your leading duo all of a sudden. So maybe now Brunner's gone into economy mode.
Maybe he has, or maybe he doesn't have the pace to keep up, because for Justin Brunner's lap times, if I'm just keeping an eye out on what he had been doing, he was doing the likes of low 218s, and in fact, he was actually going quicker on that last lap at 217.8, but he still lost 0.4 of a second to Rasmussen, 0.2 of a second to Mitchell de Jong. I don't think Justin Brunner's got the pace to keep up with these people up at the front of the field, and for Brunner, you know, with the gap that he's got of 2 seconds back to Juani Lopez and even further back to Maximilian Beneke, I think he has every reason just to sit back, wait for the pit stop window, and consolidate some very, very crucial points. That Inex Racing blue car, Will, it hasn't won a race, it hasn't been spectacular, but what it has been is very, very consistent this season.
They have, and it's worth noting they've lost 0.2 of a second on list lap alone. When things like that happen, the other thought that comes into my head immediately, Paul, is the 4 pieces of rubber that make this car go around a racetrack. And, well, it does look, yeah, that car all of a sudden looks as though it's got no grip.
I mean, the thing is, look at the track temperature, 89 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually not that too hot for a track here in Belgium, and yeah, so the tyres should be able to last pretty well. You could see people certainly double stinting these tyres, that's for sure. Yeah. But don't forget, also, he was at the front of that group as well, so he wasn't in the dirty air, so he wasn't losing the downforce that way. So really, it should have actually been looking after his tyres a little bit better than, say, Frederick Rasmussen or Mitchell de Jong.
But at the same time, if you try to work to stay in the race lead, sometimes you start taking what I like to call the silly lines, the defensive lines, lines that make it hard for people to get past you. You could end up in a situation where you do just take the shine off those tyres a little bit too much. Tyre management in itself will be a big, big talking point here today, as we just show you some of the battles going on down in your field. In fact, Glenn McGee versus Vortex Sim Racing, Jonathan Barrelt at the very rear of your field. 34th, 35th place right now. That one is going on, but it looks like Vortex have the better of these duos, shall we say, for the moment. As Jim Racing Black, they're in 14th place, and they are still trying to battle it out with the likes of Klaus Kivicast, Evolution Racing Team, Benjamin Smith. That mid-pack, actually, that's going on right now, that's where the movement isn't really happening anymore, Jake.
No, it is, and I think it settled down a bit with the fact that we had the big, hairy, scary moment that did just slightly open up these gaps to around 3/10 here and there and everywhere, and the train starts to become an issue when every driver has slipstream on top of the slipstream on top of the slipstream, can't do anything about it. Little wiggle from Madison down 4th in the train as they headed into Rivage, but it comes down to the fact that some drivers are very hot-headed at the moment, need some time to cool down. Coanda and Evolution Racing Team, they've been knocking 6s and 7s out of each other all race today here, Will, and they are not very happy with each other and the way that they've been working.
Indeed. So we are 40 minutes then into the 6 hours of Spa here on RaceSport TV and on iRacing Live. We are gonna step aside for a brief moment here. When we come back, we'll be talking about strategy and pit stops. Most of these drivers would expect to stay in to do 2 stints, and that will mean it'll be very interesting to see whether they'll do tyres or no tyres. We'll talk you through the options when we come back.
Get ready, going green. Green, green, green!
The NASCAR Peak Interface Series, powered by iRacing, is the premier NASCAR eSport series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Spa-Francorchamps, and well, big news that's just happened is we've had NX Racing Red come on towards pit road, which is a little bit earlier than what we were thinking, shall we say. This is only 45 minutes into the motor race right now, so unless they're trying to inverse their strategy to get themselves in track position, this could be a very interesting situation. Don't forget, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you can catch the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze powered by iRacing on Racesport TV, on peakauto.com, as well as iRacing Live. It is Bobby Zelensky leading the way in that championship with 380 points over Ray Alfalla with 361. Ryan Loser in 3rd, Logan Clampett in 4th. Fantastic championship they've got going on. But let's analyze this one then, Randy. 56.6 second pit stop. Yernin Tamada stays in the car. Track position hunting?
Maybe, but that would have been a full stop, and I would have think if you really want a track position, you maybe would have skipped tires. I don't know. I think this is... I don't know why they would have came down pit lane here. I don't really see any reason why. It's early. I mean, I could know why. They might want to get the short stint out of the way early, but I don't know. I'm just always, like you said, we've had this discussion before.
The yellow car's in. Whoa. Let's stop for a second. The yellow car's in now, doing exactly the same thing.
That's interesting. So the 2 NX Mercedes just did the same thing. I don't know. This is really weird. I don't know.
I have a theory.
You go on.
I believe that with NX Racing Red and what we saw, they were stuck and didn't find a way past the pure racing team machines the way they would have wanted to. I think they want to get that track position when you can go an hour 5, an hour 10. They can make up those times on a 5-stop strategy, Will, over the course of the 6-hour race by going an hour 5 at the next stop, an hour 5 at the next stop, an hour 5 at the next stop. William Levesque in the NX Racing Yellow machine, exactly the same problem. They were stuck right in the middle of the train there with the likes of Jim and Kawanda, and they want to come in early, use themselves the fuel, get themselves back out again, and actually gain 2 or 3 positions in the process on an alternative strategy.
Yeah, William Levesque gets into that yellow car, taking over from PJ Sturgios. So we do expect tyres in this situation. A 55 or so second stop. You can see there the tyres have just been put on, so fuel will next go into that car. At the front of your field, there is Mitchell de Jong. There is Frederick Rasmussen. Note where they are on track, getting themselves now into the bus stop chicane. oh, look at that, it's the Inex Racing red car heading itself through the bus stop chicane. So, actually, Paul, in terms of timing, that was opportune there, because now it means the Inex Racing red car can actually look at the comparative pace of the race leaders, and then hopefully he won't get lapped. Of course, blue flag rules do apply in this situation, but by the time they do get close enough to lap him, they'll be probably likely coming down on pit road themselves. I think that this is a very interesting call now for the Inex Racing red car. The yellow car, I think, also for similar merits, as Jake was saying, because of the fact that they were in that huge gaggle of cars, it'll be interesting to see where Tamara is compared to those two Pure Racing team cars in the next 25 minutes time or so. But also, it's a clear indication by Inex Racing that those two cars, at least, are not going to be trying to save fuel to do the four-stopper. In fact, I will be very interested to see if anyone does try to do the four-stopper here today.
It'd be a tough task to do the four-stopper here, and to be honest, with the amount that you're losing, that amount of fuel saving, you're not really gaining, because you're looking at what, close to 2 minutes for a full fuel and tyre stop and run down pit road. So really, yeah, you're going to gain 2 minutes there, but that's just about a lap. So how much are you going to lose out in the whole of the race having to save that much fuel? 2 minutes worth of fuel is a big question. The Inex Racing yellow car, they've got 54 seconds between them and the next car up the road. The Pink Power Racers are on pit road as well now, so they're obviously trying this little bit of an alternate strategy. But this is good. They've got clean air of these cars, and they can have a look. I'm interested to see what... be good if I could speak today. Inex Racing Red, what they do, because this is their first flying lap now. And it does appear that they're just doing a good, solid job here. The leaders are behind them, as we mentioned, but they're not appearing to be gaining anything either. So, Yoni Tamala heading towards the bus stop chicane. We'll get to see what that lap time is at the end of this one.
Yep, so here is Yoni Tamala in that Inex Racing red car. Just going to head himself now through the bus stop chicane. Best time 2:17.994 for that car here today. He'll just work himself past the start-finish line. Lap time will come up 2:17.5, 4 tenths of a second faster than he's been all day long. And all of a sudden, you're starting to think this wasn't a bad idea.
And also, crucially, he was 4 tenths of a second faster than the two leaders as well. As VRS Quenda SimSpot were battling it out with Jim Racing. In fact, Jim Racing have made the position up there into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah.
So change of position there.
Getting ourselves a replay of that one. As we've also got Battle for P5, which is developing as well. So you can see Quenda SimSports. Let's have a look from the rear of them. Jim Racing Black through Blancpain.
The lead.
As we've also got the race lead going on at the same time, so we're going to have to cut away from this one, as it's going to be Freddie Rasmussen going over Mitchell de Jong, and he will get the pass complete. We'll show that one to you as if it was in rear time. This is as they work themselves up the hill then. Frederick Rasmussen back to the race lead. Mitchell de Jong just a little bit sluggish there out the corner, but they know that the McLarens are fastest at this part of the racetrack, and Freddie Rasmussen just moves that car to the left-hand side, and again, de Jong was just like, okay, you take the position, we'll play nicely, and Core Sim Racing Orange are back to the race lead. So, it continues to all change here, and what I was about to actually show you here was the lap times that these two had been doing, and actually, de Jong lost himself about 1/10.5 of a second over the last 4 laps or so. It's very minute. If you look at the gaps there, Jake, lap 20, 4 100ths, lap 21, 13 100ths, lap 22, 4 100ths again, but then he just had a bad run through La Source, and that's all Freddie Rasmussen needed.
It certainly was, and it's been all about how that Mercedes has got out of the Rouge Radion and tried to break away. That's where Mitchell de Jong has been so good during this event, and that's why he needs to stay here with the Core Sim Racing Orange machine to try and get back into this race. I do want to talk about, though, a race winner that we've had this season in the form of that Pure Racing Team Red machine. Maximilian Benecke behind the wheel has made the move up into position number 4 ahead of Juani Lopez and the Vendaval Sim Racing White machine. and they've been running very, very consistent lap times here for that Pure Racing Team Red machine. They've kept it within 6 seconds of the lead, and they're not out of this one here, because I reckon they can get themselves here back into this fight in the later stages of this race with the sheer consistency that Beneke has been showing.
Yeah, Fredrik Rasmussen does the fastest lap of the day. And actually what we can hopefully now show you is the last sector times between these two. And look at that one there. It's very interesting that, you know, the lap times between the two of them, well, there was quite a bit of difference actually. And you can't really see that information's a bit wrong on your screen. Last time by, Mitchell de Jong was a full 0.8 of a second slower than Fredrik Rasmussen. That is a huge amount to be slower in the course of one lap. You shouldn't be seeing that at this top level of things. As Odox Motorsport Samsung on towards pit road, 54 minutes of a stint scored complete. As it's a spoon. Who's eating on my broadcast?
Are we in Suzuka?
Who's eating on my broadcast? Put that spoon down and focus your attention, all right? So we're just having a look back though to the red car, the Inex Racing red car, looking to see where they are in their lap times. Last time by, they did 2:17.496. That was only 5/100ths of a second slower, Paul, than the fastest lap of the motor race that was set on the same lap by Fredrik Rasmussen.
Yeah, so it's all pretty close and intense, all this, and this is it. This is how the strategy works now. It's all about getting yourself some space, getting yourself some track space to really get yourself some just nice clean laps, get some good times in, and hopefully jump others who are maybe involved in battles. And this is the beauty of endurance racing that we'll see here, and we'll see here every round of this championship. That strategy game coming into play and how it all works out towards the end of the race. So really interested to see this one pan out here, but yeah, Inex Racing Red just got to come across the line once again to see their lap time once again. I think Fred Rasmussen is slightly catching up to them now. It's 2:17.7 from Inex Racing Red. Fredrik Rasmussen, 2:17.5. So they are on pace with the leaders though. So this is really good, and he's in clean air, so he doesn't have to worry about traffic.
And let's compare that to the two drivers we saw him battling it out with earlier on. That is the Pure Racing Team Blue, Pure Racing Team Black, 2:17.9, 2:18.1. Now we are talking, Jake, here only of about 0.3 of a second, but that's been 0.3 of a second over the last 4 or 5 laps. That's the 2 seconds he needed to get ahead of those two in terms of pure pace. Now it'll be a case of how much more can he do combined with pit stops to be hopefully in his eyes ahead of that huge train of cars. I don't think he'll be ahead of the entire train, but he'll slot in really nicely into the middle part of it.
Yeah, around 25 seconds. You're looking at maybe about a minute plus down on pit road. So there is a lot of capability here of leverage, as actually I'm looking at the Triton racing car, Markan Skripczak, down on pit road. And here's a team that you normally see towards the rear of the field, Will, doing a really good job in the mid-pack right now, the all-Polish outfit. And, well, for Triton Racing, it's going to be a case of get yourself in, get a good pit stop, get back out again, and hopefully you can still have that advantage over the likes of, say, the Inex Racing machine, which is the last car in the field right now, because they do need to just be careful about where they put themselves on lappers. In fact, Inex Racing Red and Odox Motorsport Samsung battling here as they both made a pit stop.
Yep. As there is actually Odox Samsung, and that's the thing, there's only 1/10 of a second between these two, so we actually got to turn our attention over to that one for them. I think that's far more important than watching two people on pit road. As you can see, this is the urgency from Yoni Tamada coming through now, because he knows that he's got to get this pass done quickly. Oh my word! Oh my word there. That was Odox losing it down at Blancpain. That could have wiped out those two drivers. Paul, that's one of your heart in the mouth moments when you're watching that live on board with someone and you can just see something developing.
How did he not hit the wall?
I have no idea. You know, I almost think that the Inex Racing red car just kind of bumped him back into the right direction.
I'll tell you what, looking at that also, one crucial thing to notice about that, Odox have been on pit road, their pit stop is only 37.8 seconds. That tells me they didn't take tyres, whereas that Inex Racing red car did. So is tyre wear a little bit of a factor in that?
And also, was there any real contact between those two?
I don't think there was.
That was so lucky.
The car was sliding going through Blancpain, so the back end was already going on him there when he then had to correct it. So great job, great car control there to be able to get it. And now, actually, crucially, the leader is having to fight their way through traffic. So the leaders now have got traffic here. This is holding up BRS Quanda SimSport with Mitchell de Jong.
And it's going to actually potentially bring back into play NX Racing Blue. Now, blue flag rules are in operation, but if you just heard that through your team radio saying, be careful of that guy because he almost binned your championship rival, then you're going to start thinking very quickly, Randy, you know what? I'm going to have to take this one with a degree of caution.
Yeah, you're going to want to be a little careful about that Odox Motorsport car because everyone, you know, if these teams have spotters, they either would have seen it happen live or they would have noticed it on the broadcast by now. And I'm going to say, if you're Odox Motorsport, that's potentially the worst start to a double stint. It's never great to start your first lap of your double stint going through Blancpain, basically going, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, saved it, car's okay.
Yeah, that's one of those moments, I think. That's one of the highlights of the race, quite clearly so far. That was a really touch-and-go moment for NX Racing Red. And to the NX Racing team, RaceBot TV will bequeath you a new pair of underwear for that driver of Yenny Tamala. On the assumption he is wearing any. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to bring a point about the strategy call. Sim Racing Silver, they're on pit road now, so the teammates of the race leaders, and they are taking tyres. So is this maybe just a little sneak preview of what Sim Racing Orange are going to do with their first pit stop?
Yeah, this is the interesting part of this race now. So Justin Brunner is in for NX Racing Blue. So again, this is exactly on the hour mark for him, Jake, because it's 1 minute 9.6, by the way, for Thomas Arend. But we are literally at the hour mark now, and we've got ourselves Quanda SimSports in. We've got Evolution Racing team in, but most importantly, the team we have in is the team of NX Racing Blue.
Yes, it is very important because they were third and we're actually losing time to the Pure Racing Team Red team in the 70 machine. So they have to be careful right now because they are putting themselves in harm's way, in jeopardy from that Ford GT. Of course, that Ford GT, you have to drive it a little bit differently. You have to be a little bit more respecting of the curbs. And where Justin Brunner comes out is very crucial for these drivers who are 3-4 seconds down the road from the likes of Sim Racing Orange and BRS Quanda SimSport 8 will, because if he's in traffic, that means it's most likely Core and Quanda are coming out in traffic as well.
Yeah, there is Justin Brunner then coming on towards pit road. As I say, you've also got yourself Vendavel Sim Racing White, Juani Lopez, who had a fantastic start to this race but faded in the second half of that first stint. You've also got yourself an Evolution Racing team, number 28 of Andrew Carr. And let's be honest, this Evolution Racing team has had a good season so far. We've got now in JCL Apex Racing UK, Antoine Heglin, Vortex Sim Racing, and I'm having a look at the times, and this is what we're all thinking about right now. Is anyone going to peel off to the left in the next 10 seconds? Because if they do, they're not taking tyres, and all of a sudden, what I'm seeing here is everyone is stood still. And that means, Paul, people aren't going to risk it with tyres yet. We've got one.
Vendavel does.
Vendavel does.
Now, are they kinder on the tyres? Because the BMW is known to have more downforce than the others, so if they are able to do that to take that chance. But yeah, everyone else, they're taking tyres here.
And Justin Brunner just ticks over the 1 minute mark. We've got ourselves a driver coming out of pit road there. That is
and race leader onto pit road.
So the race leader's in. Justin Brunner comes out. Evolution Racing team, they come out.
Quanda goes another time.
Ooh, this is getting very interesting all of a sudden between some of these teams. As let's turn our attention and over to Freddie Rasmussen as PRT Red are in at the same time as well. You know how hard it is, Randy, to call a team PRT Red when their car is blue?
Yeah, and there's like 3 of them. There's PRT Red, there's PRT Yellow. I actually lose track of all the colors. It's generally one of them. It seems like one of them tends to have a really good race and the other guys tend to run about mid-pack. So that makes it easy on us. But yeah, it can be very, very confusing at times. At least teams like NX, at least they change like the highlights colors just to make it easy on us commentators.
So there is Sim Racing, Freddie Rasmussen on pit road. We'll check in with him in a moment. What I do want to do is go back and have a look at where Inex Racing Red are. And they are ahead of Triton Racing. They're ahead of JCL Apex Racing UK. They're ahead of Odox Motorsport, of course. We saw that moment happen. But they are currently in that nice, for them, no man's land situation. And they are going to like this ball because of the fact that they have got 4 seconds to Thomas Lorenz up the road, and then another 2 seconds to Inex Racing Yellow, and another 4 seconds for the moment to Evolution Racing Team number 28. Now that will change as more people come on towards pit road, and there'll be people saying, Will Vincent, you are an idiot. But Will Vincent, why are you talking about this? Because actually you don't want to have a gap to drivers. In this case, Inex Racing Red do want to have gaps between drivers. They don't want to be in a train.
They certainly don't want to be in a train, and the team that they were stuck behind, Pure Racing Team, they're on pit road as well. So it'll be interesting to see
They've got the
where
jump.
they come.
Oh,
And
wow.
Core Sim Racing Orange do not take tyres.
Wow.
Fred Rasmussen does not take tyres in that McLaren. 42.4 seconds at pit stop.
But Pure Racing Team Red, they have a 34.4 second stop, so they're actually ahead of Frederick Rasmussen in that Core Sim Racing Orange car. So that means that it's all changing this motor race right now. We've got a Ford, basically, who's going to be in net first place in a few moments' time. So it's all changed, and your top 3 drivers in your field have not taken tyres. De Jong's going to come on towards pit road, but here's the interesting fact. Beneke, 34.4 second pit stop, no tyres for him. Core Sim Racing Orange, Frederick Rasmussen, no tyres for him. The same applies to Juan E. Lopez, the same applies to Trustmaster Ravano Red. So we have got a split strategy going on here between some of these teams. There's the 2 Koana SimSport teams now come on towards pit road themselves, as Mitchell de Jong is going to lead this last little pack of drivers on towards pit road. That also includes Next Level Racing TTLR Red and Koana SimSports Class Kivicast, the other TTLR car, that's Madison Down, and Radical Steel Series with Alexander Mania. Whew. That's a bit of an interesting first hour, Jake.
It certainly has been, and it still will be. Now, for Mitchell de Jong and the VRS Koana SimSport 8, they need a pit stop looking at around 38, maybe 39 seconds to get the jump over that Pure Racing Team machine. They will have 1 lap fresher tyres to work. They will have the ability to be better in the draft comparatively compared to them. Just looking now as they've actually just hit their box, where that PRT Red machine is, the answer has just come through Blancpain. So Beneke is on a charge, and the strategy call has put him in front of Rasmussen. Arguably, the 2 of them are equals right now, P1, P2 net as things stands, but it all relies on de Jong.
Yeah, as we ride on board then with Pure Racing Team Red, as he comes in towards La Source. We've got half an eye also on the time for Mitchell de Jong. It ticks over 38, 39, 40 seconds. De Jong looking as though he's going to be taking tyres here.
Car jacked up.
Yeah, the car is jacked up. The same, well, Jeremy Bootley, but it doesn't matter. There we are. Beneke becomes our 4th different leader here today, as we've now had a Ford, a Mercedes, and a McLaren leading this motor race. You talk about balance of performance, and this is it here, Andy. Yeah, you know, in a one-on-one lap fight, it might be slightly different. The Ford arguably were the worst of the 3 cars, Audi even worse than that. But when you put it into a fuel cycle window, it changes interestingly. And now we've got to think about, if these Ford can do 2 stints on a set of tyres, if they can do 3 stints on a set of tyres, this race is going to be me getting out a notebook and having to start noting down fuel numbers.
Will Vincent becoming Paul Trustwell confirmed, but it's going to be interesting because I don't think that Ford has gotten out front just based on fuel fill numbers, because the way these cars are actually balanced, they all take roughly within about a couple seconds an equal amount of time to fill, and that Pure Racing Team Red car pits somewhere near that Vendaval Sim Racing white car, which we also know skipped rubber in that BMW. I think that Pure Racing Team Red car, not only did they, potentially have a quick stop by skipping tires, I think they short filled. So I think that Ford is going to be the lightest car out there on track. So look for them to have a lightning quick stint right here. I'd expect them on pit road though within 40 minutes time.
They'll get it literally to within a minute or 2 of the hour, I think, personally. 34, I mean, that's a good, 8 seconds. I think you're right, actually. That's a good 8 seconds less in terms of fuel.
It's about a gallon a second.
Yeah, so that's 7 to 8 gallons. that they're not going to be taking
equates
in.
to 7 to 8 laps,
Yeah.
which is
About 15 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes 15 per lap, 16. Pushing 20 minutes.
Yeah. So fascinating there, what we've got going on in this event. So here's your top 8 then. Let's put that on for you down at the bottom of your screen. And let's think about this a little bit. Pure Racing Team Red, they are your leaders by 2.8 seconds over Core Sim Racing Orange. And last time by, they both did 218. The 218.5 for Pure Racing Team Red and a 218.7 for Core Sim Racing Orange. And there'll be people who'll be thinking, wait a minute, these guys were doing 217s a few laps ago. Yes, part of the reason is they didn't take tyres on their pit stop. So whilst they are 1 and 2, they are in a different strategy right now to other drivers in this field. Vendavel Sim Racing White, they are in 3rd place with 1E Lopez. They also didn't take any tyres. Next Level Racing, TTLR Red, they are in 4th place, no tyres for them. Commander Sim Sports, Klaus Kivikas, he had a fast stop as well. He underfueled that car a little bit in the number 1 machine, currently in the 5th place. The first driver actually to have taken tyres is Mitchell de Jong in the number 8 VRS Commander Sim Sports. That is currently in the 6th position. Madison Down in the Next Level Racing TTLR Orange car. Well, he didn't take tyres, but Inex Racing Blue and Justin Brunner, they did. And then as you go down through your field, what you know is you've got a smorgasbord there of those who did and didn't take tyres. And for those of you who are keeping track in the Inex Racing Red game, they are currently P number 14. They are 6 tenths of a second behind Jeremy Booterloop, and both of them have taken tyres. I do think that Inex Racing Red did underfuel that car a little bit as well, Paul, because they did a 56-second pit stop compared to a lot of other drivers that were over the 1 minute mark.
Or they had a full fuel tank for the start of the race and just had to take on less fuel because they did the pit stop that little bit earlier. So let's not forget they're on lap 10 of their stint now, so they would only have to put in less fuel. So it could work out that way. It's interesting to see how this one will play out for them, and we'll have to wait until that last hour before we finally see how everything pans out for them, because if they were able to jump up to 14th by the end of this race just from that one fuel stop, that's absolutely fantastic strategy call there to come in that little bit earlier. But it's all got to pan out yet. It's the long game, and we've still got another 4 hours and 49 minutes to go.
Indeed so. Let's ride a lap on board, give you your first bit of RaceSpot TV fan immersion, and let's go on board with your race leader, Maximilian Benecke. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Smith has a confession to make.
I'm so proud of you for this, Paul. finally just accepting it.
All I will say is, as I went and put my drink down, I accidentally knocked my empty bowl that I had from having strawberries earlier on, which were lovely, by the way. Delicious strawberries, British strawberries.
At which point did you finish eating the strawberries?
Oh, before the broadcast.
Okay, I might let
So, I'm a professional. I'm a consummate professional, Will, as we've got VRS Quinn Simsport, Mitchell de Jong, is actually challenging for that 4th place now. They will let past their teammate Klaus Kivikas, so they're trying to move on up the Kemmel straight towards Lacombe. Later on the brakes, nice easy move up to 4th place.
Yep, and that is de Jong up into 4th, and that is Jared Filsell down into 5th place here today. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available all race long. Just visit racebot.tv/timing, and if it's not working, can someone just buzz me and let me know? But it should be fine. De Jong, as you can see there, in that 4th place now, doing a nice job in that Commander Simsports number 8 car. They are the first of the drivers to have taken themselves tyres here today. So they are the leaders of the 2nd strategy, and the 1st strategy, of course, is led by your top 3 drivers, who have all decided not to take tyres. But it's worth doing a little bit of a comparison in this situation. There is Venevel Sim Racing White. They are currently in 3rd place. And let's have a look at the lap gaps. And what you'll notice is that realistically, the last 2 laps, ever since pit stops have completed, etc., you have seen 1.5 second advantage on lap 30 for Mitchell de Jong, and 1.3 second advantage for lap number 31. So the people will be saying, well, what's the point in not taking tyres? Well, you save yourself a good 30-ish seconds. And the way a stint works here, Andy, it does make it that not taking tyres, if you can keep the momentum going, is about 5 seconds faster.
Yeah, I mean, if you can keep the momentum going, it's 7 seconds per tire on pit lane that you save. So when you think about that, skipping 4 tires, 28 seconds, we'll just round it up to 30 just to make it easy. If you can maintain pace, there's not a lot of reason for not saving yourself 30 seconds and, jumping 30 seconds up the road.
Don't forget as well, you can get social with us here on Racebot TV. All you need to do, follow us on Facebook /Racebot TV. Use the hashtag on Twitter, iRacing WCS. You can also follow us on Twitter at Racebot TV as well. Of course, let us know your comments about what is a very, very interesting race all of a sudden. I'm still trying to work out which way this one is likely to go. To run through some retirees from this event, Odox Motorsports have got 3 cars out of this event right now. The number 94 machine is out, the number 30 machine is out, and the 07 machine is out. No other team are out of this motor race, Paul.
Yeah, reading
that
what you will.
07 is the car we saw have that big incident in Blancpain, so
Yeah.
something else happened to them afterwards.
They must have done. Of course, they were being put in a lap down. There was traffic going on. I don't know where, but if anyone does let me know,
I shall try and find out for
I'm
you.
looking right now.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, we have got ourselves one driver who scored multiple laps down. That is the MSP Phoenix racing car. They had to come in and get some repairs done. They are currently 6 laps down. That will equate roughly to about 20 minutes on track. Talk about Cristina Manzano.
Yeah, so what happened was they were battling with the PRT 72 car of Dennis Kowalski into Blancpain, and actually I do believe there was a little bit of contact this time, and no, there wasn't contact. Oh, there was after the initial, the partial lost control of the car, and PRT just got into the back of it, and that's what kicked it into the wall on the exit of Blancpain, and that's their race done.
Wow.
That's the exact same thing happened when they had NX Red up their tailpipe. Exact same incident.
So basically, that car, you're making that joke about going through Blancpain and closing your eyes and praying to multiple deities. I think they were having to do that every single lap, Randy. So either they had some damage, which they didn't fix on pit road, or
not enough wing.
Yeah, not enough wing. They might, and that's the thing. If you try and do some form of change to anything on your car, then you've got to readjust. I mean, it's not often, we know these GT3s can be a handful through Blancpain, but they shouldn't be that much of a handful.
No, they shouldn't. I mean, these guys that are at the front of the field, you know, if you're Max Benecke, if you're Freddie Rasmussen, I mean, they will drive the car on the ragged edge. But for most people, and Odox falls under most people, you need that car to be, you know, to have some confidence in it. Could also be a thing, Will, they may have never tested doing this, doing a double stint on the tires. I mean, that almost looks to me like they just were like, you know what, let's double stint the tires, and had never done that before and never practiced it, was unsure what the car was going to do. Because, I mean, from lap 1, that car was just complete death for Manzano and that Odox guys. You know, that was his outlap when he had that incident in front of NX Red. I think, and you know, I've been laughed at by a couple drivers before for this, when you do testing for this series, you have to do multi-hour stints testing the tires for every single setup change. If you change the wing, if you change tire pressures, even some suspension adjustments, you have to test that setup change not only for a couple laps, not only for half a stint, you also have to run a full tank of fuel through the car, come down, not change tires, and see what it does, because you do not want to be in the dark when you get into a race like this. And I think that's exactly what happened to Odox, because if you knew the car was going to be like that on an old set of tires, you would never have an old set of tires on that car.
No, and I can confirm, you know, again, most people know that the Indy 500 is the biggest event that I've done in my sim racing career, the one that I pay the most attention to. And, you know, we laugh when we hear the drivers that talk about doing 10,000 laps and testing. But a big part of that is running full race simulations for various reasons. Testing mental fatigue, testing physical fatigue, restarts, pit stops, all these different things. And actually, a lot of people sometimes forget that entering pit road at speed, lap number 5, hour number 5 is very different to what you'll do on hour number 1. We were just checking out Radical Steel Series online there. As their number 77 machine's been involved in the battle. We're also keeping an eye out on Jared Phil-Cell, Next Level Racing TTLR Red versus Koana Simsports and Klaus Kivikas. Kivikas has been close up the hill the last 2 laps, but hasn't really been able to find a way past Jared Phil-Cell in the same way that De Jong has. And in fact, De Jong already has pulled out a 3.3 second advantage over these couple of drivers. And that is what we mean so often in endurance racing, when you get stuck behind other drivers, how you've got to keep that emotion, that frustration level down, because otherwise you end up in a very difficult situation very quickly. And you'll note there that Klaus Kivikas has technically been faster for the last 3 laps. But what I actually want to show you is this graphic, just how much faster Mitchell de Jong in that number 8 car has been compared to the TTLR Red car. Now, Jake, same thing, different context. This is what we meant for NX Racing Red. It can be hard to overtake, so you've sometimes got to go a little bit off strategy, think outside the box in order to make these things work for you.
Yeah, you do, and the kings of doing that, sometimes you have to say, are VRS Grand Simsport and the #1 reigning champion vehicle, Klaus Kivikas, behind the wheel. You feel that they do have that ability to do that, but they have to worry right now about the vehicle that's actually behind them. Justin Brunner, also in the NX Racing Blue machine, also on the same strategy as the VRS Grand Simsport #8 machine. So for Justin Brunner, it's a case of pick them off one by one. And part of the issue is going to be that BMW does not have much top speed. That is the big benefactor that is really hindering them right now here, Will. And Justin Brunner, in the quickest vehicle in the McLaren, will surely have a very easy time of things if they can get within half a second.
Oh yeah, well, that'll be within half a second by the time they get out of the bus stop chicane at this rate. And NX Racing Blue, Justin Brunner, working himself into the bus stop chicane, working himself out of the bus stop chicane. And you hear that little blip as well in the middle. This is what we're talking about. You do accelerate, even if it is briefly, into that corner, and indeed so. Now the gap is 0.4 of a second between NX Racing Blue and Koanda Simsports #1. It could well be the straight line speed advantage. Justin Brunner might be aiming to try and clear both of these drivers. He will get Klaus Kivikas. I'm almost going to, you know, put the flats on it right now as they work themselves up the hill. He says that.
$5 will that he doesn't get the pass done?
I was just going to actually make an issue there that NX Racing Blue, he just messed up Radion. he should still get past Klaus Givikas. He's going to pull alongside him into the corner, and this is why I don't make bets on air, because I always win them there, Randy.
That's true. That's true. But luckily, you're not. I'm not going to pay you because I'm a jerk.
Yeah.
Yes, that too.
Yeah. But he should now actually get to himself, I would say, next time around. And actually, if you are going to try and be Mitchell de Jong, what you might try and do is literally tuck in right behind and see whether you can kind of take the gap that emerges. So there's the option there. I want to go back though. When's the last time here, Jake, that we actually saw one team having all their cars eliminated in the first hour of a motor race? And it's going to be gut-wrenching for Odox right now.
Yeah, it is, because the vehicles that they've been running have been around the top 10, top 15, and mistakes like these actually put them outside that magic number for qualification for next season. And the fact that you got 3 vehicles out very early on in arguably the most important race of the season in terms of length, you have to feel that Odox are now worrying about having to re-qualify for the 2017-18 qualification series and into 2018, when really putting in 6 more races, putting in the likes of 15 more hours to try and get back into this series, that's a nightmare. Nobody wants to go through that. And there are certain drivers and certain teams which feel like they have a great chance of getting in. Teams there on the fringes like SimRC.de, like Shinya Mishimi. You talk about the likes of those that have been running in VLN, like Team Hoixingveld. There are a lot of teams that have that ability to get themselves up into here.
Yeah, especially when you consider a number of those names aren't actually racing here this afternoon, as Inex Racing Blue versus Next Level Racing TTLR Red. This is going to be the thing that happens, and so long as Brunner doesn't make a pig's ear out of the Aries Radio Complex like he did last time, this should almost be completed halfway up the hill, the Kemmel straightaway. To the left, to the right, up the hill, then back to the left. That car's a bit more stable that time, actually, up the hill, and now it should just be a case of Phil Sell recognizing it's McLaren behind him, resisting in some ways. Yet you see a little dab on the brakes. That's the indicator to, okay, it's your corner. You move to the right-hand side, you take that line, and Inex Racing Blue, Justin Brunner, moves himself up into the 5th position. Now, I want to go back and I want to show you the championship standings coming into this event. The one we've been talking about quite heavily is Corsin Racing Orange versus Inex Racing Red. Inex Racing Blue are, of course, one of these teams who are there in the mix because of the fact that they were 3rd in the championship and they're only 3 points behind Inex Racing Red, and at this rate would likely move into 2nd place in the championship. Corsin Racing Silver, they're down in P number 11 right now. The number 27 Evolution Racing Team car all the way down in P number 19, but did take tyres on that last spot. Evolution Racing Team number 28, they are currently in 8th place and they did also take tyres. What I want to actually then do is build upon the point that Jake was just making and start showing you positions 11 through 20. See there, some teams have had good days, some teams have had not so good days. All of them who are running in this event though, they are still running in the actual event itself. Then we start having a look at those Odox Motorsports cars, 23rd, 25th and 29th. Now you're likely going to have the Pink Power Racers, Inex Racing Yellow moving ahead easily in this event, if not a couple of others. And that is where you start worrying for some of these teams that they might have to re-qualify in what is actually, I would say, the hardest of the 3 Pro Series, realistically, Paul. And that's with no disrespect to, of course, the drivers running in.
By the way, sorry to cut in there, Will. Last lap at Stavanger, Fredrik Rasmussen went to lap a car and actually got into a tangle and ended up losing about 3 seconds there to them. It was Dom Doohan from the Team Red Line Green that he got into together with. So that was at Stavanger on lap 36.
Well, we're having a replay of that one. Just to finish the point we're making, you know, the Pro Series is a very tough series for all 3 of them, be it on the NASCAR side of things, the Grand Prix side of things, or the endurance side of things. But the endurance side does, in my opinion, be the hardest. And there is the contact that we just saw. Fredrik Rasmussen in the yellow and white car. And then, of course, that is with Dom Doohan, team principal also.
What was Dom doing?
I don't know. We're going to get one more look on board of him. And he's running the left-hand side of the track, through the corner. Oh no, he loses the back end. That's what it is. Loses the back end on the through Stavolo 1. And that car just immediately snaps to the right-hand side, Randy.
Oh, right. But he broke on track out. When he loses the car initially, yes. But he gets it back underneath him, and he's like tracking out, and he's on the brakes. I don't know what Dom was doing, because it's like he misses the corner, and then he has that little wiggle, and he gets it underneath him, and then he just like stops at the track out point.
Randy, I think he's actually worried about Rasmussen coming down the inside of him. I mean, he's a driver that you don't normally see racing, but for Dom Duhan, you know, when you got arguably the quickest man in sim racing behind you, bar Martin Kroenke, you feel that when you have to get out of the way, you have to get out of the way. But I think the point that he chose to get out of the way was more forced on him by Rasmussen, rather than the fact of, you know, he did leave the door open, but he didn't really have too much of a choice after that.
No, this is just basic traffic management, and you know, I have experience of this from working with a GT car around prototypes. The absolute worst thing you can do is brake on the exit of the corner at the track out point when the driver is still clear behind you and at no point alongside, because at that point the driver is never going to anticipate that you're going to stop there. He's always going to anticipate that you're going to give the corner going into the corner. I think that's just Dom potentially tunnel visioning, but Dom should be experienced enough to not make a rookie mistake like that.
The good news is that Frederik Rasmussen's last lap was a 2:18.262, so there is no real damage that we can see there, Paul, which is honestly lucky, because otherwise this championship would have been thrown into chaos.
Yeah, and that's the crucial thing. There doesn't appear to be any damage on that car. I'm actually looking further down, because you've got Gregor Hutu and Ricardo Ferreira battling it out between, not Ricardo Ferreira, Daniel Schusch from Pure Racing Team Yellow. They're battling out for this position there, and they've got a queue of cars behind them as well. Pure Force Sim Racing and Thrust Austin Vano Yellow, so they're battling it out for 26-27. Been a good battle this so far to keep an eye on. But yeah, good job that there doesn't appear to be much damage on that car, and he's able to put in immediately the lap after that incident, a lap that was, what, 0.4 of a second faster than the race leader.
Yeah, indeed so. And again, sometimes, you know, you can use emotion and aggression well. Team Red Line Black, Gregor Hutu, outside line, over the PRT yellow car. I do need to clarify, by the way, we do know that the PRT machines do have some accents on them. You can see that they've got the yellow wing, I say spoiler tips there, and also yellow, what do they call it, rear view mirrors. Yeah, wing mirrors, that's what I'm looking for. And a tiny little yellow line. It's just a bit more difficult for us to tell the difference between their
the yellow
cars.
lines on all the cars. Yeah. That's actually part of the livery.
But it's a bit more difficult to tell that one compared to some of the others that we have. For example, the two Team Red Line cars, you know, the black car is clearly black and the green car is very clearly green.
They're going to show up next race with just the pure team. The pure red car is just going to be solid red. The black car is just going to be solid black. They're going to make it as easy on us as possible. Like, okay, if you guys are incompetent, we'll do it for you.
To be fair, we need all the help that we can get here.
Yeah.
I think also they might start using Vision Express as their sponsor, and they might give me a quick early eye test for next year. Koana Sim Sports, Klaus Kivikas versus Next Level Racing. You see, this is the issue for Kivikas. He's been in this situation for a while now, where he clearly has got the pace to overtake Jared Filsell. He's just not been able to do so in a straight line. This is because, Jake, you start off being 4/10 off at the exit of La Source, but then you're in what is arguably the most underpowered car of the four here, and it doesn't really matter what happens when you get up the hill.
No, it really doesn't, because the power difference here, 245 kilometers an hour now for Kivekas. It's already up at 252, and matching it, he's only equal here with the likes of Jared Filsell. In fact, he's only just getting an ever so slight bonus down that Kemmel straight. And the issue for Klaus Kivekas is he's got to do it in the corners, where if you just plant the vehicle correctly and just keep it very, very calmly and astute, Jared Filsell's not going to have any worries whatsoever from that vehicle of Klaus Kivekas behind. It's not a Brands Hatch where we saw him and Rens Broekman really dominate that race in the final stages of 90 minutes. oh no, this is Spa-Francorchamps. This is a completely different beast.
Force Sim Racing, Silver, Thomas Arends makes a power move there over Madison down at Rivage. That one's so good. It demands a second look. This is down into Rivage then. And third car in line is the one that you want to pay attention to right now. That is the Force Sim Racing Silver car. Comes down into the corner, dives it down on the inside of the next level racing car of Madison Down. Madison Down recognizes this, and you just see appearing now on the right side.
Oh my word, that's NX Red going around there, Will, and that was contact with Madison Down at the Fania chicane. They were leaning on each other quite heavily.
Well, let's have a look then, because this is only going to be about 20 seconds later on this replay. So, of course, at this point to build the story, Madison Down had just been pushed a little bit wide down at Rivage. Here comes Joni Tamada. This is the Fania chicane, and this is what happened between the two of them. They come down for the first part. They come down, they make a bit of contact, spinning around goes Joni Tamada. The good news is that he only lost about 4 seconds there, and I don't see any damage, but 4 seconds for NX Racing Red Joni Tamada. That 4 seconds is what he's been fighting all race long for. And don't forget, he's 20 laps into his stint. We expected him in the next 2 to 3 laps here, Randy.
Yeah, they're likely going to be down soon. Most people who ran long in that opening stint did about 28 laps. So he could actually go another about half dozen or so laps.
He had a short stint, didn't he? He had a 56-second stint.
No.
Stop.
He had a short stint, but he started the race on full fuel, so that tank still got filled up. You're thinking of pure racing team that we're expecting down somewhat soon.
There is some damage to that car, by the way. We just highlighted
it a little bit on the right front.
Yeah.
But the thing that's important is that it wasn't a hard hit, and you hit. It's sort of weird. You don't want to hit to the side, but if you hit flush, it can be fine. That Mercedes should be absolutely perfect. If I were them, there would be 2 things. Oh, big wiggle, though, at the top of Radion. 2 things I would be worried about, and that's tires and incident points, because you get the incident limit here in 6 hours is 25. After that, you get a drive-through. So for these guys, I'd be very, very cautious, considering that could have easily been a 4X.
Yeah, it would have been. As Evolution Racing Team number 27, Benjamin Smith, on board of him right now, versus the Pure Racing Team Blue of Jonas Waldemeyer. 4 times per second separating these 2 drivers. Nice little battles. This is what I like about this race, Paul. Nice little battles. We'll check in with them. We'll see how they're going on. We'll realize something's changed between them a little bit later on. And that's what I like about this race.
Yeah, it's what makes these types of events. You're able to sort of just not just purely focusing on the race lead like you would in a sprint race. You're able to look through the field, show the people's races, show the story, build the story of the race throughout this field. And this is just one of those little pieces of that story. Jonas Waldemeyer and Benjamin Smith going in Fania chicane. Smith is about half a second behind at the moment. Just sitting there for the time being, maybe to get a bit of fuel saving whilst he's there. Jeremy Bootloop actually up with Madison Down now, so those two still battling it out further up in 11th and 12th place as well. So battles going on all the way through the field. You've got 3 cars together with Pure Racing Team Yellow, Thrustmaster Movano Yellow, and Gale Force Sim Racing down 27th, 28th and 29th. So a few nice little battles going on throughout the field here.
I also love the fact that you said up with Madison Down.
I know.
It's the little things that count in these broadcasts. It's the little things. On board with Madison Down, actually. Let's have a listen and on board of him as he works himself through Air Rouge and Radion. Together, oh my word, he just barged him out the way. Quite literally, he barged him out the way.
Yeah, but he didn't get the position, and that's very, very crucial. Jeremy Bootloop getting very, very close onto the brakes. I think he missed his zone by just ever so slightly. Had to move to the inside, and you can't turn while you brake. Lucky it's not anything heavier. You talk about likes of, say, last season in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, Michael Dinkel and Alex Simpson coming together. Very, very similar. Jeremy Bootloop, he's just got away with one, especially with his vehicle being outside the top 25.
Yeah, but again, in terms of incident points, that almost certainly would have been an incident point acquiring moment. And I would say for Bootloop, that is very uncharacteristic for Bootloop, actually, Jake. And he's one of those drivers that I have literally commentated on ever since I've been a broadcaster commentator, back even in the Glacier TV days. And I've seen him develop a lot as a driver. First, of course, over in the Radicals Online organization, now over at Coanda. You don't see Bootloop making those type of mistakes.
No, you don't, and that just goes to prove just how difficult this field has been. He qualified 9th, he's down in 12th. He is trying to get through a very slow Madison down, who has been involved in 2 or 3 incidents now in the past few laps. And once you do get stuck behind a driver, you do start to get bogged down, you get frustrated, and that's when the chances will come for him, and that's where the anger will come in. He has another little mini look down into the bus stop chicane, but that's not going to happen for him. Right now, you have to feel for Jeremy Bootloop that he just needs to step back. It's the Jackie Stewart thing again. It's going to be the theme of this broadcast. Take the emotion out of the racing, because he is just getting a little bit too uptight. Concentration after an hour and 40 minutes inside that vehicle, maybe starting to slip a little.
Indeed so. So this is the state of play. We have got 3 drivers out of the event. 35 drivers are running right now. Jim Racing Black just showing up there as them having invalidated last lap. So they're battling it out of Hexenville Core Motorsport for P at number 14. As we've got Next Level Racing TTLI Red, Jared Field versus Evolution Racing Team number 28. Andrew Carl. Andrew Carl seems to have won that battle down into Lacombe. In fact, yeah, just look at how that one happened, because it was a bump. See you later.
I've been watching Andrew this last lap, and he made the move on Klaus Kivikas. Kivikas seemed to just let him buy in towards the bus stop chicane. Andrew Carl did take tyres in that last pit stop. Those 2 behind him did not. So are we now starting to see that those drivers who took tyres in the last pit stop tend to just come through, whereas those guys on their older tyres are really starting to struggle a little bit?
Well, we're going to get an idea with leaders, because if you reference the other Coanda car, Juan Lopez and Mitchell de Jong, those 2 cars right there are leaders. That BMW skip tires, that Mercedes is on fresh rubber. Lap time difference, about a second and a couple tenths.
Which is okay. It was within the operating window to really make an advantage. And this is what we mean. Every tenth, every second counts in this race. It's very different to a Road Atlanta race where you have to be prepared to throw away 5, 6, 7 seconds in the space of 1 lap here, Paul. It's more the case here that you've got to, you know, really fight for every tenth of a second. Actually, that is what Klaus Kivikas is doing over Jared Field right now, as he got about as close as I've ever seen him through Blanchimont. But again, he couldn't get it done under braking into the bus stop.
And he's just been stuck there behind Jared Filsell. I mean, we've seen how good Filsell is in the RaceSport Super Cup that we've been having before the World Championship Grand Prix Series this season. So we know how good he is in these types of close cockpit GT cars. He's doing a good job of keeping Klaus Kivikas, the championship winning car from last year, behind him. But it's just showing that BMW, it has the pace through the corners, but when it counts, when you need to be able to make that move, he's just unable to do it, as Mitchell de Jong makes a move into the podium again.
Yep, and there is de Jong up into the 3rd place then. So, and this is the first of the drivers not to, the first driver to have taken tyres. There is the driver of de Jong moving himself up into 3rd place again. Nice and easy. Juan Lopez being respectful there, just dabbing on the brakes, realising that the corner had been pretty much taken, and that is the circumstance. We are now 2 hours into our broadcast of this, the 6 hours of Spa on RaceSport TV and on iRacing Live. We do expect to see on pit road in a few moments' time the red Inex racing machine. So when that happens, we will bring it to you on RaceSport TV side by side.
The Red Pure Racing Team machine.
Oh, the Red Inex Racing Team. You know what I'm talking about. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching RaceSport TV. Shut up, Brandy.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the best online racing simulation in the world. This is Dirt Racing on iRacing.com. Race online at some of America's most legendary dirt tracks, including Eldora and Williams Grove. iRacing is the premier online racing game featuring NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, and now World of Outlaws, the leading sanctioning body for dirt racing. iRacing is easy to use and features a centralized ranking system to make sure you have the best experience at any skill level. With a massive inventory of high-precision laser scan tracks and cars with an unmatched dedication to quality and detail, iRacing gives you the most authentic online racing experience available. Thanks to iRacing's dynamic track system, developed specifically for dirt racing, tracks change over the course of a race, just like your favorite dirt track on a Friday or Saturday night. From a slick racing groove all the way up to the cushion, iRacing's dirt tracks deliver non-stop racing action. Partnered with the World of Outlaws, iRacing is your source for the most authentic dirt racing experience available, featuring 4 brand new tracks and 11 new cars, including street stocks, Legends cars, late models, NASCAR trucks, winged and non-winged sprint cars, with much more on the way. Join the Dirt Revolution on iRacing.com and start slinging mud today.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast, often imitated, never duplicated, the greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Hey guys, Christopher Bell here. As you guys know, iRacing is coming out with dirt, and it's been a long time coming. So I'm here today to kind of show you around the sprint cars and hopefully give you some insight for whenever you first drive it. So here we are at Williams Grove, gonna go out and make a couple laps in the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on default setup with a gear change to a 522. As we roll out of the pits, you guys might notice that the car wants to pull left and you have to hold the steering wheel right to go straight. That's normal for a sprint car because you have so much stagger, it's always trying to turn the car left. Once you get up to speed, that goes away. Going down the straightaways, Williams Grove has really long straightaways and really tight corners. The big wings on the sprint cars, it always wants to pull you left into the corner, so it doesn't take much steering wheel input to get the car into the corner. A big key for the wing sprint cars is that they always like to go straight. They don't like to be too sideways. So the less steering wheel input you can have and the straighter you can keep the car, the faster you'll go. As the track slickens off, you'll be able to play with the setup to get the car driving even straighter yet. And that's a couple laps around Williams Grove. So here we are at Eldora Speedway. I'm on baseline setup with a gear change to a 511. As we roll out at Eldora Speedway, one thing that you'll notice is that the corners are really sweeping and it's almost a circular shape. The big thing about Eldora is just keeping that steering wheel straight. The straighter you keep the wheel and the less steering input that you give the car, the faster you'll go. The fast line around Eldora will be right around the inside wall in the corners and then with a big arc towards the outside walls down the straightaways. Then once the track slicks off, you'll be able to follow the groove up towards the outside wall, where the famous Eldora High Line comes into play. So now we're at Volusia Speedway Park with the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on baseline setup with a 511 gear, the same as what we ran at Eldora. Whenever you roll out on the racetrack, you'll notice that Volusia is similar to Eldora. They have long sweeping corners, and it's kind of circular in shape. At Volusia, whenever the track is fast, you'll want to be right down against the concrete wall in the corners with a nice big arc down the straightaway. Whenever the track starts to slicken up, you'll be able to follow the groove up higher and higher. Whenever you get into turns 3 and 4 though, the groove might get up onto the shelf, which is the flatter section of the racetrack, and then it becomes very difficult to exit turn 4 without getting into the wall. And that's just one of the characteristics of Volusia Speedway Park. Hope you guys have fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now less than 2 hours into the 6 hours of Spa. We do apologise. The 24 hours of Spa is also happening here today on iRacing. So good luck to all the competitors in that one. But in the 6 hours of Spa, we're less than 2 hours in and we have our first penalty. Dom Duhan has been black flagged for 30 seconds for using too many of his incident points. There we are, as we welcome you back then to RaceSpot TV, to iRacing Live, GT Mundo doing our Spanish broadcast here today. We are glad that you are with us. We hope you are enjoying this race. We love these 6 hour races because we really get to get personal into these broadcasts. NX Racing NX Racing Red are on pit road as we speak. That is Yoni Tamada, number 10 machine. He has come in actually about an hour after he did his last pit stop. So you're right, Randy, he did do a full stint. He gets out. Let's bring in Jake Sturgis, the guy that was this close to winning the 2016 NASCAR Peak Anti-Freeze Series, into the car. I say the most diverse driver on iRacing.
Yeah, easily. But talking about that NX Red car, that's still early. That was only about a 26-lap stint. Mitchell DeJong, that opening run, did 28, so they still came down 5 minutes early. And if you're NX Red, Will, considering you stopped early at that first stint, can you really afford to be coming down on a pit road a couple laps early? Especially, I mean, they were in clean air pretty much.
Look, they only need to make up 9 minutes to the hour, so I think you can get away for it this time. If they do that again next time, I expect they would have to hit pit road entry with 3 hours and 7 minutes remaining minimum if they're going to be okay in this race. That's my opinion.
Fair enough. We'll see how it pans out.
It's a full stop though. Look at that. It's a full stop. It's 1 minute 9.7. So that car is brimmed to the actual top now. I was wondering in the back of my head whether or not downforce was going to be a factor in terms of some of these cars and how long their stint lengths are going to be. That was one thing I was thinking maybe NX Racing Red had done. But we know their car has been pretty fast in a straight line, so they'll almost take some of that argument out the window. They come back out onto track, interestingly, into a bit of clean air. Next driver is about 2 seconds up the road from them, so that is again useful for Jake Sturgis. He has got a car also about 3 seconds behind him, but that team has taken tyres once again. Pure Racing Team, Beneke, they lead the way. However, they might be on pit road this time by here, Paul.
Well, I mean, we're keeping an eye on them. They're coming around poor at the moment. Interested to see that NX Racing Yellow have copied the strategy of their red teammates. William Vivek is in the pit lane for them as well. But yeah, Beneke, we're keeping an eye on that and seeing how long they can go on that fuel. They've got a 6.6 second gap over the second place driver of Frederick Rasmussen in the course in Racing Orange car, and they've been lapping consistently about a tenth, maybe 2/10 faster, but they've been trading times then recently. So Maximum Beneke, I think it'll be completely full strategy, full pit stop, and get the tyres as well as fuel taken on board. So will he come onto pit road? He's heading towards the bus stop chicane. I have a funny feeling he might do one more lap.
We're going to find out.
Oh, what? No.
Remember, when it comes to strategy...
This is why I'm the analyst, Paul.
Whoa. I'm the one who called it.
Well, I was the one who put the actual lap-ish delta out there.
Yeah, true story.
And I also noticed the fact that they short-filled.
Yes, you were. We'll let you off on that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, come to Randy first, then probably Jake, then me, then Paul, if you ever want a strategist.
Oh, I'm terrible at strategy, so but then again, we've all learnt that the hard way.
It does mean that Frederick Rasmussen goes to the back, goes back even to the lead of this motor race. And of course, we have also got to start thinking, Jake, as to, well, Rasmussen, of course, is going to spend as much time as he can on the car, but how is he going to do it? Is it going to be 2 hours in, 2 hours out, maybe 2 hours in? How is it going to work in that Course in Racing orange car? Because actually, I think that you might want to take him out and let someone else have maybe an hour to play with right now.
maybe you do, but you have to be careful about time getting into the vehicle, time getting out of the vehicle. The moment you get out of the vehicle, you can't touch the car. So for the team of Core Sim Racing Orange, it's how much do you want to use Frederick Rasmussen. It's a case of time versus the likes of, say, the ability of holding everything together, concentration values for Frederick Rasmussen. I'll use Maximilian Benecke as a great example. He's a fantastic driver, is Benecke, and he does it race after race after race. He beats everyone at times, but the moment you put him in for the 4th hour or the 5th hour or the 6th hour, that's when he becomes unstuck and starts making mistakes. For Rasmussen, he's a little bit untested. He's brilliant over an hour, 2 hours, but how good is he over 3 or 4 hours? And
We've had a spin up at the top of radio, and it's Mario Bertolotti in the Thrustmaster Mavana red car. And the thing is, one of the Pure Racing Team cars, the black car, almost lost it at the exact same spot as well. So big dramas are going on at the top of the hill.
You know what? He didn't
How did
hit
Mario
anything.
not hit the wall?
Yeah.
That's 2 spins we've had where someone that should have just been race done, and they just managed to not hit anything. They just closed their eyes and like moved their hands around in the correct way. Yeah. And that's apparently how you don't hit anything. Also, it's an interesting talking point. Redline Green got that black flag. Dom Doohan's out of that car. I don't know if he's taking repairs or what. They appear to be calling it pretty much quits here already, just less than 2 hours in.
Yeah, he's on pit road. That's been 6 minutes they've been now on pit road.
It's a 30-second hold, so yeah.
Yeah, not a 30-minute hold, Dom. It's okay. You can go back out now if you want to. As there is Frederick Rasmussen. He is, of course, your race leader. We've had a number of different leaders today, actually, and that's really encouraging to see just how well this race has really been open, I think. And I'd love to talk about that, Jake, a little bit more, because of the fact that we've seen a Ford lead this race, we've seen a McLaren lead this race, we've seen a Mercedes lead this race, and we've seen a BMW lead this race. We haven't seen an Audi. No, we're not going to see an Audi lead this race. Come on.
Well, you don't know. Maybe they stay out.
BMW lead this race.
Pardon?
Vendaval was up front, but Vendaval never had the lead.
No, they never actually had the lead of the motor race. I mean, if they are very lucky, then they might be able to. I mean, they're currently a total of 17 seconds behind the race leader, but they're also 2 laps longer on their stint, so it's not going to happen this time around, most likely.
No, it's certainly not here, but I think that what we've seen in the variation of vehicles is that there are a lot of different strategies. There's a lot of pros and there's a lot of cons that have come into this. Of course, the McLaren has been touted as the quickest vehicle from here and there, but they have been a little bit more heavy on the fuel than other vehicles today here, Will. So they have been dropping back a little bit in the stops. Talk about Coanda, the fact that they are taking fresh tyres. They're still 10 seconds back of Core, and they need to be about 6 seconds back of Core to really have gained a massive amount here in terms of where they need to be. Currently on that strategy of taking tyres versus not taking tyres, they are back 6 seconds from where they once were, so there is still a lot to be talked about here in this one. And for Vera Squansinsport, 0.8 of a second that last lap, that's not good enough.
Yeah, there we are. Graphic on your screen right now. Lap number 47 is 0.7 of a second fast. Lap 48, only 0.3. Lap 49, 7.5. And this is the thing. Almost a bit too inconsistent on the lap times, I might argue, because, well, actually, no. I take that back. Actually, Mitchell de Jong's lap times have been pretty consistent, to be fair. It's Rasmussen who can somehow pull out a good lap, but then almost has to cool those tyres down a bit and then do another fast lap again. It's a 2:18.2 for Frederick Rasmussen this time by lap number 50 of the motor race. And de Jong will come past the start-finish line. Let's see what the difference is going to be this time. 0.4 of a second. So, actually, if you're going to plot the laps, I take back what I said a moment ago, Paul. De Jong's actually pretty consistent on his lap times. It's Frederick Rasmussen who's a bit more up and down, but you can expect that when you've been on these tyres for so long.
Absolutely, and let's not forget there's traffic involved as well in those, as de Jong went past Backmarker on that last lap as well. So it's just how you hit traffic. A Triton Racing making it side by side through the bus stop chicane and getting the position on Next Level Racing TTLR Orange. So Madison Down drops down a position there as they're still battling out towards Le Saux. So those two going absolute hammer and tongs, but Triton getting that position. But yeah, going back to that lead battle, De Jong doing fantastic, consistent laps, and that's the luxury that having new tyres affords you. It's just having that consistency, that confidence of the level of grip. Now, they'll probably go for just fuel only this pit stop, unless they're going to change driver. You know, if you're going to change driver, you might as well do the tyres at the same time. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this next pit stop goes. Whether, because Core will definitely take tyres this next pit stop. It's what VRS do, which will be the interesting point to see how this one pans out.
We've not seen a single Mercedes double stint yet. All the Mercedes in this race we've seen have taken tires. And we saw that last season, Will, if you recall. That Mercedes was so heavy, you know, even when, you know, we saw Coanda at Silverstone start this strategy of skipping tires. We saw the Audi start doing it. Oh, the Mercedes have never really been able to do it. I'm not sure if that Merc can go on a double or even a triple stint on tires. Go ahead, Paul.
We've had another victim of radio, and it is number 72, Dennis Grabowski of Pure Racing Team Black, loses control, gets a bit of a tank slapper, and then heavily into the Armco on the left-hand side. And then he's got to crawl it round. He's really struggling to hold control of that car as well.
Replays up. Oh, he just catches the curb, and then at that, the thing is, it's because he tried to control the slide so many times, but the track narrows down at that point, Jake, to the point that, you know, any spin when you actually get up the hill is always going to be a crash because you've got nowhere really to spin. As you get a second look there, he holds it once, slides it again, and then game over.
Yeah, it is, and with that Ford GT being such a difficult vehicle with curbs, it is a case of Dennis Grabowski trying to delay the inevitable. He did very well, and I've gone off there a few times myself out of that corner. It's so difficult to get it right, and Grabowski becomes yet another unlucky victim of that incident, and that is going to be a shame. Just seeing Triton Racing, though, drop down onto pit road.
Yeah, Evolution Racing team number 27 there. It's got Benjamin Smith. Just checking, we've got ourselves Crossmaster on pit road. They just come out of pit road right now. As you'll notice that we've had ourselves a driver change. Fabio Gonzalez is now behind the wheel of that car, and Mario Bertolotti has relinquished the driving duties of that number 21 machine for the time being. Back out on track then. The driver now of Gonzalez will go. Bit of a side-by-side going on. Actually, no, I take that back. It's Sport Sim Racing Silver. They are on pit road as we speak with Thomas Arend. We expect a lot of the cars to come in the next 3 minutes' time because they came in on the hour mark, of course, last time around, Jake. But, of course, they had to do the kind of, I'd say, half-pace lap there as well. So there's a bit more fuel that they used.
Yeah, it is a little bit more fuel they use in the early stages, so maybe there is a little bit of liberty that they can work with in this second stint, that they can get themselves a little bit further forward in this one. But what everyone has to remember is they're all trying to hit a number, and going to the hour is going to work. Going a little bit longer than the hour is going to be even better because you get to that final stop, Will. Although it is a very long pit road, less time in that box is going to give you so much more advantage come the end of this event. I wouldn't be surprised to see people pitting with half an hour to go, maybe even 25 minutes to go in this event. Just keeping an eye on, though, the gap between Coanda Sim Sport 8 and the Core Sim Racing Orange 24. Cross the line they go. The difference now 9.3 seconds. A very good lap from the Core Sim Racing Orange team.
Core Sim Racing Silver do a 41.9 second stop, so no tyres for them in that McLaren as they're back out on track. Thomas Arend, and you'll see that it has been the Thomas Arend show here today. But, you know, you're not going to do a no tyre stop when you've got yourselves a new driver going in. That is pretty much just asking for that car to hit the wall. Evolution Racing team number 28 of Andrew Carl is on pit road. NX Racing Blue on pit road with Justin Brunner as well. So it'll be interesting to now see what will happen with these two in terms of tyres. And did I just hear Andrew Carl scrape the wall there, Andy?
He might have. That there is that, you know, the hairpin at Lasource in the pit lane can be a little sketchy, both the inside wall and the outside wall, because they added those Jersey barriers about 2 or 3 years ago, and it still, like, even catches me out how tight that is. And he did just barely scrape that wall. Shouldn't be much damage, but it is just sort of, you know, just seeing that 0x pop up and be like, oh great, I hit the wall.
You are also, don't forget, I have experience of my teammate rolling the car on that paint tray, on that hairpin there. Yes. So and that was live on RaceSpot as well. That's why I don't drive. That's why that was my teammate, by the way, not me. I must point that out. But it's so easy to do that because it really is tight on that hairpin there at La Source on the pit entry. So yeah, so easy just to knock the front end against the wall there. You can do serious damage, but luckily just a light scrape, a little bit of fender bend, but nothing much. Okay, so Andrew Carl is on pit road, as we said. You've got yourselves on pit road. Simon Cattell has just got in behind the Inex Racing blue car. You've got yourself Dylan Sharman now behind the wheel of the Next Level Racing TTLR orange car. So driver changes are happening in a number of places. Frostmaster Nirvana yellow. Stefan Mushlar is just gotten out of that car, and Freddie Rasmussen is on pit road now. Here's an interesting one. I want you to keep this in mind for Andrew Cole. 53.7 second pit stop. We'll come back to that one in a moment. But here is Frederick Rasmussen now beginning that journey down pit road for the second time today. And this will be the interesting question here, Andy. Some people are treble stinting. Is Freddie going to treble stint? Is he going to be really brave and quad stint?
I mean, Freddie could theoretically drive 5 hours of this race. I don't think he'll do it in bulk. I think he'll likely, if that happens, he'll do a 2 hour stretch and then a 3 hour stretch. And even if he does 4 hours, I think it'd be smart to have him do 2 and then have him do 2 at the end. So, I mean, either way, I think we can expect Freddie to be in the car for a huge chunk of time today. What's interesting to me is the fact that this is actually a slightly early stop, because their first stint, they actually came in at the end of their lap number 27. We're currently working lap number 54, so he came in 1 lap earlier than he did last time. Quintus Simsport did the same opening stint as them. They're going around another time. I expect they might be able to just get a second one, so he is going to be out. Probably Isaac Price getting in. Yes, it is. So Isaac, I think, is probably in for a double here.
And then you put in Freddie back for a double at the end.
Yeah, either that or Freddie could run a triple to the end, because you can run 5 hours here and fall within the fair share rule, no problem.
And I know that there had been a little bit of controversy about how long one driver can run in this, but the rules were set at the start of the season. It's down to the drivers to interpret how to use them. There's a Radicals Online machine just coming out of pit road. Well, we do expect this to be a long pit stop, so let's go and have a look at something else. This is your new race leader, Mitchell de Jong. He is leading this motor race for the time being. In terms of his stint, well, he is now onto his 25th lap, 26th lap even, of this stint. I want to go back, though, Randy, very quickly and talk about the number 28 Evolution Racing Team car. Very short stint in some ways, 50-something seconds. So some people are just, you know, trimming the top of the fuel tank off, knowing the fact that they can run an hour compared to running, you know, 1 hour 5, 1 hour 6, 1 minute 7 stints.
It is something you can do, and you, like you said, you will trim a little bit off the top. You'll take a gallon or so less of fuel every single time. Also important to note, Mitchell de Jong going another lap. So there's going to be 2 laps he's going to have in the pocket over that Course Sim Racing orange car. But you can do that short fill every time you come down pit lane. I usually like running to the full. I like it just simple. Fill the tank up, run it till it's empty, do that several times per race, and then get yourself a nice short stop at the end. Some people, though, they'll trim that advantage out over the course of the motor race. It really is just a stylistic preference. There really isn't one way that is better or the other. The only way you could argue that one is better is that I think if you do the bulk of it all in one go and then have a super short stint, you'll have that car super light at the end of the race, potentially on a new set of tires. Did we lose Will?
Just want to give a quick shout out here, ladies and gentlemen, to some of our partners on RaceSpot TV, starting with And One Design. They are the official graphics partner of RaceSpot TV. Also, want to give a shout out to ATVO, the graphics engine behind RaceSpot TV. There's some really cool graphics that we brought in over the last couple of months that you can see actually one of them now on your screen that we've never been able to do before, but we've always wanted to. The drivers that make up a team, we know how important that is for you. The stint lengths, for example, what strategies people are on. We're glad to be able to provide that one to you here in this, the Blancpain GT Series, as well as, of course, Isman Balal's track cams for gourmets You can find out more information about those on the iRacing forums. We're proud to make use of those for all of our Blancpain GT Series events. Jeremy Bootsloop still stuck behind Jared Philsell. Actually, I will say, Philsell's had so much airtime here today for the simple reason, Jake, that no one's really been able to get past him in a straight fight. We've had people on fresher tyres in McLarens being able to get past, but, you know, Bootsloop just hasn't been able to do so.
No, he hasn't here, and here's a driver who has been trying to close up, actually, to that driver of Jared Philsell. And for Philsell, you know, with the leader in as well, you know, Philsell's really been resilient in his defense, just placing the car all the right place is exactly what you need to do. Focus will now shift here, Will, to your race leader. He's in here, Mitchell de Jong. He may decide to switch drivers, maybe to David Williams, maybe to Rocco Barone, but you feel that for Mitchell de Jong, he is that #1 driver in that team, and he needs to keep on doing that job well. It's a case of where does he come out, because still though in this event, it is Pure who have that advantage over Core.
Looking at the roster, it's either going to be Philip Stam or Dave Williams getting into that command machine if a driver swap happens. Rocco, not here today.
We've got Jared Philsell and Jeremy Bootsloop staying out to do another lap, and that is the last thing that Bootsloop wanted to see. You'd almost be hoping when you get yourself there into that little, tiny little straightaway at bus stop chicane, that you have the opportunity to see the driver just go straight on and you can take that left-hand turn. And actually, Paul, Bootsloop's now thinking, I wish I just came down pit road then.
It's almost, you know, you'll hear the call on some more spot on the pit radio. It's a case of, right, whatever the car in front does, do the opposite. And sometimes it may be worth doing that. And Bootsloop ended up being stuck behind once again. Can't make his way through. Both Mercedes as well. It's a pretty similar performance between the two of them.
And it looks like de Jong staying in that car, actually. So I would now suspect that he will do a no-tyre stop, looking for somewhere in the region of 35 to 45 seconds, realistically now, for Mitchell de Jong. As, you know, it's just ticked over that 35-second mark. So now we're looking to see when he gets dropped off the jacks. He has got the Radical Steel Series machine apparel Ledwern around him.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. 42.9 seconds, as we say, no tyre stop then for him. And that was very interesting for Coanda, because what they did, Randy, is they used the rest of the field to test out whether or not it was going to work. Now they know that it works in certain circumstances. Now they can go for it, reassign their target lap deltas. Very smart thinking by Coanda. And this is why we classify them as one of the, if not the best sim racing team in the world in 2016 and 2017, because of smart little decision making like that.
I'm not sure it's so smart though, because the problem I have is that last stint, he would have spent all that time on a fresh set of rubber driving through traffic that he really didn't get much of an advantage through the new tires. Because after all, he comes down pit road and he was still 6 seconds or so, 8 seconds or so behind that Core Sim Racing Orange machine when they came down pit lane. So he's still at an 8-second deficit even on the new set of tires. I think he would have been better off skipping them last stint, essentially going the guinea pig route on his own, or even maybe just staying out later, seeing if people do that and then doing it. I think staggering it this way isn't necessarily beneficial, because what's going to end up happening is that his final stint, he's going to want to take tires. When they come down pit lane with an hour to go, with 40 minutes to go, whatever it ends up being, they're likely going to want to take tires. So what's going to end up happening is they're either want a new set to the end, or they're going to be on a nearly 3 hour set of tires once they get to the end of this race. I don't know if this is the wisest decision by this number 8 machine to double stint through this stint when everyone else is going to be on new rubber. I think you'd have been better off taking tires now and then potentially stinting on the next one, put David Williams in and have him do a double.
Jared Philsell, by the way, has come down pit road, as generally Bootsloop does the same. So we need to remember that this is now Coanda SimSport in the lead of this motor race by 11.2 seconds. So regardless of the way you think about this, Jake, they have been the big winners over the first 2 hours and 10 minutes of this event, because, well, they have led twice now on this event today, but it hasn't all been the Coanda SimSport show. There are at least 4 teams, one could argue, who can easily win this motor race. Of course, one of them is the Core Sim Racing Orange team. I would argue that you might want to put Beneke, kind of circle him as well. And, you know, I think that this is still a pretty open motor race.
It is an open motor race, and many things will come into play in the second half of this event. You talk about the likes of, say, incident points may come in and play a very, very heavy-handed factor. You talk about the likes of Mitchell de Jong just trying to hold off that gap, as he will probably lose a little bit of time over this stint due to Beneke having fresh rubber and being able to put the hammer down and work against him through this stint. There's a lot that can happen. You also have to talk about the fuel numbers of Pure Racing Team Red as well here today, Will, because, of course, they did come in with about 10 minutes, shall we say, that they had to work extra to get themselves back onto that 5-stop strategy. It is scary. They can do it in the next 2 hours or so, but it's hour and 5 stints that they have to continuously do. They did this for track position. Now they're going to try and pay a heavy-handed price, and they've got to worry about that core sim racing machine 8 seconds down the road.
We've got our favourite helmet in all of sim racing, and it's Jorn Jens behind the wheel now of the Koana Sim Sports number 18 machine. So taking over from Jeremy Bootaloo, the pit stop time then for Jorn Jens, 1 minute 8.1 seconds. Comes back out into the 10th position. Of course, naturally, with a driver change, they would be taking some tyres. Let's then reset the field for you. Let's give you an update here on RaceSpot TV and on iRacing Live, as we are hitting on the 2-hour, 15-minute mark of the 6 hours of Spa. We've had 4 different leaders here today, but the big talking point has been the battle that's going on between Koana Sim Sports and the number 8 machine. Pure Racing Team Red and Maximum Beneke behind the wheel of that one, and Core Sim Racing Orange. Now, on paper, it looks as though that Core Sim Racing Orange have got the advantage, but it may well be in the final half an hour of this motor race, we end up with something spectacular to watch. We've had very low attrition rates here today. All of the Odox Motorsports cars are out, but there's only one other car that is out, and that is Dom Duhan in the Team Redline Green car, and that's partially because they went over the incident point limit that is enforced by race control. We have got one driver on pit road for what we think is a pit stop, that is MSP Phoenix Racing with Julian Grunstenel, but everyone else is circulating on track, and there's 2 different strategies that are going on. You've got half the field who are on fresh tyres, half of them who are double stinting tyres. We don't think, and we will get someone to check, we don't think anyone's doing a treble stint here today on their tyres. They're not being that crazy. But the difference is generally about 1.1 to 1.5 seconds for the drivers who are on older tyres on their second stint. But the thing is, it's only about 28 seconds that you save, so you've really got to nail every single lap. It's also worth noting we've seen very few incidents here today. It's been a very clean race. We've had a couple of people lose it up the top of the hill. Only one driver's actually really hit the wall at Radion, and we've seen a couple of close calls as well down at Blancpain, but for the most part it's been entertaining and exciting racing all the way through your field. It's Will Vincent, Paul Smith, Jake Sperry and Rennie Chernoff then, as we get ourselves closer to the halfway part of the 5th round of the Blancpain GT Championship. We are glad that you are with us. You can check things out on racebot.tv/timing for updates throughout the course of this motor race. Live timing provided by our friends over at ATVO, and we've also then got yourself our social media. You can follow us on Twitter at RaceBotTV. Use the hashtag iRacingWCS/RaceBotTV on Facebook if you want to come and be our friends. In terms of the standings so far then, let's run you through them. Koana Sim Sports lead by 9.6 seconds over Pure Racing Team Red. Koana Sim Sports didn't take tyres last time by, Pure Racing Team Red did, as did Core Sim Racing Orange. Your top 3 drivers are within 20 seconds of each other. Evolution Racing Team number 28, again, having one of those slightly quieter races, but they're really with the mix. They may well get a podium in this one, depending on the way things work, but they did a slightly shorter stop that last time by, only 53.7 seconds, and they're hoping that by just running to the hour, they can keep themselves the momentum they need in that race. Course in Racing Silver, well, that last time by, they didn't take tyres. So they're one of the teams who now have to try and resist others behind them. The people behind them are Vendavel Sim Racing White, who have changed drivers. Santeria Kekkonen now behind the wheel of that number 13 machine. And then you've got yourself Inex Racing Blue, Inex Racing Yellow, both of them with new drivers. I think that brings us pretty much up to date, Paul.
It does. There was one thing that when you said about there being not many incidents, well, we've had another one at Blancpain, and it was Evolution Racing Team number 27, Riley Preston. Seems to have taken all his bad luck from the iRacing Grand Prix series that we see on Sundays and brought it into this race. The back end of the car got out from him. It then just snapped as he was trying to hold that spin, and around he goes, and he hit the tyre wall heavily. It's completely bent the rear suspension of that car. He crabbed his way back to the pit lane, and he's stuck on pit lane now, and he's not going to be going for a long time.
Yep, there's a replay then up for you on your screen. Riley Preston coming in to, oh my word, Blancpain. And it's just that little, you know, that little wiggle you get sometimes. If you overcorrect it, it becomes so dangerous so quickly. We'll get ourselves another look at that one if we can. And there you can see through the corner, back end just sliding out. You had another car just behind him, Paul, but didn't hit them. There was no contact between those two drivers, but we often talk about downforce with the driver from behind, but sometimes it does work, and it's very weird, and we're not going to go into it for too long, but you can also sometimes, that aerodynamic, when you've got a car right behind you, that can make the back end a little bit light.
Yeah, because the air isn't doing what you want it to do, which is to then make its way back down to the ground. It's then having to go over another car, so it affects the profile of the air going over the car. So it won't have as much effect, will the downforce, and therefore, with it being that close, just have the back end go light, and around you go, and that's exactly what you saw with Riley Preston.
Yeah,
that was Inex red behind him. That's the second McLaren they've tried to kill a Blancpain. Are Inex trying to kill McLarens?
I'm not gonna do anything on that one. Don't forget, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our Spanish feed with our friends over at Monday GT. Let's check in with them for a moment.
Del segundo, mal. Y De Jong hacía 17 alto y ahora hace 19. O sea, está perdiendo un segundo por vuelta. Un segundo por vuelta, o un segundo y pico, un segundo coma 3. Un segundo coma 3 a lo largo de 27 vueltas es más de medio minuto, que es lo que se pierde en cambiar los neumáticos. Por tanto, yo creo que Coanda se ha visto obligado a hacer esa estrategia porque no le quedaba otra. Pero se ve que no era lo que querían, porque no saben.
Que Pure ha sido el hombre que los ha forzado, el equipo que les ha forzado.
Claro, completamente, porque se ve que no les está saliendo. A ver, por ahora se mantienen en primera posición. De aquí a la parada puede que mantengan la posición, pero claro, en la parada los otros no van a cambiar y ellos sí, y van a volver a estar medio minuto por detrás. No obstante, es lo que decía, hasta la tercera cuarta parada no se va a ver del todo a qué juega cada equipo, porque al haber tantas opciones diferentes, hasta el...
There we are. Don't forget, you can check that one out on YouTube. Just click the alternate camera and you can check out the Spanish commentary by our friends over at Mundo GT here this afternoon, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, awesome. Always nice to have a bunch of broadcasting going, isn't it?
It is. It really is. It's really good, the partnership we've had with them this season. Also good to have multilingual stuff happening here on the iRacing service. JCL. CCC. JCL Apex Racing UK. Haven't really talked about them much today. They've got the flashing light moment going on here, Jake, as they are behind Pure Racing Team Blue. Well, I have to say, have been a tough cookie to get past today.
Yeah, they have, and Pure Racing Team Blue, well, they have been defending really heavily, and they have been a sight for quite a few people to try and get themselves away past. And for that Pure Racing Team Blue machine, it's just been a case of hold yourself in line, get yourself some very good positions, and well, it's been very much a case of pass me if you can. Nobody's really managed it here today, and well, Maximilian Venig behind the wheel, Antoine Higeland trying to make his way through. I don't see too much opportunity for Higeland to make something happen, maybe down the straight, because he does have that advantage of being in that McLaren.
He does.
Will, you talked earlier about Mitchell de Jong not being consistent. Last 3 laps, 1905, 1904, 1903, within about 200s. That's just terrible.
No. Remember what I said? I clarified myself very quickly. He actually was being consistent. It just looked a little bit weird because of the plus and minus gaps that were going on.
Yeah, with the traffic and
yeah. So actually, no, I think he has been super consistent, and we know De Jong to be super consistent. I mean, you know, if you have a car of him, for example, Martin Kroenke, Rens Brokerman, then you end up with the safest car, the cleanest car, and the most consistent car on the racetrack in a lot of times. And I have to say, once again, De Jong has been absolutely fantastic. In fact, what we will do is we'll show you the lap on board with Mitchell de Jong and that number 8 Commander SimSports machine as they head themselves past the start-finish line in a moment's time, just for you to get an understanding of the way that this Commander SimSports car is really set up. These Mercedes have been pretty good here today. They've been battling it out at McLaren. It really is a 3-car battle going on today between Mercedes, between McLaren and Ford, and that is what we love about the Blancpain GT Series. But let's ride a lap on board with Mitchell de Jong. There's a lap on board of Mitchell de Jong. Want to know how fast that was? It was 2 minutes 19.075. And actually, I would say that's a little bit too slow right now for them. And let's pull up the comparison chart and let's show you what's been happening the last couple of laps here, Paul, because yeah, it's been consistent for de Jong. I mean, you have a look at that, 219.0, 219.0, 219.0. I mean, that is incredibly consistent. His last 2 laps were within 7/1000ths of a second of each other. But Benecke behind him is gained 6 tenths, 4 tenths, and 9 tenths. So Benecke is closing up right now, and it may well be that if de Jong's tyres hit that kind of cliff point, that we may well see Benecke closing right up, and we might have a battle for your race lead by the time we get to the half-hour point.
The last 5 laps of de Jong were all 2:19.0, so yeah, very good consistency from him.
Why is it that a rallycross driver who normally does like 2-lap races can get into a double stinted set of tires running a triple stint and all be within half a tenth.
It's throttle management, braking, knowing how to work the car, how to keep it going. But you look at Beneke though, yeah, he's been going longer on this stint, obviously because they did change the strategy for them. They went a little bit shorter. So they've been going, what, 14 laps on this stint, but they did take new tyres at last pit stop, and they've all been in the 218. So De Jong is doing all right, but is not able to keep up with the pace of that pure racing team car. But there's still 3.5 hours yet. You know, we're not even at the halfway point of this race. You know, there's plenty more twists and turns to be had in this event, and you know, we're going to have to wait until maybe the last half an hour to be able to see how everything pans out in this one.
Just to let you know, Simon Cattell has been able to get past Vendeveld Sim Racing White. So he now is in the 6th position. Vendeveld Sim Racing, they've to be fair, they've had
He did another one. He did another 19-0. How long?
Word.
That's almost 10. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps in a row, all within about 0.03 of a second. And the lap before that was a 9.75, an 18.975. He's done half a dozen laps, all within about a 10th and a half of one another.
That's insane. That's insane. Santeri,
this is the talk of the stint.
Santeri Kekkonen, just to let you know, by the way, just took over from 1E Lopez on that last pit stop. So he's now doing his first stint in that car, and he's got a bit of clean air behind him. It's 7 seconds almost to Inex Racing Yellow with winning the VEC. In terms of other battles going on, we've got ourselves Triton Racing, the all-Polish team, versus Next Level Racing TTLR Orange, the all-Australian team. So a battle of the nations going on now, Jake.
Yeah, nation versus nation. Which one will be the nation that has the domination? That's going to be the big question point.
Look, this isn't 1997, all right? We're not watching
yet,
Raw,
anyway.
but he goes past.
Down to the inside, and that was very comfortable. Dylan Sharman was not having any of it there, left it very, very wide, and that makes me wonder with that TTLR Orange machine, the vehicle that was hit twice with Madison down behind the wheel, are they really tight on their instant point right now, trying to really worry about whether they're going to hit 25 or not? Because if they do, their day of P number 16 goes from P16 to about, I don't know, P29, P30.
Yeah, he'll basically be the last car on track, I would argue. Hamilton, yeah, he moved so far out the way, he did almost give him an incident point by getting onto the grass, ironically, there, Jake. But yeah, Dylan Sharman then down into 16th place. So the Battle of the Nations, the 1997 WWF references, we'll put them to bed for now.
Yeah, we're going to have to there. David Nowakowski there doing a very, very good job of getting through on Dylan Sharman. His next challenge, though, Gregor Hutu, the 5-time iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series champion. Looking at the lap times differences, was 0.2 of a second faster on that last lap wheel, but has to close down about 4.2 seconds plus to get back to that Ford GT. And in itself, Gregor Hutu closing down Guillaume Escudero for the Jim Racing Black team. And they're all running very similar lap times here, like Jake Sturgis as well in there. So this middle pack doing a good job.
Yeah, and I did honestly think you were going to say 5-time when you mentioned that to Gregor Hutu.
That's a WCW reference. I can't do that.
If you say 5 times fast, does Gregor Hutu turn up for a WC GPS race?
I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment at this one. Levano Red, Fabio Gonzalez is in P number 26. GT Ross SST with Cristobal J. Lopez. They're scrapping it out. We did have a question, by the way, saying that this broadcast has a severe lack of moo-cam in it. That is because there is no Bessie.
This race has a severe lack of moo in it.
Yeah, so we unfortunately we can't bring you a moo cam because there is no one to look at.
The only way we could have brought a moo cam is if we pointed a camera at the corner with no name, seeing as that's Cow Corner.
Yes, there we are. Off you go, Paul. We'll see you in a few hours.
That's a thrilling 3.5 hours for me. Thanks. I wish I'd have never said anything.
But the SST car, just having a look at the lap times, they are doing very similar lap times. In fact, if we have a look at the lap gaps between these two, you know, they're within 0.2 of a second every single lap for the last 3 laps. So We've got two Audis, and we haven't really spoken about many Audis here today, Paul. The Audi, you know, in some ways, some argue that you can make it the most consistent car lap on lap. I know there's one guy in purple and white who'd like to differ on that, but the Audis really haven't shown up to this race properly today. They have struggled quite a bit, and seen quite a bit of lifting and coaching going on by Gonzalez as well.
Yeah, and we also saw the Thrustmaster Movano red car have that big moment at Radion as well. So it showed that there's a little bit of twitchiness in that car that can be, but then again, all the cars have had that twitchiness up at the top of Radion just with the way that the nature of the track. But yeah, these Audis, they've not had much airtime today. It's not been the strongest car for this race, and but these two are certainly giving each other a good race and giving themselves a bit of fun down in 25th to 26th.
And they are going to go side by side into Lacombe. And he might almost make that one work around the outside, actually. They'll stay side by side for the moment. He'll try and tuck back in, but he has, of course, got the opportunity now to make the dive on the outside into Rivage. Is he going to try and do so? The answer is he is thinking about it. And if he can hold it through Rivage, that long right-hander, he may well be... No, he's not going to be able to get it into No Name corner. So a nice little bit of action between the two of them for a moment, but then after that, it's back to status quo between them. That is actually the closest battle we have got going on track right now. We talked earlier about JCL Apex Racing UK versus Pure Racing Team Blue. Well, guess what, Paul? Nothing's changed between them, and actually, Apex Racing have fallen back by about 5 tenths of a second over the last 3 laps.
Yeah, although the last lap just before they ended this one were pretty consistent between the two of them. They go across the line, and yeah, Pure Racing Team in 18.7, JCL Apex Racing UK in 18.7. So they're both pretty much similar pace. Apex Racing UK have been on their tyres for 2 laps longer than that Pure Racing Team car in front of them, so tyre wear not really been a factor in this battle either. It's just down to the pace and ability of the two drivers, and well, we've seen multiple times Maximilian Fenig do very good in endurance events, but Antoine Higlan as well. We know he's got some pace in his car, but those two seem to be just cancelling each other out and not able to make any moves at the moment.
Let's talk for a moment about Inex Racing Red, shall we? Because we know that Joni Tomara did the first 2 stints. He's now handed it over to Jake Sturgis, some fresh boots in that car, and he's battling it out with the number 18 machine of Jorn Jens. Now, the last time around, actually, Jorn Jens was faster by 1/10 of a second. So actually, what I want to do is have a look up through the field, and actually, all the drivers now ahead of the Inex Racing Red car, Jake, until you get to Vanderbilt Sim Racing White, are faster lap on lap over Inex Racing Red. So this is realistically where they are going to be right now. They may pick up 1 or 2 more positions in this event, but this is the kind of plateau. They've passed all the drivers. This is their racing pace.
It is, and for Inex Racing Red, the fact that they did have to start at the back of the field today, it has really hurt them in terms of their championship fight. They were only 16 points back, of course, in Racing Orange coming into this event, and that's certainly going to be increased a lot more coming out of it. I can see them losing at least 3 positions in the championship if things stay the way that they are here today. So for Jake Sturgis, he's just got to keep his head down and find some better lap times here, because 2:18.7s are good and all well and said, but you need to find a little bit more if you want those next 2 positions. Now currently almost a minute off of the race lead, 2:18.9 that last time by, compared to the 2:18.7 of Jorn Jens. They're not making any places forward, and in fact, they might have to start worrying a little bit behind, because there's a certain Gregor Hutu, and actually even further back from that, there's a certain Davin Nowakowski who is running 2:18.5s and could eclipse all 3 drivers in front of him.
Miguel Martin in the number 99 Radicals Online JRT car just moved himself there past the Gale Force Sim Racing of Brandon Weir. So that is for P28 on track. So we have still got the odd pass, the odd battles that are happening up and down the field. Let's take a moment though and go through the field here on RaceSpot TV, brought to you by And1 Design. We'll start off by talking about that Kiwanis Sim Sports team of Mitchell de Jong. And here's my question for you, Randy. Is this their motor race to win, or is it their motor race to lose?
I don't think they're going to be in it for a win the way the strategies came out. Like you said, when it comes to the final stop, everyone else is going to be thinking about double stinting tires, and they're going to have to be thinking about changing tires or risking a triple stint pretty much. I don't think they're really in position to win, and I don't think that car has the pace on a double stinted set of tires to come away with the win here today. I think they'll be in for at least for a second. Depending on the strategy calls everyone makes, and depending on the pace of David and the other drivers that they put in that car, as well as the other drivers in the other cars, they could have a shot. But it's they're not so much of a dark horse that you can count them out, but they wouldn't be my first, second, and probably even third pick.
Do you agree with that one, Jake?
I think that they are going to really struggle here for a race victory, seeing as you look at the fact that Maximilian Benecke's just done a 2:79 just behind them, really closing that gap down now to 3 seconds. The question is going to be, can they hold off Core Sim Racing Orange? It doesn't matter about Pure Racing Team Red. They're 11th in the championship. They don't have to worry about them. They've got to worry about the Core Sim Racing Orange team, because if 13 seconds gets close and the gaps become even and Price starts fighting here with De Jong, that's where we are going to see this really big battle come in. And in terms of tyres versus no tyres, it is gearing up towards that double stint finish for VRS and SimSport. It is gearing up to them being at the front and then having to play the defense game. It comes also down to the fact that Pure Racing Team Red got track position early on and is trying to work their way back through with Arrow and Fives. I'd say wait till this pit stop, wait till Pure Racing Team Red comes in, and then we'll have a better idea of where everyone stands in this race.
Well, let's now talk about Benecke and Pure Racing Team Red. He has been the only driver in that car, as you can see from the graphic on your left-hand side here, Paul. But they are the team that seems to be becoming one of the favourites to win this, and they have done a lot of closing up on Mitchell De Jong. This is what I mean. De Jong has been so consistent here today, but Benecke has been just pounding the laps in.
Absolutely, and on the fresher tyres as well at the moment. Let's not forget that for them, as they're now they've got them in their sights. They can see them in front, and that always gives you a little bit of extra sort of impetus. It gives you a little bit more sort of, right, come on, we can do this. Let's get closer and closer. And that shorter stint at the start, you know, I think that it's kind of helped them a little bit here today. And Benecke, we know he's a man who's got incredible pace, but his teammate Patrick Pichler is the one who's going to step in with him, and is another consistently quick driver as well as Pichler. So Pure Racing Team, you cannot write them out of this race and write them out of a win. I would actually say that they're my favourite for taking the race win, but I keep on saying this, there's still half the race to go. You know, anything can happen in this. Just catching the traffic at the wrong moment, just having one little slide, or just getting tagged by somebody, and that's the race done. So in terms of strategy, it looks like Pure Racing Team Red have got this one so far, but still got to see it pan out. And I would rather be the team attacking from behind on fresher rubber towards the end of the race and having to defend on old rubber.
Third place, it is Isaac Price behind the wheel of Core Sim Racing Orange. Frederick Rasmussen was in the car at the start of this one and drove the first 2 stints. Now, we are thinking that Freddie Rasmussen will do 4 stints here today. Isaac Price will do 2. The difference in lap times here, Randy, between Frederick Rasmussen and Isaac Price is one that drivers talk about quite a lot, because, you know, Freddie is arguably one of the best pure GT racers on all of iRacing right now, but Isaac Price ain't bad.
No, I mean, he's definitely not. I mean, Isaac's just sitting there doing 18.5s. Compare that to Max Benecke. Yeah, Max is down in the high 17s. Maybe he has that little bit ultimate pace, but for a second driver, Isaac Price is ideally who, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better number 2 driver, except for maybe Mark Webber. But for Isaac Price right now, all Isaac has to do is put in some solid times and not let that gap to that number 70 grow too big. Get Frederick back in the car either at the next stop or at the stop after that, and then watch Frederick basically reel that gap back down in. And important to note, Max Benecke is going to have to get out of this car at some point soon as well. We've seen Max do some monster stints in endurance races in the past. In the VLN series, he typically stays in the car for an entire 4-hour race. We've seen him do 24-hour races with just a single teammate. Max Benecke is very, very good at being in a car for a long amount of time and being very quick and very consistent. However, he's going to have to get out at some point, and the question's got to be, how fast is his teammate going to be? Is Patrick Pichler will have to get in, and if there's, you know, maybe a second choice you had to make for a second driver, Patrick Pichler might be it. So Isaac, I think on this next stint, if he stays in for a double, likely going to be him battling with Pichler over the course of this second half of the race.
We're just riding on board of Isaac Price as he works himself through Air Rouge Radion. I love this little brown nose cam that we have. It really does show you the elevation change throughout the course of that sequence. Fourth place then, Andrew Carl, the only driver so far to have driven that Evolution Racing Team number 28 car. And it seems to be, today is the day of the treble stinters to start this motor race, as only Isaac Price in the top 4 is the second driver to make an appearance. But Andrew Carl, we can't discount them, Jake, for a podium, because actually they have been solid all day long, and they've fallen into the trap that Evolution Racing Team have fallen into this season. They've been so consistent, not getting into the wars, which means that we don't get to talk about them and their sponsors that much.
No, we don't. We don't get to talk about Logitech and all the rest that happens at Evolution Racing Team. But something that actually is quite interesting from Evolution Racing Team is they're not going to have Simon Feigl here today. He is traveling a little bit around the world, which does mean that they're going to have to put Zachary Hanlin behind the vehicle. And it will be the first time actually that he gets into the car this season. So for Zachary Hanlin, this is a really big test for him, because although he can step in and he can do that job, the issue is that Andrew Carl is used to the vehicle. Zachary Hanlin, I'm not quite so sure, is as used to that McLaren as maybe Simon Feigl would have been.
There you can see the car in fourth place. Let's give a quick wave to Logitech and then move back to Core Sim Racing Silver. So
another triple stinter.
Yeah, another triple stinter. Thomas Arendt's behind the wheel of that one right now, Randy. 2 Core Sim Racing cars inside the top 5. And well, if you're going to put a team as the best this season, you've got to argue that Core Sim Racing are the best overall team, if you put it into a box.
100%. I mean, that can't be debated. The only team last season that might have been up for that would have been NX, and a lot of that would have been propped up by the finish that they had here last season, swiping out the podium. But beyond that, the team as a whole didn't really ever fire on all cylinders at the same race. So they would, you know, snag a race win and be competitive, but it's very rare that all 3 cars performed the same race the same day. But I mean, these Core guys, I mean, it's been a breakout year for them. We saw Core last season, you know, be thereabouts, running in the top 10. But this year, the BOP favors the McLaren. These guys have taken it to it very, very well. And really, I mean, I don't think we've seen this number 2 car be much farther outside the top 5 than about 6th or 7th all season long. It's been a very good year for these guys at Core Silver and at Core Sim Racing as a whole.
Down into 6th place, you've got yourself NX Racing Blue. Justin Brunner did the first 2 stints of this one. And then you've got yourself Simon Cattell, who is the driver currently in behind the wheel of that car, Paul. And, you know, both of them top-level drivers. Simon Cattell's been around for as long as I can remember here on iRacing. And both of them, you know, they've fallen back though a little bit in this race. We were thinking for a while that NX were a team who had a shot of contending for a race victory. I would now struggle to maybe even give them a podium. I'm looking at top 5 as being the achievability for NX Racing Blue.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disappointment for them really today, isn't it? They were battling it out for the lead and even held the lead for the first part of the race as well. But then towards the end of the final third of that first stint of the race, just seemed to drop off, and the other 2 of Core Sim Racing Orange and Vieras Quanta Sim Sport able to make it through, and that's what they then sort of lost their way a little bit. And I've just been falling back ever since then. Other teams doing different things. I mean, to be fair, the 2 cars in front of them, they didn't take tyres on that last pit stop, so there'll be a little bit of that coming into play there. But podium is beyond them, I think, at the moment. They just don't seem to have that that sort of
fight for the lead is on, boys.
Overall pace. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
The lead has changed.
And there we are, Pure Racing Team Red around the outside, and was able to get the move done down at La Source. So it happens very quickly, and I said it was going to happen within this stint, and that is for me to go back to what we've been talking about, what could potentially have been the difference maker in this motor race. So coming out of the bus stop chicane, it's a very simple run to La Source, and you just see the driver moving to what is our right-hand side on this camera angle. It's the left-hand side on the track into La Source, just drives around the outside there, and I think that Ford GT realized it had more grip than the Mercedes would have had because of the tyre situation, which would have meant he could have gotten the power earlier, and that also then protects himself running up the hill. You can now move Pure Racing Team and Beneke up into the race lead here this afternoon. So another lead change, and there have been a number of them in this motor race. Let's go back and have a look then. A couple of other teams. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White, and I know you want to talk about this one here, Randy, because you've been very vocal about their talent so far this season. So, P number 7, Juani Lopez, very good at the start, and then drifted back a little bit, and they've now fallen and, I say, settled into P number 7. They were another one of those teams that did take tyres, did change drivers, but Santeri Kakkonen, do you think he's going to help keep that team, give them the chance to go for top 5?
Well, he's doing all right now. I mean, the driver behind of William Levesque is a little bit quicker, and the NX Racing Blue car is a little bit quicker as well. But Santeri Kakkonen isn't exactly far off pace. He's thereabouts. He's just, you know, if Juan Lopez is really their ace up their sleeve in order to get this Vendaval team a good finish, all Santeri has to do is just sit here, cruise, running either a single or a double stint, get Juan Lopez back in the car for the final 2 or 3 hours. That's all he has to do. So, I mean, like I said, for these Vendaval guys, it's still been a fantastic season for them. They've been a surprise team because coming into this season, everyone sort of knew that the BMW was going to be a rough choice with this BOP, but everyone expected that Coanda BMW, the #1, to be the BMW to really put on a show and be the one that everyone would watch. And while that Coanda BMW got a win at Brands Hatch, everywhere else, that Coanda BMW has sort of been left a little bit to be desired, and that Vendaval car has really done a good job of stepping up and becoming that best car of that BMW marquee this season.
NX Racing Yellow, currently running in P number 8. The second NX Racing car in the field here today. And well, Jake, it's the anime boy, William Levesque, who's taken over from PJ Sturgis. And Sturgis actually had a good start to this motor race. He was methodical in getting that NX Racing Yellow car through some of that big traffic jam that we had earlier.
Yes, and they pitted early to make sure that they could get themselves out of that area, and it has worked for them as they've managed to get themselves just a bit of an advantage that they've needed. Now, a little bit worried behind with Rens Broekman, now within 1 second, close to half a second on that last lap. William Levesque has done a very good job. It has been noted how much that he's been driving around his own little MX-5 up in Canada for the past few months, and I think it is going to be beneficial what he's learned there in that MX-5, the fact that he has to be using heel and toe, the fact that he has to be just very wary about where he places the car, how the car will be feeling underneath him, and I think that defensively against arguably, as you said, Will, the most cleanest driver in the field, I think that he can certainly put on quite a show if that BMW can get side by side.
Yeah, and then of course you've got to talk about Rens Broekman and the Coanda Sim Sports car. Klaus Kivika started the driving in this event. Rens Broekman has taken over, and we love seeing Rens Broekman in these races because, Paul, he is generally ultra consistent. I mean, not necessarily as consistent as his teammate here today, but he still can be ultra consistent in the way that he just delivers laps, and he's the pure endurance driver.
And you pointed out to the consistency, his last 5 laps were all 2:18.5s. So again,
enough of having a competition.
There must be, surely, because the level of consistency that VRS Coanda SimSport are able to provide from their drivers is just absolutely fantastic. It's great to see this, and this just shows the level that they put in into preparing for these events and preparing learning the car, learning how to set up the car, learning how it drives, learning how it runs after a long stint, after a double stint in tyres, and this is where it all pays off. This is the crux of it all. This is where you've got to show all that preparation, all that planning, and it's coming, you know, it comes to fruition in these events. And Ren's in that BMW, not the favoured car here today, in 9th place though, so competing and beating a number of the Mercedes and McLarens that you would think is the better, more suited car for this track. And look at him, he's able to keep up here with that iRacing yellow car of William Levesque, who's in the Mercedes that theoretically should be able to just pull away.
We will go back and continue through the field, brought to you by And One Design in a little bit, but we just wanted to stop for a moment and show you this battle for P number 5. It's a battle of the McLarens, Corton Racing Silver versus iRacing Blue. Now, Cattell did seem a little bit squirrely through Eau Rouge there, so that means he may not get close enough to make the pass. He's not going to do so. So in fact, you might as well now just say, we'll see you next lap for that battle, unless he makes a move down into Rivage. He might be close enough, but the way these McLarens handle the dirty air through Lacombe, you don't generally see them making moves down into Rivage. So that does give us the opportunity to talk about the driver running in 10th place. It's Jared Filsell, who I'd like to rename today as the driver that cannot be overtaken, Jake.
No, he can't, and he's done very well at just holding himself in station, doing a good job of just keeping his car in the middle of the road and making it as wide as possible. And that's what you expect, actually, from quite a few of the Australian drivers. Sometimes, you know, they aren't given as much credit as they are, and Jared Filsell has really made his presence known over the past year, especially with the likes of what he's done in the Porsche Super Cup. But more rather than that, you talk about the efforts that he's put in the likes of V8 Scops that he's been doing quite a bit. So, you know, the Australian drivers, they certainly do have a level where they can push in and really make themselves known. I also want to talk about something else, Will. We're about 7 minutes away from the next window of pit stops.
We are indeed, as there will be 1 or 2 of them coming in soon. That will include Beneke in as your race leader, because he's on lap number 26 of a stint. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the battle going on in P number 5 right now, as this is the run to the bus stop chicane, and here then comes Simon Cattell. He's looking down to the inside. No, not going to happen for him just yet, but he will now, of course, get 2 more bites of the cherry. Well, he won't really get anywhere near close into last doors, but because he's fallen back a little bit, it's that ironic moment, Paul, when actually falling back a little bit into La Source helps you going up the hill.
Just have noticed something interesting just before I come back to that point. iRacing Yellow has come onto pit road before the red car. It's usually the other way around for those two.
No, last time around. Oh, no, you were right, actually. Yeah, it was a lap before normally.
In fact, as I say that, Red come onto pit road as well, so that's them two coming in for their pit stops right on cue for them. But yeah, sometimes making that attempt at the move down the inside into the bus stop, if you don't make it, you're compromising yourself on the exit of that bus stop chicane, and that loses the opportunity to then be close enough to make the move up the Kemmel Straight into Lacombe, especially when you're in 2 cars that are the same model to a similar pace. You want to keep it closer and maybe not go for a more risky move, just get that more certain move of using the slipstream up the Kemmel Straight.
Random fact, by the way, there is 1 grandstand and 1 grandstand only at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. It really is a walk around, sit on the hill, have yourself a nice refreshing beer, if you're over the age of 18, of course, and carry on. Now, here's the even more interesting thing. PJ Sturgis is back behind the wheel of that car, so it's either going to be double single double or double single treble right now, Randy.
Yeah, it's, well, let's see, PJ did a single and then William got in. So this is interesting. They're doing a little bit, some interesting stuff with the driver. And
leaders in pit road.
And Ionio is only out for a single stint. Pure Racing Team Red coming down pit lane, so that's going to give Kawanda back this race lead. So yeah, those next guys, they're doing some interesting things with their driver lineups. This is interesting, the fact that they're doing these shorter stints, and really their driver swaps are kind of all over the place, where everyone else has been just sort of keen to let their drivers sit for 2 to 3 hours here in the car. Here's something to think about, though, that I don't think we've put forth yet. In terms of these drivers that haven't gotten out of the car yet, you'd think of Thomas Arens, you'd think maybe even that for Kawanda. Beneke, yeah, Beneke is going to be the other one I was thinking about. If they're going to do another stint where they skip tires, they're in for a quad surely.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to have to be. As here comes Beneke on towards pit road. This is going to be a fascinating 40 seconds because I want to see whether or not he comes back out on old tyres, whether he gets out of the car, and about 4 or 5 other things all at once here. So this is a pivotal moment of this motor race, and I would say he's staying in the car. Yep. So he is quad stinting it, and that means he's not going to take any tyres. So for Beneke, this is going to be a long, long day. And of course, the interesting thing will then be, Randy, do they take 2 sets of tyres, or do they play it dangerously and put a driver into a car on old tyres?
You could do it. For a lot of these guys are experienced enough that you could get in the car on an old set of tires and be sort of okay. It'd be a little bit weird. I've done it before, and it feels a little off, but if you've driven the cars a lot, you can do it. For a lot of these front-running teams, it might be something you consider, especially, you know, if Max has a big pace advantage over Pichler, just let Max stay in the car for 5 hours, give him that final last hurrah on a new set, and then just throw Patrick in the car to bring the car home on an old set. But it is pretty... It's sort of out there, but it can be done. Also, we noted that Levesque's back that got out of the car. He says in the chat, off tracks are haram, so I think he probably wasn't having a good time in that Mercedes, so that explains why he's out.
Yep. As there you can see, Inex Racing Yellow, PJ Sturgios, 109.2 was that pit stop, back out on track. Yoni Tamala, 109.8. Fresh boots on both of those Inex Racing cars. They are back out and away. So more drivers on pit road as we speak. We've got ourselves the Pink Power Rangers team. They have got their 3rd driver in now, Andy Gorton, behind the wheel of the Pink Power Racers machine. They're making themselves a pit stop as we speak. And then we've also got Madison Down back behind the wheel of the Next Level Racing TTLR Orange machine. You got yourself Triton Racing on pit road, and in terms of Triton Racing, they are out and away. 104.6 them with Darian Nowakowski. A tiny bit shorter, again, skimming the top is what I'm thinking there, but they've got to be careful, Jake, because they've still got 3 hours and 1 minute to do, but realistically, it's 3 hours and about 4 minutes of this race they've got to go when you consider the fact that the white flag could come out, and we have seen it before, with 10 seconds to go. Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it certainly can, and you really cannot afford to have that liberty. So in terms of this race, you can't really predict it yet, but you can make allowances here and there and try and make sure there is enough fuel in the tank. If someone gets caught short or caught with their trousers down between their legs, that's not what anyone is going to be wanting in terms of this race, because in honesty, it is shame on you if you get caught out without having any fuel left, because that is arguably one of the most embarrassing things, to just coast it to the line and lose 4 or 5 positions, which you could have saved off of a 1 second fill. Right,
here's an interesting point. Then Corsim Racing have got between 3 and 4 laps of their run to go. They are 6.7 seconds behind Coanda, so they're not going to catch up to the rear of Coanda. However, they could bring that gap down to about 4 seconds. Coanda Sim Sports have got 6 laps left on their stint.
Also, don't forget, we're expecting that Coanda to do a driver swap and tire change. Isaac, if they stay on strategy, will skip tires. So really, to them right now, catching Coanda isn't even really a priority.
No, because that 6 seconds is gone immediately when that driver change happens.
Well, not only that, I'm saying on the tire change, because if Isaac double stints and Coanda changes tires, that puts Isaac 23 seconds out ahead.
Indeed so. Indeed. So let's continue quickly running through some of your drivers here today. Coanda Sim Sports number 18, Jeremy Bootaloo, did the first 2 stints of this one. Jorn Jens has got behind the wheel of the car for this one. We all liked Jeremy Bootaloo, but we all like Jorn Jens for one reason more, and that is the helmet, Paul.
Well, what's not to love about the helmet? You know, it certainly stands out, that's for sure, with that helmet. But yeah, doing a good job, solid job. Maybe not the job that VRS Coanda Sim Sport would have like they would have maybe liked them a little bit further up in that Mercedes, but still, at the moment, in the middle of the pit stop phase, in 9th place, have been running around sort of like that 11th, 12th position all race. So they want to get that car into the top 10 towards the end of this race, just to get some good points for them. But yeah, solid. You know, not getting themselves into trouble. You can say that about a lot of teams, but yeah, they've kept themselves out of trouble, done the job, being quite consistent with the laps, although not to the level of Mitchell de Jong or Rens Broekman at the moment. So you know, they've got a little bit of improvement there for VRS.
Thomas Lorenz on pit road for Core Sim Racing Silver. Other drivers on pit road right now: Jim Racing Black, Team Redline Black, and Phoenix Motorsports. So in comes Thomas Lorenz. Apparently there's a drinking game every time we mention Johan Jens' helmet. And you'll notice that we've got a new driver in behind the wheel of that car, and it is going to be Maxime Pooley, who just takes over the wheel of the Core Sim Racing Silver car. In terms of Jim Racing Black, let's have a look then. We've got ourselves a new driver coming into that one. It's going to be Guillaume Escudia going in behind the wheel. Actually, no, I take that back. It looks like it is actually going to be Mikko Malika getting in behind the wheel of the Jim Racing Black car right now. And you've got Olli Pakala, VR engaged, getting in behind the wheel of the Team Redline Black machine. So we've got changes going on then. For a lot of these teams, they'll do a treble stint and maybe a treble stint here. So this is where things get interesting. Fresh tyres, of course, in these circumstances. So what you're most likely going to see now is Olli Pakala coming out in about 10 seconds time. And the pit road, we haven't really talked about pit road here today, Randy, but pit exit here is actually a lot harder than people think it is.
Yeah, they've tightened up the limits a little bit. You used to be able to drive all over the white lines as you go up and over the crest of Radion, but they seem to have, when they altered the actual track limits this past build and made the 1Xs a little bit more lenient, they seem to have made it a bit more strict on pit exit, as Olli Pakala is going to come out side by side with that Jim Racing Black car of now driven by Mikko Milkila, and he'll just get out there. But yeah, this pit exit, it is very tricky. You got to keep the drivers right, and you go up and over a crest here. And for a couple of these drivers, Will, most notably Olli Pakala might be one, Gregor Hutu another, might be a little bit odd coming out of this part of the racetrack. They might be a little bit more used to the GP exit, where you basically exit coming out of the source.
Yeah, and it's straight back onto track. Just hold that car to the right-hand side. And Olli Pakala comes out right behind a driver ahead of him. That's the NX Racing blue car, actually, I believe, who have put them a lap down. Just having a look through the field, there are still a few people to pit. In fact, quite a lot of people to pit. We expect Core Sim Racing Orange in 2 laps' time. We expect NX Racing Blue in, I would say, this or next time by. We're having a look on board from the rear of Simon Cattell. There's this last pit stop. It was 1 minute and 10 seconds, and that driver behind is Olli Pakala, who, that's the worst thing that you want to have happen, Jake, when you just come out of pit road, you're just doing your first lap, and then there's someone else ahead of you on old tyres, which means you can't actually get that first lap done the way you want to.
No, and it's the fact that Simon Cattell isn't even lap track either that's going to be hurting Olli Pakala, because there's no obligation for Simon Cattell to let Olli Pakala back past. It might be a case of the rare occasion where you have to try and unlap yourself, and maybe for Olli Pakala it might be something he has to do, because Mikko Milkila there behind him for that Jim Racing Black team back into the vehicle has to be stressed quite heavily here, has the opportunity to maybe make a move at Blancpain, really close to the back there of Olli Pakala, but not going to be close enough to make something happen through there. Maybe a run down into the bus stop, but it's not going to be one that really helps. Actually, down to the inside, he's trying to go, Mikko Milkila. He tries it. Oh, they get really close, but it doesn't happen. In comes NX, in comes Core.
Lots happening there in the space of about 20 seconds once again. So here does come NX Racing Blue, Simon Cattell, from what was at the time 4th place. We've got Core Sim Racing Orange, though, on pit road. That arguably is the biggest story at this stage of the motor race.
Mitchell's still going.
Yeah, but no, he's only on lap number 24 of the stint.
Well, but you would think, though, that because he's double-stinted these tires and the Merc isn't good on double-stinted tires, that he would likely want to come down pit lane. Also, by the way, his entire stint on these tires, his laps have only fluctuated by about 0.2 total. Yeah. His entire stint. He has stayed as consistent as he was about 20 minutes ago.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. Isaac Price is staying in the car to do a double stint. Now, this is very interesting and actually really useful there for Core Sim Racing Orange. The reason for this is there's been a lot of these teams that have just put in their driver for one stint and they do double single, what we're expecting. By Isaac Price here doing a double stint, it means that he can get the advantage of double stinting those tyres, so there's 20 seconds or so, 25 seconds or so saved, potentially. But then we'll also, that he is, you know, staying on those tyres, which saves that team quite a bit of time compared to a lot of the competition, Randy.
Exactly. I mean, if for these guys that are putting drivers in for a single stint, we talked about this a little bit earlier, you have the choice of either you send that guy out for a stint on double stinted tires, excuse me, so you can stay on cycle with everyone else, or you do what most teams will do, and that's put them out there on a new set because you have the time of the driver swap. Now, the way the driver swap works, I think you can get a driver in the car and out before the fuel tank is full, so it's not like an issue in terms of time, but it's just generally a preference. You always want to send drivers out on a new set of tires so they can get used to it. They're, you know, if you do any practice before the race, you're always going to be on new tires. But for a lot of these guys, you know, if you can do it, you should. If you can't, well, then that's sort of too bad. And that means some of these teams might have to take an extra 30-second stop thereabouts throughout the 6-hour race than everyone else. Whereas Core might be able to go double stint on a set of tires, then another, and that'll save them close to a minute and a half out there on pit lane. And a minute and a half, well, that's, you know, half a lap.
Precisely. And that's the thinking way of doing this. And I want to talk again a little bit more, Jake. I'm going to disagree a little bit with Randy because, yeah, in theory, the Mercedes is worse on old tyres. But every lap you stay out now and run that tank absolutely dry is a second or so that you'll be saving at the end of the motor race when you have to put less fuel in. So it's the long game strategy, I think, is what the commander driver of Mitchell de Jong is trying to think right now. Think long game, because it might come back to help you at the end.
Yeah, it certainly will come and try and help you at the end. And for Mitchell de Jong and eSport Simsport, how many times last season and even this season did we see eSport Simsport #1 comes in, final stop, oh, they're not going to take tyres on this final stop. Actually, no, they're going to take one tyre on the stop, not much fuel on the stop. They're latest of most people coming down in, and they win the race on that final stop. How often do we see that? We see it all the time. So for eSport Simsport 8, which is a little bit of a different situation because it is that Mercedes, they do have to be a little bit more careful about how they get themselves down to the end of this race. But I think with half an hour to go, or 35 minutes when they have left, when I believe they're going to be coming in for their final stop, you have to believe that they're going to have a lot less to go on that final stint than everyone else will, and the fact they're going to be a lot easier down on that pit road, and the fact that they're going to be saving, God knows, about 15 seconds because they're not taking about 15 gallons worth of fuel. I think eSport Simsport 8 are on the right strategy here, doing what is required of them, and the fact of the matter is, they are only fighting themselves with Core and with Pure right now, and Pure are safe, but they are very, very strict to the hour.
On the topic of only taking...
I'm going to have to let Paul come in first. He's been sitting patiently.
Yeah, I just want to mention that JCL Apex Racing UK, they changed drivers to Jamie Fluke. He came out onto the track and at Le Combe has had technical problems. They've had to throw Antoine Higlan. They've had to take a tow and put Higlan back into that car. So they've dropped all the way down now to 31st in this race.
And it's more important on that one. In the event that those technical issues continue, it will mean that they'll be disqualified from this event because he came out of pit road, essentially.
Yeah, so he will not meet the fair driving rules that are in this race.
Yeah, as Higlin's going very slowly here, as well as he comes down into the... I think he was just letting traffic go by. But that's going to be very important now to keep an eye out for that JCL Apex Racing UK. Back to you, Randy.
I just want to make the point. I'm not expecting to see any of this Coanda single tire shenaniganry that we're used to seeing, because there's actually a method to the madness of only taking one tire. At Silverstone, they took the front left. Why? Because it's a traditionally only right-hander circuit. You turn one, you think most of the S's, you think the corner at the end of Hanger Straight. Vast majority of corners and the vast majority of high load corners at Silverstone all go to the right, so you eat that front left up the most. The right front really doesn't get abused that much. Same goes for Brands when they took left sides only. If you're going to be double stinting, or go ahead, Paul.
We've had an incident up at Le Combe. Ollie Packler actually went off at Le Combe after making contact side by side with Jim Racing Black, and he bounced over the grass then, and the cars come back onto the track and collected Jim Racing Black once again. That sent them round. Luckily, the Evolution Racing car and the other car behind, the two cars behind, didn't collect him. That was a big moment there for Jim Racing Black.
Replays up. Carry on, Randy.
I'm just saying, I'm not expecting anyone to only take one tire. I don't think you can do it here at Spa because the corners are so even. You think about Brands when they did it as a right-handed focus circuit. That's when you're only going to take a single tire on a single corner. It's when that individual tire is getting just basically abused. Here at Spa, a lot of high-speed corners, but a lot of the corners go both right and left. It's actually a very even circuit in terms of right and left-hand corner distribution, which a lot of people may not think about. But teams like Coanda, when they started that shenaniganry last year, that's what the logic was. That was the method behind the madness.
Well, we just saw a replay then from Ollie Packler. Just to have a look, I don't think he has actually brought that car onto the pit road. But we've got ourselves Vortex, Sim Racing Blue on pit road as we speak. They've gone very long in that Audi actually on this stint. Let's just have a look, as they have had two drivers in that car so far today, Jonathan Brault and also Gold Huez. They're coming down then to make another pit stop, as also we have got ourselves Next Level Racing TTLR Red with Jared Fildsell behind the wheel. He has, of course, been the only driver in that car so far today, so we'll be interestingly watching to see whether someone else will take over for him in this event, or whether he's going to try and do a quad like one or two other drivers have done. We've also got Radicals Online Steel Series Alexander Mania, who has come down on towards pit road. We are waiting now for 3 other drivers to make their pit stop. In fact, is it 3 or is it 4? 4 drivers to make a pit stop, I think. We've got ourselves Commander Sim Sports number 8, Commander Sim Sports number 18, as well as Hikesonville Core Motorsports and Niels Coast. They are the 3 drivers.
They just pit. The 33 just hit pit lane.
Okay, so he's come in this time by. So now it's just down to the 2 Coanda cars who are doing that strategy of going as long as they possibly can. The update for Jared Fildsell is he is staying in that car, so it's going to be a fuel-only stop for him. He should be out and away in the next 7 to 8 seconds time. Indeed, you'll hear those revs, and there we are, 39.5. Race leader in. Commander Sim Sport, Mitchell de Jong. Expect to see Jorn Jens maybe do one more lap, because he's only on lap number 26 here, Jake.
Yes, and for that VRS Commander Sim Sport 18, it's just about getting himself as many laps as he can under the belt, reap those rewards later on. Does have Mark Elkerman behind, who is effectively 1 lap down in the Pure Racing Team yellow machine. That is going to be a little bit of a worry. In fact, they have managed to get themselves past. But for Jorn Jens, goes from that number 1 car at the start of last season, now into the 18 machine to try and get themselves a little bit more, less pressure, shall we say, off of him right now, rounding himself through the right-left of the bus stop chicane, and actually will stay out for that another lap, as we're very rightly predicting this situation. But for Mitchell de Jong, the question is, driver change or no driver change?
I think that he's going to stay in the car. I think the obvious strategy to do in this circumstance is do another... Actually, no.
So Dave should get in here, because they should take tires.
Yeah, that's what you're right. He should get out. Indeed, that's exactly what's happening. David Williams into the car, and then it'll be a case of either a single or a double for David Williams, and then fresh tyres for that final stop. So David Williams in, so expect about a 1 minute or so pit stop for David Williams. Jorn Jens is circulating still on track. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available, ladies and gentlemen. Just visit racebot.tv /time. I know these endurance races can sometimes be complicated to kind of explain what's going on, especially when we've got these fuel strategies going on. But on the Race.TV live timing page, you can see exactly how many stint laps are being done, exactly how many pit stops are being done, as well as lap updates and a feed of exactly when people came on pit road and who did driver changes. So Racebot.tv/timing for that one. Here is David Williams just about to rev up that engine for the first time he's done today and bring his number 8 Commander Sim Sports car on to the racetrack. 1 minute 10.8. They've brimmed it once again there, so they are really, Randy, looking to get as much fuel into that car as possible, and of course a couple of extra seconds because of the driver change.
Yeah, the driver change would have been done well before the pit stop. That's only a 30-second part of the thing, so there wouldn't have been any extra time from that. But you're absolutely right. Completely full stop, completely full fuel, all 4 tires makes perfect sense for David Williams here, especially considering how long Mitchell went on that stint. You know, they're basically 3 or 4 laps extra over everyone else that they're really competing with. And really the big question is, what's the time difference? Well, Isaac Price exiting No Name Corner on the run into Pujon, and David Williams just exited Lacombe. So the real big question, I think, for this Coanda car is what do you do strategy-wise? Is David going to stay in till the end and maybe try to, you know, if he has pace, try to get there? Or will you try to throw Mitchell in? I think it's going to depend on David's speed and how confident he feels on the double-stinted tires. I think if David can't double stint this rubber, if he doesn't feel confident, I almost think you have to throw Mitchell in at least for that last final stint on a set of old tires, just if David feels uncomfortable or if the pace isn't there.
Can I just ask a question to Randy? And I'm asking this. I'm not asking this on behalf of viewers who maybe haven't raced in one of these types of events and things like that, but because I'm asking you because you've done a lot more of these endurance events than myself or anybody else in this commentary booth. But how difficult is it as a driver coming into the car? 3 hours into the race, you've not driven that car for that length of time, not since practice. How difficult is it for you to adapt to how the track is behaving, how the car is behaving in such a short period, and have to be on it straight away?
It can be really difficult. It can sort of be a culture shock, and not only for these sorts of races, even the longer races, it can happen because it's not necessarily the car that changes. The car itself will stay the same unless it's gotten damaged. It's the circuit that actually changes with the rubber buildup, and the circuit will slowly and slowly get slicker over time. And for these guys, it's not going to be as big of a change because it's only been about 3 hours. So it's not going to be a huge culture shock for David Williams. But in some of the longer endurance races, it can be huge. I know, for example, my experience doing 24-hour races, sometimes my first stint doesn't come until nearly halfway of the race, 12 hours in, 14 hours in, something along those lines, depending on how the time zones and the availabilities land. And sometimes when you get in that car for the first time, deep into one of these enduros, the track can feel completely different than what it did in practice. Basically just due to the fact that it's got rubber built up on it from X amount of time. So for David Williams, there will be a noticeable difference from when he's been out there before, especially since all those things are auto-generated or somewhat randomized coming into these races. There will be a difference to how that car has felt in the past, but it shouldn't be a huge culture shock from him, and he should be somewhat prepared for it.
Here's an interesting fact. Commander Sim Sports are now 3, 4, and 5 in this motor race. It's number 8, David Williams, and third is number 1, Rens Brokerman in the 4th place, and it's number 18 with Jorn Jens, who currently runs in the 5th position. So now everyone's made their pit stop. Let us reset it for you here on Racebot TV. Pure Racing Team Red are leading the motor race, and they are doing so not by the 3 minutes that we're seeing there. It is just because of the fact that it's all changed. So we'll come back to this one in a moment's time. We'll give you the proper times, but the gap actually between Pure Racing Team Red and Isaac Price is 16 seconds as it stands right now, and both of them are on old tyres. And for those of you just joining us, what we mean by old tyres is tyres that are on their 2nd stint. Then we've got David Williams, who is 17.7 seconds back, who is new into the car, who is on evidently fresh rubber. Then you've got 2 Coanda drivers on old rubber. Next Level TTR Racing in 6th, they are on old. Juani Lopez, Renoval Sim Racing White on old. Evolution Racing Team with Zachary Hanlon now behind the wheel of that one. He is on fresh rubber because, again, Jake, of the driver change.
Yes, and of course, driver changing being very, very important in this one. It does come down into a fact of how you play into this game. And well, for Pure Racing Team Red, yes, they are 16 seconds clear with Maximilian Benecke behind the wheel, but they've got to put Patrick Pichler behind the wheel at some stage in that 70. And in the last 2 hours, you feel that Patrick Pichler will be that driver to come into that vehicle, and no slouch, arguably one of the best number 2 drivers in the world, like Isaac Price, like Mark Webber. But for Patrick Pichler here, he's now got to do a job, an old car basically, 4 hours in, do the final 2 hours of this event, with Course Sim Racing Orange very likely putting Frederick Rasmussen back into that vehicle. 16 seconds with in theory, a fresh Frederick Rasmussen. That is a massive challenge that needs to be done, and I think that Maximilian Benecke is now having that big moment where it is Benecke's 4th hour. It is the moment where he starts making mistakes, and now is the case of, does he buck that trend here in this race today, Will, and give Patrick Pichler the best opportunity possible to hold off Frederick Rasmussen?
That's a very interesting question. It's an interesting question I don't think we'll have the answer for at least another 2 hours in this event. And one of the things I want to talk about as well is the stint length. We'll talk about that one in a moment. Just showing you the moves and shakers in this event. You might be thinking, oh, NX Racing Red, a fantastic race for them. Well, they didn't qualify. They actually were about 30 seconds short being able to set a qualifying time. So they started at the rear of the field here today. The same applies to Team Redline Black. They didn't qualify, which is very weird for 2 Team Redline teams. They didn't qualify here. And then you see Core Motorsports down 10 places, not the end of the world. The 2 Odox cars out of the race early. Sorry, the 3 Odox cars out of the race early. You can see there's some big losers there, especially the number 30 machine. MSP Phoenix Racing, they were involved in an incident early on, which is why they are down 15 spots. The same applies to the Evolution Racing Team number 27 car. They had themselves a bit of damage through to an incident earlier on. And there you can see then confirmation of the top 8 drivers as it stands. Now, Pure Racing Team, I'm going to stop for a second because Vendeville Sim Racing White have just moved themselves up into 6th place. We were on board of them. It was a move over Jared Filsell, so someone has finally been able to go past Jared Filsell here today on the same strategy in a similar type of car. Filsell flashing his lights. I'm not sure he is too happy with this one. I think there's more to come between these two as we're going to now actually go on board with Filsell, who gets a very good run off of last source and is actually going to be able to go too wide if he wants to. Up the hill, he'll tuck in, but this should give him a fantastic run up the hill to actually try and make that move back as they now come down towards the Camel straight away. That right-hand kink, which always is heavier than you actually think it is. And, well, Filsell is back into position, so you can pass him occasionally, but you're not always going to get the move back. They go side by side again. And, well, Vendeville, I knew that was going to happen. I knew Lopez was going to go late on the brakes, but he couldn't manage to make it work. This is turning in to a fantastic little scrap here, Randy.
Is Filsell on old or new tires?
They're both on old tires.
What?
They're both on old tires.
Well, Juan just got in the car. So if they're both on old tires, that means Juan got in the car on an old set of tires.
Yeah.
So, interesting. So, I mean, there's the thing I was talking about then. People doing driver swaps on an old set of rubber. That's interesting that they would put Juan in on an old set of rubber then, because he was so quick. I would think you'd want him out there on a new set of tires, especially because the deeper you get into the race, the more and more these gaps start to build. You know, he would have only lost, I think, a couple of spots, and I think he would have been able to more than make that up considering his pace in the early stages of this run. But then again, if he feels comfortable doing it, well, you just end up trapped behind Jared Filsell.
But it does also mean that he then has fresher rubber for the next stint and then one set of tyres to go to the end of the motor race. So maybe that's what they were thinking. It's better to give away the 20 seconds early, 25, 30 seconds early, and then figure it out a little bit later on in the motor race. But stint laps. Well, Pure Racing Team Red, Benecke, are 12 laps into a stint, so they've only got 15 more to do in this lap. But this is when it gets interesting. Course and Racing Orange are 8 laps into a stint. Then you've got yourself Quantum Sim Sports 8 are 4 laps in. Quantum Sim Sports 1 are 7 laps in. Quantum Sim Sports 18 are 3 laps into a stint, as we see right now. And then you've got 5 laps in for Jared Field-Sell, 7 laps in for Wani Lopez, 9 laps in for Evolution Racing Team and Zachary Hanlon, 8 laps in for NX Racing Blue and Justin Brunner, and 5 laps in for Radicals Online Steel Series. So that is the situation as we are there. Just having a look down through your field, you have got Heisenberg Core Motorsports and Niels Koch versus Frostmaster Movano Red going on right now as well here, Paul, for P number 24, and just as I talked to you about it, he's through.
Yeah, absolutely through. Niels Koch making his way through, and Heisenberg Core Motorsports, considering how they went last season, they must be disappointed with how this season has gone, that's for sure, down in 10th place in the championship. And well, going through that right-hander at Paul Freya on towards Blancpain. It was a nice little move done, and Fabio Gonzalez, there was very little he could do about that, to be honest. But there you go, that's what fresh tyres do for you in that Heisenberg Core Motorsports car.
So there is Niels Koch versus the driver now of Ricardo Ferrer. 15 seconds up the road is the next victim, but it's going to take him a while to get there, and here's the reason why. As you have a look at the lap gaps, you know, it's 2:18.8 last time by 2:18.7 for Niels Koch. Yeah, that is making a pass down at Fangya, but he's only about 7/10 of a second faster lap on lap. Wani Lopez has just kind of fallen into that kind of no man's space right now. What we can do is actually go back and continue to go through the field a little bit. We talked about NX Racing Blue. We haven't talked about Radicals Online Steel Series, so we are going to start there, Jake.
Yeah, we are. The Radicals Online Steel Series machine up 13 positions right now. Alexander Manea behind the wheel and doing a good job behind the wheel, because they have been running long every single time. They've only run 4 or 5 laps here on this stint right now, and they've literally just lost the position to NX Racing Blue in the last couple of laps or so. They do have to be careful with Manea behind the wheel. Venig will be looking to try and close in behind in the 71, and you feel for Alexander Manea and the Radicals Online Steel Series, it has been a quiet day. They haven't really shown too much, but now getting a top 10 out of it here, just picking off drivers one by one, using strategy to an advantage. They are using that overcut and using it really, really well.
Yep, so that is P number 10. And P number 11 is PRT Blue. We've talked about this team already, with McDonald winning behind the wheel of that car right now. Corson Racing Silver we've talked about already as well. Now it's the curious tale of NX Racing Red here, Paul.
Yeah, Yoni Tamala at the wheel now. He started this race, of course, handed it over partway through the race after doing, what, two stints in that car. And he's now back behind the wheel. Interesting one,
on track right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just look at that lap time of 2:18.065, so he is quick. And that car has set one of the quickest lap times of the race as well, 2:17.496. I believe that's only been beaten by Pure Racing Team Red and Corsim Racing Orange as well in terms of lap time. So, yeah, they've got the pace in that car. They've got the ability there. It's just now, because the gaps have spread out in front of them between the competitors, they've got enough of 4.2 seconds ahead towards Maxim Pauli in that Corsim Racing Silver car. And really, it's damage limitation for them after not being able to set that lap time. And, well, the team that is currently in second place in the championship, sorry, they're now going to be really, they're really going to be hit hard with that one going into the final round.
Yeah, and they are going to lose second place in the championship actually as well. So that's one thing that's worth thinking about. And there's an indication of the lap times, by the way, over Corsim Racing Silver. Am I right in thinking Corsim Racing Silver are third in the championship?
No, they're not.
No,
they're fourth.
They're fourth. That's what I was thinking of. So actually, this in itself is going to be a battle in terms of, you know, championship points and actually potentially the podium in the championship. So there's one to think about there. Going down a little bit further, we go from one, we talked about NX Racing Yellow already, Triton Racing, the old Polish team, Randy, take it away.
They're having a pretty good race, just sort of quietly logging laps. Haven't really been able to talk too much about them, but anytime you get in the top 15, it's always great, right?
And they, well, Jake, what we have seen is they've been in a couple of battles here today, but they're doing what you need to do in a 6-hour race. Trying to keep your head down, trying to keep focus, and make sure that no matter what, you don't end up in a situation where you get close to the ink limit or you get yourself damage on your race car.
Exactly, and from where they were last season trying to make their debut in Blancpain and do a very good job of things, you know, they have been a team that has improved and improved quite a lot. They've brought in some really nice drivers. David Novakovsky is one of them, Spa-Francorchamps another, and I think what Triton Racing have done is they've shown that Polish racing certainly does have a very strong contingency in it, and pretty much everywhere in Central Europe has some very strong drivers. You talk about Alexander Monet, you talk about drivers like Stelian Chepelewski, who we haven't really talked too much about because he's not in this series for one reason or another. But, you know, you talk about drivers who really can showcase who they are. Triton Racing are one of those teams that if they can just find themselves an extra 0.2, 0.3 of a second, they can easily be top 15 challengers every single time they race.
Yeah, and they are doing a good job here today. As Next Level Racing TTLR Orange are in 16th place. Well, we saw quite a lot of good there for Dylan Sharman in that last stint. And, well, here we see Madison Down right now, back behind the wheel of that car. And we know Madison Down. So, basically, if you watch any iRacing Australian Motorsport Series in the last 7 years, you probably see
you can say
Down.
V8 Supercars.
Yeah, fix it. Online V8 Supercars, online RaceSpot, anything. You probably would have seen Madison Down countless times.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. He is a name synonymous with the Australian community, and having that ability there, and he's showing it with the Next Level Racing TTLR Orange car. He's in a battle at the moment, actually, with Team Redline Black, with Ollie Packler at the wheel, and also Jim Racing Black are right behind them as well. So nice little 3-car battle here going on between a Mercedes, a Ford, and a McLaren. So a good mix of cars here as well. So you can see the differences between the three vehicles there, and heading towards Blancpain. But yeah, it's been a solid race from Madison, and of course his teammate Dylan Sharman as well. He's done a solid job, solid stint for him in that last stint, but Madison now, he'll be doing another couple of stints here before handing it back, you would imagine, to Dylan, unless he's going to do a triple stint towards the end.
Yeah, indeed. So don't forget, you can visit racespot.tv/timing for live timing and scoring. Ollie Packler took over from Gregor Hutu in terms of the Team Redline Black car. Now, they have been in the war with Jim Racing Black a little bit earlier on today, but Jake, apart from that, it's been, you know, a kind of solid day for Team Redline. We've still got to work out why they didn't qualify for this event.
Yeah, we do. We do see a penalty coming in for the Gale Force Sim Racing team. They're going to have to take the 30-second stop and go second team of the day to receive one of those. But, you know, for Ollie Packler, for Team Redline, it has been a case of, you know, not what they wanted. Maybe a little bit less emphasis on this series, mainly because it's not their strength in terms of racing. And for Team Redline Black, it is one of only 2 teams that they brought here today of the 3 that they possibly could have used, and it's the same story as last season, you feel, Will, is the fact that although that they had 1 vehicle to challenge last season for the title, they just haven't been there. They just, when they don't have anything in the championship, it seems that Team Redline just throws everything off the cliff and goes, right, next year, new plan.
Indeed so. Indeed. And of course, the ongoing conversation over Team Redline, World Championship Series, etc. I do want to kind of just move away to one side for a second. I want to congratulate here, Jake, Bono House, for being one of the finalists for World's Fastest Gamer. Of course, that is a huge achievement for Team Redline.
Oh, absolutely it is. And to see Bono House recognised as one of the 6 best sim racers in the world to get an automatic space, it just shows you what Bono House has done over his career, and in fact what he's done this season. getting adjusted to the McLaren MP430, getting himself involved in a championship battle as he's second in the championship right now, and to do so without putting a foot wrong as such, without having to, say, crash out of an event or finish outside the top 10 at all, and finishing very consistently top 5s, 4s, 3rd places as well. He's got 2 of those this season. We'll correct Johnny Simone on that one after his last podcast. But for Bonnerhouse, even as I was looking at Ollie Packler, Bonnerhouse, it's fantastic to see him there, and you just have to wish him the best of luck to get that 1-year contract.
Yep. Let's continue. We're going through the field here on RaceSport TV in the 6 hours of Spa, presented in part by And1 Design, as well as ATVO, the official graphics engine of RaceSport TV, and Istvan Balal's track cams for gourmets. Jim Racing Black, well, again, there was 2 cars involved in an incident there, Paul, and the other one was Jim Racing Black.
Yep, and it's been an interesting race for Jim Racing Black. They started that race, let's see, they started in 15th, currently running in 18th at the moment, so they've gone back a little bit, but it's not been the worst day. But in the end, you know, they need to be just hitting a little bit more pace there, but doing a good job so far. They'll be disappointed though. They're up in the top 10 of the championship. They'll have wanted to have pushed on here, heading in towards the final round of the championship, and to be down in 18th place, really, they want a little bit more out of that car and a little bit more pace there, but unfortunately not able to get that. We have had news of a penalty, by the way, and it is for Gale Force Sim Racing.
Yeah, that was, yeah, Jake told us about that like 5 minutes ago. Thanks, Paul.
I thought I'd just mention it again, just to make the point that we've only had 2 penalties so far.
We have. We might get a bit more, though, in the next few hours because of how long this race is and the incident limit. Let's go down to Phoenix Motorsports, and, well, you've got yourself Jonathan Fuller, who did the first part of this race, Rup Tequila, who is now behind the wheel of that number 74 machine, Randy.
Yeah, the Phoenix guys, I mean, last season was a bit of a struggle for them. They barely managed to keep their licenses, just getting in on the cusp of the points limit. And coming in this season, it has been a struggle still throughout, but it's good to see them finally having a decent race, firing in all cylinders. Phoenix, a team that we've seen be so strong in some other championships, finishing P2 in the Neo Endurance Championship last season. We've seen these guys strong in some of the other non-GT3 cars. They used to be, they're a super strong team in the GT2 Ford, but Phoenix as an entity has somewhat struggled when it comes to coming onto the GT3 cars. Finally good to see them getting themselves a decent top 20 run, whereas normally they're puttering down around the top 30, top 40 at best.
Yeah, and then rounding out your top 20 is Pure Racing Team Yellow. Mark Elkman behind the wheel of that car as we check in with another one of the Pure Racing Team cars. Well, Jake, they have fallen back a little bit because they were at one stage actually right behind the Pure Racing Team Blue car, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they were. And for Mark Elkman, Daniel Schueck as well, it's been a case of they've been having to defend everything during this race, and the fact that they have been falling back has shown that for the qualifying efforts they had, for the positions they made in the early goings, they have been struggling on their 1-lap pace, and well, that is going to be something just to keep a little bit of an eye on with them, because if they are struggling on their 1-lap pace, it means they're going to have to play defenders to the Pink Power racers behind them in the 93, Andy Gorton behind the wheel of that one.
Yeah, just to run through then, we have still got 34 drivers running in your field here this afternoon. To quickly talk about the drivers in P number 21 through 25, you've got yourself the Pink Power racers, Andy Gorton behind the wheel of that machine right now, and they are not doing too badly. As we say, they have had 3 drivers in their car today: Samuel Lee Burr, Simon Povey, Andy Gorton being the third one of them. Ricardo Ferreira is the only driver so far for the Radicals Online Pirates machine. Hikesonveld Core Motorsports, Niels Koch, Alexander Voss. Not often you talk about those 2 drivers being all the way down in P number 23, but that is a situation for that number 33 car. Frost Arsenal, Varna Yellow right now. It's Luke Van Schaik in that machine, and they are classified as 1 lap down. By the way, just to let you know, Niels Koch is the first driver 1 lap down, and then you've got yourself Luke Van Schaik, who is the second driver 1 lap down, right behind the Frostmaster Movano yellow car. Here's the Frostmaster Movano red car. Mario Bertolotti and Fabio Gonzalez have been the 2 drivers in that car so far today. Also scored 1 lap down are Radicals Online JRT, GT Ross SST, iRacing Brazil team, Vortex Sim Racing Blue, and then you've got yourself JCL Apex Racing UK 2 laps down, as well as Gale Force Sim Racing. The other 3 drivers are Pure Racing Team Black, MXP Phoenix Racing, and Evolution Racing Team number 27, who are all classified as multiple laps down. Well, we have been going non-stop now for the last 2 hours here on RaceSpot TV, so we are going to step aside for a few moments to take ourselves a breather. But when we come back, we are going to get a bit more of an insight as to what it takes to win a 6-hour race here at Spa at the very highest level. You are watching iRacing Live, Mondo GT, RaceSpot TV. This is the 5th round of the Blancpain GT Series, and this is iRacing Live.
Get ready, going green. Green, green, green.
The NASCAR Beginner Series powered by iRacing is the premier NASCAR eSport series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time NASCAR World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign, and as it has been for the 7 years prior, it is no longer going to be a straight shot to the championship. We are going to see the biggest change in this championship picture in series history, as for the first time ever, there will be a chase for the championship. We're going to go into the Homestead Miami Speedway at the end of the season with the 4 best oval sim racing drivers in the world absolutely tied in the championship. You just got to beat the other 3 guys out and you will become an official NASCAR champion. You're going to get yourself a NASCAR championship ring and, of course, $10,000. These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. You can catch it all season long, live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the best online racing simulation in the world. This is Dirt Racing on iRacing.com. Race online at some of America's most legendary dirt tracks, including Eldora and Williams Grove. iRacing is the premier online racing game featuring NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, and now World of Outlaws, the leading sanctioning body for dirt racing. iRacing is easy to use and features a centralized ranking system to make sure you have the best experience at any skill level. With a massive inventory of high-precision laser scan tracks and cars with an unmatched dedication to quality and detail, iRacing gives you the most authentic online racing experience available. Thanks to iRacing's dynamic track system, developed specifically for dirt racing, tracks change over the course of a race, just like your favorite dirt track on a Friday or Saturday night. From a slick racing groove all the way up to the cushion, iRacing's dirt tracks deliver non-stop racing action. Partnered with the World of Outlaws, iRacing is your source for the most authentic dirt racing experience available, featuring 4 brand new tracks and 11 new cars, including street stocks, Legends cars, late models, NASCAR trucks, winged and non-winged sprint cars, with much more on the way. Join the Dirt Revolution on iRacing.com and start slinging mud today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. There's a look at the weather conditions for this race. Starting race temperature of air temperature of 75 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity at 69%, wind speeds of 4 kilometers an hour, and yeah, it's just under 7 kilometers a lap around circuit Spa-Francorchamps set in the Eiffel Mountains. And I will say, actually, it is a long way up in the air when you get to Sparkle. I have a story of when I actually went up with Neil Heckins from the Neo Endurance Series. We went there to the 6 Hours of Spa a couple of years back. In fact, it was last year. And we were in this, car. There was two of us in there, 3 of us in the car. And it was 1.6. I'm not going to say what car it is, but you got within about 4 or 5 miles of the track, and you start realizing that you can only do about 50 miles an hour because of the altitude. And you got these Corvettes, you got these Fords going past you, all these V8s going past you, and there you are, chugging it along at 50 miles an hour.
When I went to Spa, there was 3 of us in a car. It was in a Saab, and we had all manner of Ferraris and Mercedes and everything going flying past us, and we're just chugging along in this early 90s Saab. It's like, yeah, it's a bit of a steep bit of the world there, but it's absolutely beautiful around that area, and I do enthrall everyone who's never been to Spa. Go along; it's a fantastic venue to go to watch some motor racing.
Now,
I'd love to, but I'm about 12 times on the way.
Been to Fontana?
No, I've not been to Fontana.
No, I've been to Fontana.
Well, yeah, you had to go
That's
visit
about
Randy
12
Cross
time
now.
zones away.
Yeah, and you didn't come and visit me.
Well, stuff happens.
Maybe later though.
Yes.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, we can't tell you what the plan
More
might
coming
be.
later.
Yeah, we can't tell you the plan. There may be a plan. Happening soon. 2 hours, 10 minutes remaining in this motor racing. Well, an update, Paul, on Apex Racing.
Yeah, Apex Racing UK, Jamie Fluke has managed to get back into that car, so hopefully you should be able to meet the fair usage rules of the race. So they had a bit of drama there, but they're back up and running. Jamie's been in the car about 10 laps now he's been in, so he's only got to do a couple more laps and he'll have met the target.
Yeah, however, they are down in 30th place as a consequence of having to take that toe, so that's really hurt them today. They're the first team, Paul, who are scored down as 2 laps. And again, Apex don't seem to have the best of luck when it comes to endurance racing.
Yeah, to be fair, they're relatively new, so to speak, in terms of endurance racing. They've concentrated more traditionally on the open wheel and on the iRacing World Grand Prix Series. Oh my god, I messed that completely up there. World Championship Grand Prix Series. There we go. Get the words out. And you know, so that's been their natural, their major focus for most of the time. So the endurance racing, they've moved into that, and they're still relatively new to it. So it could be a few years before you see them moving up through the ranks, like you have seen with a few other teams that have taken a while to develop in these types of events.
Yeah. On that topic, Will, I think the only good endurance Apex driver we ever have really seen is, and I think it was Jesper Pedersen back in the Target days. Well, in the Radical, or was that virtual Apex?
When we say the word good, I mean, the barometer for good is so high.
Well, he won a few of the Targa races. Yes. So.
And let's be honest, if you can make it into either of the 3 World Championship Series on iRacing, then you are automatically more than good. You are, you know, within the top, I would say, 10% of sim racers in the world right now in your respective field, be it NASCAR, be it Grand Prix racing, be it in these endurance-based cars. We are checking out, by the way, Vendavel Sim Racing White, who is scrapping it out. Oh, just been passed, actually. I was just wondering what happened to my timing and scoring, and it's Evolution Racing Team who's like, you know what, I'm in a McLaren, I'll take that position away from you, Jake.
Yeah, very easy move for Zachary Hanlon to go through, and now it's an Australian team versus an Australian team as Evolution Racing Team now look to battle Next Level Racing TTLR Red. Jared Filsell then. It's going to be a case of the immovable force against the unmovable object, you could say right now, as Jared Filsell seemingly can't be overtaken. Zachary Hanlon making positions like a knife through butter. So for Evolution Racing Team, what better way to assert dominance in the continent of Australasia than getting one over on Next Level Racing?
Yeah, as it will be easier for Evolution Racing Team to pass Jared Filsell than pretty much almost anyone in this event, because of the fact that, of course, Zachary Hanlon is in a McLaren. And to talk a bit more
on
about
a new set of tires.
On a new set of tires. Although they use 20 laps into that stint right now, so he will still be able to breeze past, especially the horsepower advantage, the tyre advantage. It won't necessarily happen into the bus stop. I'm more likely going to say either into La Source or into La Con. However, actually, Jared Filsell taking that rear right wheel properly onto the grass to help turn that car into Blancpain, and yeah, it doesn't happen down into the bus stop chicane, but it will do in about the next 40 seconds time, Randy.
Yeah, I don't think La Source is going to be the place either for Zachary Hanlon. That McLaren doesn't quite have the mechanical grip coming out of the bus stop chicane, but let's see, he's kind of close. Could maybe dive it if he so chooses. No, not going to. Through La Source they come, and now coming back down onto the front straight, well, not front straightaway, second front straightaway here, the old front straightaway on the run into Eau Rouge. Nowhere near close enough here, and really this would just be silly. I have history of making silly moves into this particular corner, and now up into Eau Rouge they come. And now we're going to see Zachary working that slipstream from that Mercedes. It punches a big old hole through the air. That McLaren should be able to suck right up to the back and make a move into Lacombe. Question is going to be, how hard does Jared fight here? I think he should realize the jig is up, realize that McLaren's on new tires, a little bit deep in the race, and no, actually, that he's able to hold here. So that McLaren not quite having the top speed here. Maybe Jared having that Mercedes somewhat trimmed out.
Well, I think more of it was the fact that Zachary made a full-on ham sandwich over the Air Rouge radio complex, and now he's flashing the lights saying move out of my way. But no, I'm sorry, Jake, I mean, he didn't get the Air Rouge corner done as well as he should have done. He was sloppy through radio. You have no right to flash your lights.
Well, it's either a right to flash the lights or maybe for Zachary Hanlon distract Jared Filsell, because nothing else will probably work in that situation. That Mercedes is very, very good with its mechanical grip wheel, and that's something just to keep in mind. We saw it in the early stages with Mitchell de Jong versus Frederick Rasmussen. We saw that how every time Rasmussen was in 0.2 of a second, it would be Mitchell de Jong getting the storming run out of Radion, and then that run up towards Lake Coombe couldn't get the move done. So for Jared Filsell, he knows that he's got a better vehicle at the start of the Kemmel Straight. At the end of the Kemmel Straight, though, that's where Zachary Hanlon has the ability to get a little bit frustrated. And actually look at how Zachary Hanlon's lost out over this last little stretch, shall we say. He's dropped back at least 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, indeed so. And that's what he would actually, I take that back in some ways, because you don't necessarily want to be right in someone's gearbox through Blancpain. You might actually just want to use the next couple of corners to build up that momentum. As into the final corners they come once again, the bus stop chicane. They'll exit that bus stop chicane, and well, there we are. We now go down to start another lap. For those of you keeping count, by the way, this is going to be these drivers, and I'm having to check this one out, 100th lap here they've just completed in most cases. So happy treble-digit lap time here, Andy.
Yep, happy centennial for the laps here today. And let's see, though, if that Evolution Racing Team number 28 machine is going to be able to get up Eau Rouge and Radial much better here. Through the left, through the right. And now one more curb at the top of the hill. Watch the run on the right. You can get loose there, and it's a decent run. But again, I don't think it's going to be close enough. I think Jared Filsell might be able to just hold on here as they're closing in to the end of this fourth stint here. But no, on the right-hand side, the McLaren is going to look. Deep on the brakes goes that Evolution Racing Team car. Move him up into position number 6.
Yep, it took him a lap longer than perhaps he thought it was going to be, but he did move himself up into 5th place. Although you see that, Jared Filsell almost looking like he was going to shove it down the inside into advance there, Jake.
Yeah, and he's getting a little bit aggressive behind, because behind all of this, hello, says Justin Brunner as he joins the trainer 4, looking to get back actually at the Evolution Racing Team machine, because they are on the same strategy call, the two of them, and the difference in times now between them, just a case of under 2 seconds. So if Brunner can clear Juani Lopez, can clear Jared Filsell quickly, he can bring NX Racing Blue back into this race by getting past the Evolution Racing Team 28. It's needed to, and the pit stop window should be well and truly open in the next 2 laps or so. Expect to see that that Pure Racing Team red car there, shall we say, coming in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering, but wait a minute, that looks like a blue car. Never fear, you can see you've got the wing mirrors and you've got the tips of the spoiler. I know that I'd get into trouble if I called that a wing tip, so it is a spoiler tip there on that Pure Racing Team red car. And
wait, what's wrong with wingtip?
Oh, well, first of all, it's an end plate, I think would be the correct term. So, but wingtip also counts.
You know, if we talk about this for more than about 30 seconds, Cam Walsh is going to show up. And he's not only going to talk about that, he's going to talk about the thickness of the metal that makes up.
And then he'll start talking about why Camel's better.
No. Cam will come along and he will start moaning about the fact that Pure Racing Team Red is called red and only their wingtips and their mirrors are red.
Anyway, going back to the point I was going to make, Juani Lopez has decided to come in for his pit stop here out of that battle there. So that's hopefully maybe getting him some clean air. And I just want to bring attention to the fact that Maximilian Benecke has been pulling away at a fair rate of knots from the Core Sim Racing Orange. Isaac Price struggling to keep pace with him. Similar amount of laps done. In fact, Pure Racing Team have done more laps on their tyres, and they're both double stinted those tyres. David Williams now only a 1.5 seconds behind Core Sim Racing Orange here.
Yeah,
okay, he's on clean really new tyres, but yeah, Isaac Price has been so far down on his lap times.
And it's now a 30-second gap, and these two on the same strategy, Benecke and Price. Yeah, there's 4 laps different in terms of the stint length, but you want to get Isaac Price out of that car. You want to put Freddie Rasmussen back in as quickly as possible. However, you've got to remember that Benecke has driven this entire race so far. There is a second driver to go into that number 17 machine, and that will mean it'll be Freddie Rasmussen versus the quote-unquote slower driver for Pure Racing Team Red. However, Kawhi Sim Sports and David Williams
in.
This is going to be interesting. So as we look at Benecke, we'll talk about Williams. Keep up with us here. I think.
Ooh, Isaac very sketchy through Blancpain, manages to save it, but almost race-ending mistake there from Isaac Price and Core Sim Racing Orange.
Replay coming up for you as I try to keep all this one together. So this is Isaac Price then going through Blancpain right now, and this is turning into Blancpain. Back end steps out on him, goes wide. He realizes don't overcorrect there. That's the most important thing to do in those situations. But David Williams is right behind. The only advantage that I would think Isaac Price would have, he's in a McLaren compared to the fact that David Williams is in a Mercedes. But you've got to think as well that David Williams might be putting himself back into slight contention for maybe second place here. I still don't think necessarily for the win. It's also worth noting that Beneke, I would say, is staying.
He's getting out.
No, he's getting out the car. So we're going to end that discussion. Now, Patrick Pitchler getting in behind the wheel now of the Pure Racing Team red car. So we're going to expect a full service here for the number 17 machine. Let's go on. Actually, no, David Williams right now has gotten past Isaac Price in the last 30 seconds or so. So let's have a look at a replay of this one. David Williams has been able to find a way past. So now, let's have a look. Up the hill, Isaac Price just struggled so much there up the hill that it was easy pickings for David Williams. You can see that the car of Isaac Price just has no momentum through what is the biggest advantage part for that McLaren there, Paul.
Yeah, and he's really struggling to keep that car on track, and that moment they had through Blancpain, we've seen a few other of the McLaren teams having that moment as well. So it's something that appears to be the case with this McLaren. It's very sketchy through Blancpain and these higher speed corners, and maybe he's just taken a little bit too much out of those tyres and he's struggling to get to the end of his stint. You would expect him to be in about 3 or 4 laps here, Isaac Price, and you would imagine
come down early.
Possibly. He's done more than enough to meet the fair usage. So get him in. You can easily do it with 2 more stops and get Fred Rasmussen back in the car.
This is what's the important thing for me. Lap number 101, 1 second slower. Lap number 102, 1.3 seconds slower.
In the come.
In he comes.
Yeah, and you kind of almost have to at this point. He's lost the position. He was struggling so much up the hill. Those tyres have pretty much fallen down off of a cliff. You had to bring him in. Isaac Price then completes his run in the 6 hours of Spa, hands it over to Frederick Rasmussen. The question is going to be, however, is there enough for Freddie to get back into this motor race? Patrick Pitchler, by the way, there is confirmation of his pit stop time, and it was 1 minute 9.3, Jake.
1 minute 9.3, that's a full stop. It's driver change, it's tyres, it's fuel. So in the case of Patrick Pitchler, it's now a case of get yourself then through this 2 hours on that 1 set of tyres and hope you get through. I want to, though, talk about the VRS Coanda Sim Sport 8 because I believe to win this race, and I believe it's strategy they're going to have to employ, they should take no tyres here, no tyres at the next stop. They saved themselves 30 seconds compared to everyone else. Being the fact that they are 30 seconds back right now, it puts themselves in direct contention here for themselves to get an opportunity at winning this event.
That is going to be a bold, bold move though, Randy. We talk about double stinting. You're losing about a second a lap, and we saw that with Mitchell de Jong. He was so consistent, not putting a foot wrong, but he was losing 8-9 tenths of a second a lap. Now you do gain the time, of course, by not taking tyres. You gain the 30 seconds, but you lose 20 of them back because of the fact that you lose pretty much 7-8 tenths of a second every single lap. So actually the net gain is only 10 seconds. I'm thinking, you know, maybe they should take tyres.
It's a rough one. I don't think they can afford to take tires at both stops. They can only take tires 1 more time here. The question is going to be is when do you want to take them? Because there is actually a valid argument to be made of taking tires now and skipping them at the next stop. And then when everyone's theoretically likely going to be on old rubber, you can start really, excuse me, you can be on new rubber when everyone else is. This is what I didn't like about their strategy. They're about to be on old rubber, whereas everyone's cycling in new drivers going to be getting new sets of tires. Frederick Rasmussen, by the way, confirmed in the car. So Freddie Rasmussen, we know, is going to be on a new set of tires. Any of the Coanda cars that come in and do a driver swap, they're going to be on new tires. Probably the NX guys, the Pure team we know is going to be on a new set of tires. Everyone's going to be on a new rubber except for Coanda. So for this next hour, they're going to be doing nothing but hemorrhaging time. And I don't think David Williams and even Mitchell de Jong has a big enough patience advantage over, you know, Patrick Pitchler or even Frederick Rasmussen, even on new tires versus old, to reel them in a 30-second gap over that final stop if that's the decision they so choose. Because honestly, on the strategy call with Coanda, I would think what you would want to do is you'd want to put Mitchell in for that final stop on a new set of rubber, bring David in as early as you can, and put Mitchell out there for an hour and 5 minutes, whatever it happens to be. I don't know. Quanda's, it's a big uphill battle.
Because, again, those 4 laps, 5 laps, and I know you're going to say, well, they're going to have to put the same amount of fuel in anyway. I would argue that you could short stint him, put in a little bit less fuel, and you know, try and go gung-ho with the tyres. That is an opportunity. But I think that it will come down to me. Actually, I'd probably take David Williams out of the car now. Take David Williams out of the car now, then put back into the car the driver of Mitchell de Jong to do a short stint on old tyres, then a long stint on new tyres.
That's something else you could do as well. It's sort of, thing is though, that's asking Mitchell to drive for 5 hours, and if you're David, do you really want to get shoved out of the car early and have Mitchell come in for a short stint? You may not want that to. It's I don't know. It's one of those that, and the other thing is that's if Mitchell's even available. It is possible Mitchell's.
I'm sorry, if you want to win a motor race, you've got to do what's best for the team.
Oh, I agree.
In these sorts of circumstances, I think the only way that Coanda can get close to winning is if they take Williams out of the car. And this is no disrespect to Williams, but you compare the lap times, and de Jong does just have the advantage. And those tenths of a second will mean everything in the last 2 hours here. By the way, Klaus Kivikas in the #1 machine is on pit road. Jim Racing Black on pit road right now. There are the teams, of course, when Brokeman's out the car. Klaus Kivikas is back in behind the wheel of the car, taking himself a full service and getting ready to go out. There you go then for Klaus Kivikas. Now you have a look at Jim Racing Black. They are keeping this driver in, if I'm remembering correctly. Miko staying behind the wheel of the car. So this should actually be a no tyre stop here, Paul.
It should do in theory. We also had another penalty for Ricardo Ferreira, so that's the one of the Radicals cars, isn't it? So another penalty for them. So the penalties are starting to come a bit more often now in this one. But yeah, the tyres stop. Mikola in the tyres as well, yeah. So that's an interesting one. The number 18 car is onto pit road now. So they've come in a little bit early, a little bit short this time by. And I'm wondering if they're just going to maybe not push it as far as they can on each fuel stop now and just take a little bit shorter on each pit stop here.
Jim's having a very long pit stop.
Yeah.
It's over 1 minute 20 now. If it's about 1:25, then
it's a penalty.
Is a penalty. But anything longer, there's some damage, I think, to that race car, actually. Something is wrong with that race car, because that is a longer penalty than you'd normally expect to see. Just to let you know,
it was slightly crabbing going into pit road, actually.
Yeah, you get.
Well, we saw him get into an issue earlier on with TTLR.
No, it wasn't TTLR. It was
Redline.
No, yeah, Team Redline. And
that's right.
Yeah, and Ollie Packard. You've got Justin Bruno right now on pit road, so he's making his service. And in terms of drivers, it has been him and Simon Cattell over the course of today. And you've got Jeremy Bouteloup back behind the wheel of the number 18 machine. So Jeremy Bouteloup now back in behind the wheel of the number 18 Coanda Sim Sports machine. So pit stops then being a big and busy place once again. We'll keep an eye out on that Jim Racing situation, but evidently some issues with them. We're still going to be about 4 to 5 laps before we see Coanda number 8 on pit road. Next up, we're racing TTLR Red are about 3 laps from coming in towards pit road. And Pure Racing Team Blue, we should see them in about 2 laps time. One of the reasons why you see these drivers moving right up to the top of the timing sheets, Jake, is because of the fact that pit road is so long here. The second you come in, you fall down the order. Everyone else comes in, you know, it kind of sorts itself out.
Yeah, it certainly does, but I'm actually going to say something a little bit different here to what you were saying about put Mitchell de Jong back in the car. I'm going to disagree with you because of the fact that the track has evolved that little bit more, and you would have to feel with the track being more rubbered in, about 0.4 of a second's difference on new rubber Mitchell de Jong compared to new rubber David Williams. You know, that sort of balances itself out. Plus the fact that you have yourself a situation where you can say that driver change does take a little bit more time, takes a little bit away from you. You know, it might be actually beneficial to keep David Williams in the car for the entire 3 hours.
I'm going to go ahead and just disagree with that right now, because Frederick's gotten back in the car. His opening stint, fastest lap 17.439. First lap back out, first lap back out on track in about 2.5 hours, 2 minutes 17.5. So the track is still quick. The track still has speed. David's just not getting it out of that Mercedes. It's as simple as that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fox Sports 1, and welcome to our newest Embrace Debate show. It's the 6 hours of Spa. Woo. It's all right, they've not... just having a look down through the field, by the way, and we've Jim Racing Black have fallen down into 31st place. We still only have 4 retirees though from this event so far, which is really good. We've technically got...
It's different from last year. We had a lot of DNFs last year.
We did.
We had, let's see, we had Coanda have issues. Well, no, we had technical issues. We had an Audi that qualified on pole. We lost like 4 cars while they were leading last year. Our leaders have had no big issues at all this race.
No, they haven't. I mean, the biggest issue that we really had was NX Racing Red deciding not to qualify at the time, Randy. I mean, and they have struggled as a consequence of this. And I think that maybe Redline were hoping on attrition to help them through the field, and that's not come either. So there's a lot of people here who their team managers are looking very worried because there are still 34 of 38 drivers circulating the racetrack, but at the same time, this is, I think, a testament to race control and to everything that's been going on. As by the way, NX Racing Red just dives down the inside, and and has a bit of a moment actually down at the bus stop chicane. That one's worthy of a replay. This is with Core Sim Racing Silver. I want to have a look at this from our aerial coverage and just pause it as they come into the corner. You see, he has the inside line. They come into the corner, and we were talking about how safe and clean this race has been. And actually, no, they brushed. They didn't really make contact there. So I will let Core Sim Racing Silver off. Both parties there actually moderately respectful. And to go back to my point then, Randy, you know, this is race control. The fact that they have been so strong on making sure that drivers stay within incident limits, making sure that they really make sure that drivers drive cleanly with respect, but keep that aggression in the right way. I think that's been a testament to this race having such a low attrition rate, as now NX Racing Red have moved themselves up and past Core Sim Racing Silver.
Yeah, I mean, I really love the adaptation race control has brought to this series. Because last season, there was the incident limit, but for endurance races, the incident limit, in my opinion, just doesn't really work the way it's generally used. We saw a handful of cars last season DNF'd. Just with the way the incident limit traditionally works on iRacing. I love having the live stewards for the World Championship and giving out 30-second stop and holds, and as you get more and more incidents, having that stepped up to 60 seconds, for example, for the Gale Force Sim Racing number 83, who just got their second 25 ink black flag penalty, and now they have to come down for a 60-second stop and hold in the 83.
Yeah, and Gale Force Sim Racing, Michael Johnson in the 30th place right now. I'm going to ask you if you want as a driver, or do you want to talk first?
Well, I just want to make the point that I've been keeping an eye on the lap times of the 3 sort of key protagonists of the race here. Last lap, VRS Quenda SimSport 8 car was a 2:18.4. Then Patrick Pichler, of course, has had the tyres and fuel stop 2:18.7. Frederick Rasmussen, that last lap, 2:17.5, and he's been putting in 17s every lap since he's got back into that car. He is on a charge here. He started off about 32 seconds behind Patrick Pichler at the start of the stint, and he's just been ever so slightly just gaining that little bit of time here and there, and I reckon he's about 27 seconds behind now.
Fantastic. We'll catch up on that story in a second. We're just seeing Pure Racing Team Blue coming out of pit road. 109 in their pit stop. Jonas Warmeyer back behind the wheel of that car as he just circulates himself up the hill. But I had a question for you. You are a driver. And let's think about these incident limits for a moment. And let's think about you getting into the car with an hour and a half or so to go. How much different you have to approach this, and how angry in the back of your head do you get with your teammate when you realise you've only got, I don't know, 5 incident points left to play with?
Well, I mean, I'm fortunate that when I drive now, I've calmed myself down over the years of driving on iRacing, and I'm now actually one of the drivers who will just drive for, not hitting instant points at all. and not picking them up. So it gives the drivers who may be that little bit faster, just gives them that little bit of leeway in the team to be able to work them within that limit. And so my mentality would be, right, okay, I've just got to race my normal race. If you're somebody who pushes the limits every single lap though, and your teammate is someone similar and has been racking up those instant points, you're having to rein yourself in. You're not going to be taking the lines that you want to be taking, and it's just going to have a massive effect on your lap time throughout your stint. And to be honest, that's going to be disastrous if you're, say, fighting for the lead or top 3 in this race.
Now, we do want to give you the lap comparable data, but what we're going to do first is going to ride a lap on board with the driver who's flying. It's Freddie Rasmussen. We had to wait until Core Motorsports came on towards pit road, which we have now got with Niels Coach on pit road as we speak.
Leaders on pit lane as well.
Yes, we're going to talk about him in a second. That is David Williams in the number 8. But these are the last few laps between Pure Racing Team Red and Patrick Pitchler on new tyres, and Corson Racing Orange and Frederick Rasmussen on new tyres. I mean, just look at that, Jake. 1.1 seconds faster on lap 107, 1.1 seconds faster on lap 108, 0.7 of a second faster on lap 109. The reason for that is because he's going through traffic right now.
Yes, and it's a big issue because he's had to try and negotiate around Hugo Barbosa, Radicals Online Pirates, Thrustmaster Movano Red, now the next vehicle to get past Mario Bertolotti. And in front of that, Miguel Martin of the Radicals Online JRT, so there's no respite for Frederick Rasmussen. He's got to get around these as quickly as they can, and with the 8 coming down in onto pit road, the question's going to be no time at the end, one set of tyres to the end, driver change you'd expect now or next time, and for now, David Williams staying in the car potentially for the moment.
No, he's getting out.
He's getting out. I was right. Mitchell de Jong's coming in. So de Jong's going to do then the final 2 stints of this. And now, this is where it gets really interesting, because what you could do is keep the tyres on the car and do a short 40-minute stint. Get to the hour mark, then bring the car in, fuel it up to the end, and basically put new boots on it. That is what I expect to have happen right now. I think that might give de Jong the best opportunity, because this is such a short stint for him compared to what some of the other guys around him will be doing. Next Level Racing TTLR Red, Jared Filsell is finally getting out the car, and I was right. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. So he's going to keep those boots on and then change it at the very end. This is going to be very interesting for that strategy. TTLR red, by the way.
Oh,
Jake
this is going to be close.
Pure takes the lead.
Yes, it does. It's not by much, but it's by enough. And of course, don't forget, that doesn't really matter anyway, because of the fact that Patrick Pitchler should, in theory, be putting ahead on this stint. But, Paul, in the event that Coanda were to have got ahead, they could have slowed down Patrick Pitchler by a bit more, then we would have been in a very interesting situation. I think that actually Patrick Pitchler has just dodged the biggest bullet for that team this race so far.
He knew he had to get that job done and had to get ahead, and that's exactly what he's done. Now we get to see how the gaps are between the three of them, and well, the top three are only covered by 24.5 seconds. This is really, really going to be intriguing how this one pans out. Patrick Pitchler is not lapping as fast as his teammate Benecke had been doing. Rasmussen and De Jong, they're the faster drivers you would think for their teams, and well, Rasmussen is showing that for Core Sim Racing Orange. He's on a mission to try and close down that gap, but De Jong, we've seen how good he is with older tyres as well, and how the pace that he's able to keep with those older tyres. Let's see what happens then in that final stint. Does he risk not taking tyres, or would he be better off taking those tyres and then just having to charge through from behind?
This is going to be a grandstand finish. We are going to have these three drivers separated by less than 5 seconds. I'm calling it now, Jay.
Well, it's a very bold call, but who's to disagree with Will Vincent right now? Patrick Pitchler holding the advantage at the moment. De Jong, though, not going away here on this stint right now as we see things here. It was only a 2:18.7 from Patrick Pitchler, and the biggest issue that he's going to have, he has a very angry and very quick one lap down Alexander Voss behind him for Hoyksing Core Motorsports. We know how hard they fought last season in VLN. We know how hard they fight comparatively right now, trying to be the best German team. And you know what? I think we're going to see here Alexander Voss on lap himself.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating, as you'll just see this just ahead as we ride on board of Coanda Simsports. And this is really helping Coanda as well, because they've caught up by 0.4 of a second. If Voss gets into play here, we could be having something fantastic happening. The gap remains at 0.7 of a second, but the thing there for Coanda, they're getting a secondary tow for free right now. And this would not be happening in normal circumstances. All of a sudden, Coanda Simsports are being helped out by Core Motorsports, and they didn't even ask for it. That is absolutely beautiful here, Andy.
It is indeed, and I honestly think if I'm Patrick Pitchler, I need to let that Core Motorsports car go at my earliest convenience. We know that Core and Coanda, even though they were rivals last year, we know there's somewhat good relationships between those two teams, and it is possible that Core might say, who would we, even though you wouldn't want to, they may not do it intentionally, it may not be planned. If you're Alexander Voss, if you have a friend behind you and you have someone who's just a regular competitor in front of you, you might say, you know what, I'd kind of like to help that guy behind me. I've had good relationships with him, so I'm going to try to make a move. I don't think it's going to be team orders. I don't think it's going to be a strategic thing, but I think if I'm Patrick Pitchler, I need to let that Core Motorsports car go at my earliest possible convenience, and the gap he has right now, I think he needs to start tapping the brakes on the run to Blancpain and let Voss by going into the bus stop and lose him a little bit of time, but he then would be able to get rid of the fact that maybe that core card sticks the nose somewhere silly. At the same time, blue flag rules are in effect, so Voss shortly should have to get out of the way for De Jong, who, by the way, just had a big off track at Blancpain.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting situation.
Oh, that was almost race ending for Coanda and Mitchell at Blancpain.
Yeah. We've also got, by the way, Coanda Simsports #1 versus Vendale Sim Racing White. This is for 4th place going on track, and there you can see down the inside Core. Oh my! Well, this is a situation. You have the right to attempt to unlap yourself, but you don't have the right to almost take out the race leader here. This is drama here in the 6 hours. You look at the run that he's trying to get up the hill as well is Alexander Voss, but the situation will be that now they are going to be under pressure because of the fact that they didn't get the best run ever up the hill, but they're still going to make the Coanda driver, they allow the Coanda driver to go past. So they're going to have to allow that battle to resume. But the damage has really been done there in terms of the fact that Coanda have just been gifted the opportunity to get right back into this motor race. What we need to see now over the next, I don't know, 2 to 3 laps here, Paul, is now that toe's been taken away, can De Jong keep it up with Patrick Pichler? But here, there will also be another situation. What's the gap going to be like to Freddie Rasmussen? Because overall, between P1 and P3, it is now down to 22.9 seconds.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody from race control had a little word in the ear of that Huisevelt Core Motorsports car and just went, okay, you've had your fun, but you've got the second place car behind you. You need to make it easier for them to get past.
You've heard race control. They don't do nice little words. I think it was
well, no, they don't. But you know what I'm meaning, though. It's one of those situations where they would have been right. Okay, you've had your fun. Move. And I think that's exactly what they did. And, well, look at De Jong now. He was just struggling a little bit through Stavelo and through Paul Freyer there, and that's where Patrick Pichler was just able to pull away. But that last lap for Pichler, you saw how much being involved with that Core Motorsports car hurt him. It was a 19.2, whereas De Jong was an 18.6 and Rasmussen a 17.6. So, you know, this is almost qualifying pace from Rasmussen here. He's absolutely on it. See what the lap times are like this time by Pure Racing Team Red. They do an 18.8. So too do VRS Quanta SimSport. So that's those two. But Rasmussen is obviously going quicker. That gap is just coming down now. It's down into the 21 seconds is that gap. So he's just got the bit between his teeth. He's hearing about all this drama going on ahead from his teammates. So they'll be egging him on, just pushing him on there. And that lap time for Rasmussen, 17.605. So he is...
Paul. Here we go for the race lead. We've got it going on here because De Jong just got a fantastic run. He's going to go to the outside, and I think he's going to get it as they head themselves into Le Combe. This is the moment potentially of the race if they can hold it together, and he's going to take the race lead away, but they still come back and battle with the 4 GT of Patrick Pichler. They're going to go side by side over the curve as they work themselves down towards Rivage. Oh, but he's got it, and look at that down the inside. That is the core car, and he's like, you know what? It's my turn to have a bit of fun as well. He's entitled to do that. One would argue this is the situation when you are faster and these situations are different. You may argue, well, I've just demonstrated I can make the overtake. Now what do you do if you're race control?
Well, that's it. It's a difficult scenario for them. End of the day, they do have a blue flag rule, and the thing is, they're now looking at the leader. They wanted to get past them as well, so it's all on here in this race. And I know, Randy, you'll want to come in here. It's a difficult situation for that lap traffic. Do you make the move or do you stay behind? Because if you're faster, you want to get ahead.
I think if you're race control, how you treat this situation 100% depends on how Core Motorsports acts in relation to Coanda SimSport. Because when Core was that second car in line and when Pure was leading, Core was very aggressive trying to get the move done. Then Pure got past, get put back to second, and then Core was behind them again. Core was again very, very aggressive getting around that Pure machine. I think if Heinz-Core Motorsport doesn't show that same aggression trying to get around that Coanda car, I have to say there has to be a sportsmanship rule at play, and I think a penalty should be warranted.
Well, Jake, in my opinion, we're going to find out in the next, I'd say, 30 seconds, because they're going to head themselves up the hill. And as soon as they do that, we're going to see what I'm going to call slipstream sitting. And in the event that Voss gets past, then I think Voss will try and pull away. If he can pull away over the next 2 laps, I think you've got to, as race control, just allow him to do so. But he's nowhere near close enough as they come up the hill.
No, he isn't, but this is the thing here that people need to understand. Patrick Pichler will start falling away here in this scenario because it's effectively Ford versus Mercedes, and in front of that Mercedes versus Mercedes, there's not much you can really argue either way for Pichler to actually get back at the driver of Alexander Voss. Although he is in 1 second, you know, and there is blue flag rules in play, you still have to argue Alexander Voss can go as quick as Patrick Pichler and can go quicker than Patrick Pichler if he so wishes and so richly deserves to do. In the next few laps, I'm not surprised if Pichler drops a second here, because he is going to fall outside the range if things stay like this.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in the race control office right now, because that would be fascinating to hear. But I'd also love to be a fly on the wall in all of the teams going on, because the gap is now down between the 3 teams to, get this, 20.2 seconds. And both Coanda and Pure Racing Team need to realize that Freddie Rasmussen is coming quickly. And there is a look there. The last couple of laps, 1.5 seconds on lap 112, 1.2 seconds on lap number 113, 2.7 seconds on lap number 114. This is what happens when you start fighting with other drivers. You end up in a situation when you take your eyes off the ball, and of course in Racing Orange basically want to pounce right now.
It's unbelievable, and you know, Will, you like your WWE, so I'll say this right now. Classy Freddie Rossi is doing absolutely everything he needs to do, and then some. This is a grandstand heading to the final hour.
I like that groan from Paul.
Oh, really?
We need to actually focus here, because we are going to be in the situation again where this time I think Alexander Voss might get a better run up the hill. He had a pretty good run actually out the bus stop chicane. It will all come down, I think, to what is going to happen, A, through this sequence of corners, and then B, what is going to happen once they head themselves up the hill. Frederick Rasmussen goes purple, 217.370. The issue seems to be that Voss is good at about 85% of the racetrack. The bit where he needs to be fastest is where he's struggling. But we're in the situation, though, Paul, that Core Motorsport are helping out Core Sim Racing.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're getting stuck in, and the thing is, De Jong is on those older tyres, so he's naturally going to be a little bit slower than Rasmussen on that fresh rubber. That gap is only 19 seconds now between the leader and third place. Do you take the tyres at the final pit stop, because you are going to end up behind Rasmussen, and we've seen how quick Rasmussen was on old tyres in the start of the race. So I would say it might be worth not taking tyres in your final pit stop if you're Mitchell de Jong, and just trying to hold on to that lead.
You'll be a brave man to do so, I would argue, because Freddie Rasmussen will still have the newer tyres. In terms of that, just to let you know, Vendor Sim Racing White, Juan E. Lopez currently in 4th place versus Klaus Kubikas for P number 5. Just having a look at the lap times, Juan E. Lopez has found a way past Klaus Kubikas. So that is a situation between these two drivers. We're sorry we haven't been showing you much of the action down your field. We have got Core Sim Racing Silver, Thomas Arend versus Radical Online Steel Series as well. This is a battle where Core Sim Racing Silver, currently in 13th place, they should be able to work their way past Radicals Online Steel Series in the next 2 laps' time. We'll have to keep an eye out on that one. We've got Evolution Racing Team, Riley Preston, out of the motor race as well. That's our 5th retiree of the day. And Jim Racing Black, just to let you know, they did finally get back out on track, but their pit stop, well, it was a long one. 12 minutes, 24 seconds, and that was because of the damage they sustained in the incident with Ollie Pakula a little bit earlier on in this event. There are your top 2 drivers with a Core Motorsports driver trying to unlap themselves in the middle. As we go on board with Pure Racing Team Red, you can see that gap has now started to increase. It's 1.3 seconds right now as he works himself up the hill towards the Lecom complex. And here's another issue now. Pure Racing Team Red have got another lap car between the two of them, because he wasn't able to be that close into that sequence of corners. And this is the car who had a lot of issues earlier on, does allow them to go past. That is thankfully a blessing for Patrick Blitzler, because I think then he almost was about ready to stop the car and get out, Randy.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was definitely a good move there by Greg Tansen to just basically jump out of the way for Patrick Pitchler. But talking about this lead battle, Will, one thing we haven't talked about for several hours now, we talked about it in the opening couple stints, the fact that some teams and drivers have gone long. Mitchell de Jong and Coanda SimSport might just have an ace up their sleeve. They last came down pit road lap 111. Course Sim Racing Orange, they came down on lap 104. So Coanda has 7 extra laps of fuel in the tank that they will not have to take at their final stop, that we know Core will have to take, and we know that Pure has been doing short stops all race long, so they're going to probably have to do a longer one this time in order to equalize that out. Coanda might have a super short stop here at the end that might just be the difference, maybe not for the race win, but I think certainly they'll have an advantage over Pure.
So you know earlier on when I said that them filling up the tank all the way to the top was a good idea, and you disagreed with me, are you now agreeing with me?
No, I never said it wasn't a good idea. I just said where they were at the time, I don't think it was necessarily the best. My main thing was how they were doing the I still don't like how they extended their tires here. I think I would have liked them to be on cycle with everyone else. I think their strategy in that realm was not great, but everything else has been okay.
Well, there's a look from the rear. Coanda SimSport, and this is the issue. Oh, that's the issue. That's the reason why he can't get past. It's Alexander Voss has got damage actually on the front end of that car, which is harming his straight line speed, I think, just enough. And again, going purple, Freddie Rasmussen, 217.098. He just went, what is that, 2 tenths of a second faster than his own fastest lap of the day there, Paul.
Yeah, and he's crucially gone almost 1.3 seconds faster than your race leader there. So that gap now down to 17 seconds between first and third. So that gap is coming down here. Rasmussen is absolutely just wringing the neck of that McLaren, and he's giving it absolutely everything. And do you know what? This is going to be an absolute slobber knocker at the end.
He's running faster than a number of teams' qualifying laps.
Yeah. I mean, one could argue the track is rubbered in and that, you know, might help people in certain circumstances, but the track is dusty as well. We're late on into a race, and Freddie's run a large proportion of it. I would say that there are far more than 15 laps to go in this one race, that actually you could almost now estimate that Course Sim Racing Orange could win this race by about 10 seconds at this pace. The difficulty will be is catching is one thing, passing is another. But actually, if you're in a McLaren, you're in the fastest car. You can overtake almost at will at the Kemmel Straight there, Jake.
Yeah, you can, and if you can talk about moments that define seasons, this might just be the one that says that Course Sim Racing have made it onto the sim racing map. If Frederick Rasmussen can make this move and can get past both vehicles by the end of this event, this is going to be one of the best drives we have ever seen. Up there on par with, maybe you can argue, Alexander Voss at Imola last year. Frederick Rasmussen has come from about 30 seconds back, got himself in that vehicle where Price was starting to fail him a little bit, and has just gone absolute ham. And while you talk about this, Frederick Rasmussen is on a march, on a run, and Pure Racing Team Red are now starting to fall back here. They're paying the price here, Will, of Pure Racing Team Red, for having been able to do 4 hours straight instead of splitting it the same way that the other two teams did.
Yeah, and it's another 217.0. Wait a minute, was that the same?
No, we did a 17.4.
Yeah, 17.4, I'm sorry. The timing and scoring takes a couple of seconds to update on that situation. Let's go down a little bit and check in on Andrew Carl in the Evolution Racing Team car, as he is currently in the 6th place, and he is in a battle with Jeremy Bootaloo, but they are pretty much running identical lap times as it stands right now. Also, just to give you an update, Course Sim Racing Silver, Randy, have got past Radicals Online Steel Series. So, I did say they were fast, so they have now moved themselves past Radicals Online Steel Series car.
Yeah, they're past, and they've already started to open up a gap. And it's actually been, I think, a pretty downer race for Course Sim Racing Silver, all things considered. Because, I mean, they qualified 3rd, and they were up amongst the top 5 and the top 6, 7 early on. And they've just sort of this last 2 or 3 hours of the race, they've just kind of slowly dwindled down the order. I don't know if they've just been going with a simpler strategy and doing longer pit stops, or if everyone else has been short stinting. They might jump a whole bunch of cars in this final stint, but currently through this first 4 hours, 45 minutes, it's not been a great race. It'll be really interesting to see, though, if that's the case, how many cars they're able to jump up at this final stop in about 10-15 minutes time.
Yeah, as the gap between them still remains at a nice 0.8 of a second. Down through your field, Radicals Online JRT embroiled in a battle with Thrustmaster Movano Red. That one is about, they're about equal on pace, but actually if you have a look at the lap gaps, you know what, lap number 116 there, Jake. Thrustmaster Movano Red and Radicals Online JRT separated on lap time by 1/1000th of a second.
Oh, beautiful. So they were side by side heading into Lassor's hairpin. That was nice to see. But Mario Bertolotti putting in some good lap times, 2:18.4 meters, 2:18.5. Miguel Martin starting to fall away a little bit then off the back of this little battle that's going on for P22. And, well, for Radicals Online... Oh!
There was contact with the... Alexander Voss made contact with the back of Mitchell de Jong. Into the La Source hairpin. Nothing serious, and they're still able to carry on, but getting a little bit too close, and that's a little bit naughty from a lap traffic.
Yeah, and actually, ironically, this is about as close as he's actually been coming up the hill. So we're going to get ourselves a replay. Just having a look. Yeah, he's not going to be close enough to make a pass. So what corner was that one, Paul?
At La Source.
At La Source.
First corner.
Let's get ourselves a replay then, quickly. Coming down in towards La Source right now. Yeah, that was enough of a touch. I'm sorry, that was enough of a touch. It just seemed to me he brakes a little bit later. But also, I think that Mitchell de Jong, remembering he's on older tyres, just slower through the apex there. But that doesn't give you the right to run into another driver.
Also,
especially
keeping up with that, something we haven't mentioned yet, there's a touch. The no-fault incident system that's at play here, you only have 25 incidents at Spa for a 6-hour race. That's not a lot. If you're co-ed to SimSport, that little touch might be enough to, to put you over the edge and get you a 30-second stop and hold. We saw an issue last race at Zolder with actually Phoenix, where they interjected themselves with a battle with some leaders and they were way down the order in the closing laps. I think this is a bit naughty by Core Motorsports getting this close and running this hard. I don't think you should have the right to really play this hard with the leading cars, people who are championship contenders here at this stage in the race. Can you really look at the next car that Core Motorsports will chase down? It's Pure Racing Team Yellow, and they're full straightaway up the road. I think that Core and Alexander Voss should essentially just let this battle go and essentially accept the fact that they're finishing down in the top 20 at best here today.
How do you do it? I mean, you can't just slow down and allow, you can't just slow down and lose a second, because actually he'll probably gain that second back.
He might, but it's, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, I think the leader's race is more important to being held firm and not be, let's say, tangled with, messed with, than someone who's running down the order outside of the top 20. I think if you're running outside of the top 20, even if you're just a little bit quicker than the leader, I don't think you have the right to try to unlap yourself from the leader when that leader's involved in their own battles. I think the leader, messing with the leader of any class, whether it's in your class or not, even if you're quicker, to a certain extent is something that needs to be somewhat sacred. Like, being the leader should be somewhat safe.
You can't unlap everyone else and then get to the leader and it's like, well, I just have to sit here now. Actually, I think there has to be the right to unlap, but it's got to be done the right way. And again, iRacing Sporting Code regulations are, in effect, it's responsibility of the passing car to execute a clean and safe pass.
And I would also like to point out that he's been sat behind that car for a number of laps now, so he's not clearly faster than him. He's slightly faster than him. If he was clearly faster, he would have made the move laps ago now.
There was just a drift, by the way. Sorry, there was just a drift by Mitchell de Jong, and I am wondering whether or not that little love tap might well have just upset things the tiniest of amounts. And the reason why I say that, Patrick Bitchler's come back within 1.1 seconds, and if we have a look at the lap times actually between the two of them, then that last time by, Bitchler's 4 tenths of a second faster. Now, if Bitchler's faster again this lap, we know there's damage to de Jong's car. I think actually there, Jay, that is enough ground to start looking at the stewards and saying, well, actually, that could have been ground to a penalty.
It could have been, and there's also grounds to say that Alexander Voss could have to let Patrick Pichler back through because he is within 1 second, which is arguably the move over range that is there. So as much as Core does not want to let Pure back through, they might just have to let Pure back through in this situation. They've got nothing to lose right now. The Hoytingveld Core Motorsports, they are interjecting themselves as a team that came so close last season, was a point away from being called champions, having the most abysmal season known to mankind. And now you have to feel that they are now in a situation where they are affecting the outcome of this race. For love nor money, they do have to be careful. Keep an eye on Rasmussen though. The gap was down to 13.8 seconds compared to the leader. We'll see what that is when they next cross the line. I expect it to be down around 13 seconds and under. Answer to that one is going to be, look at that, 12.9.
Yeah, indeed so. And it's worth, just 1 second. It's worth noting, by the way, that just having a look at race control, and it's got a little bit packed up in the office right now. So evidently this is a serious conversation that is being happened with possibly a number of different partners. But the difficulty here, Paul, in some ways as well, is that you made the point that, you know, he's not clearly faster, but he's also not clearly slower. And one could always argue dirty air effect. These are two Mercedes trying to pass each other. Let's go back a few hours. I talked quite clearly about the fact that two Mercedes passing each other is actually the heart of fighting against each other. Is the most difficult of all of the interclass battles, really.
Yeah, you do make a good point there, as we've actually got a battle further down with Pure Racing Team Blue side by side through the bus stop chicane with Next Level Racing TTLR Red, which Jake Burton, and there's also Radicals Online Steel Series with them there as well as they go at La Source all together, and there's contact, and around goes the Next Level car.
Yeah, it's been rare that we've seen spins between car contact. Let's actually have a look then and go back and soak this through from the run down towards the bus stop chicane. We have a look from our aerial coverage, and there, first of all, you'll see down to the inside goes the Pure Racing Team blue car as they come side by side into it. That allows the Radicals machine to close up as well. They all have like their own little wheels coming out.
Radicals have a penalty.
Penalty for Radicals Online. We'll talk about that one in just a second, because this is the reason why. Coming into the corner, Radicals are the one that make contact with Next Level Racing TTLR Red. That is the situation here. As well, someone finally found a way though past Next Level Racing TTLR Red.
Just push him out of the way.
Let's just say, no, let's be honest. Let's be honest in the fact that actually the driver did actually legitimately pass them. So that was the Pure Racing Team blue car. So congratulations there, Andy, to Jonas Warmeyer, because he didn't make contact. It was the Radicals car who did.
Yeah, congratulations to Walmart. But talking about this lead drama, I think Paul brought up an interesting point. The fact that Core Motorsports car isn't clearly faster. I think the people who have a legitimate beef about that should be Pure Racing Team, because Heinz-Core Motorsports were very aggressive trying to get past that Pure Motorsports Ford.
They just had it. I thought they were letting them by, but no, they just dropped back a little bit. Did Core Motorsports, and again, this is just blocking everything. In fact, they have actually let Pure Racing Team through.
Yeah. But I was going to make the point, if Core doesn't make those aggressive moves and pass that Pure Racing Team red car, it's possible that that Ford is just still right up, tucked underneath the tailpipe of Mitchell de Jong, able to provide pressure. And now, the past 10-15 laps or so, Mitchell's been able to just sit there with a lap car behind him that he knows really can't make the move, that he's been able to sit there potentially unpressured. I actually think Pure Racing Team Red has a legitimate complaint over the driving standards from Alexander Boston Heights.
No, I see it another way, because we know how underpowered the Ford is sometimes. Actually, Patrick Pichler has had himself a nice little tow going up the hill for the last 10 laps or so.
He would have had the draft anyways.
Not
he would have had the draft from Mitchell.
No. You've got to remember that gap at one point was up to 2 seconds. Actually, I would argue that Patrick Pichler's been helped by this. If you have a look at the lap charts over the last 15 laps or so, yes, originally they fell back, but actually that lap traffic was able to, the battle that went on, the contact that happened between those two, it did allow Pure Racing Team Patrick Pichler to actually close back up a little bit.
That gap was out to 2 seconds, yes, but that gap was out to 2 seconds after Core Motorsports forced the move on that Ford of Pure Racing Team Red. That gap was very, very close before Core Motorsports tried to get through that Ford. And now, if that gap had they been able to just sit there and cruise potentially behind that Coanda car, they could have pressured Mitchell.
I think you're getting your timeline wrong a little bit then. I think that part of that comes down to the fact that actually the pass between Dion and PRT Red was almost inevitably going to happen anyway. We saw that on the lap graphics. I mean, what is now what's going to be worth watching is what happens in the next 2 laps to see whether PRT Red can actually stay up to date with Mitchell Dion. As the gap, just to let you know, by the way, Core Sim Racing Orange Randy is now down to 10 seconds, and there is the lap gaps. And again, actually I will say, it's slowed down a little bit. It's down to 5 tenths, 7 tenths, and 8 tenths. It has slowed down a little bit. That is something in itself worth thinking, because there were people thinking, oh, this will happen by pit stops. Actually, it might not happen by pit stops anymore. It might well be a case that this will still have to happen on the racetrack.
I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. We should be seeing pit stop fairly soon, though. Got 10 minutes till we get to the top of the hour and have 1 hour left to go. And we're expecting Pure Racing Team to likely be the first to come down pit lane, and potentially Mitchell DeJong and Coanda Sinsport, depending how much fuel they put in that car.
Yeah. 1 hour, 8 minutes to go in this motor race, guys. What is gonna have to happen next? Pure Racing Team Red are still within that 1 second. Let's go on board with them for the moment. Give you an update on other battles that are happening. We have actually got Power Led One, Radicals Online Steel Series on pit road. Paul, is that the one that has the penalty?
Yeah, they've just come onto pit road now, so yeah, it's them that have that penalty, so they're going to be sat there for 30 seconds for a stop and hold, so you might as well, with a little bit of fuel saving, you could get your final pit stop served as well.
Well, let's be honest, it'll be 1 hour, about 1 hour 6.5 by the time,
that,
yeah, about 1 hour, well, about 1 hour 5. 1 hour 6 by the time they actually come out of pit road. Yeah, you need to fuel save a lap, but that's actually probably the worst time ever. I mean, it's never a good time to have a penalty, but to have to serve your penalty when you're that close to your final pit stop, it's going to make their life very difficult now.
Yeah, and of course you've got to take into account the fact that you could end up having that extra lap at the end there of the race, and so you just got to save that little bit more fuel than you would normally have done because of that penalty, but they've timed it just about as close as they could to serve that penalty and still be able to take that pit stop.
They're likely going to fall into the Nirvana, Yellow, Stefan Mouchelin, etc. And I think that might well be, that might be the interesting thing to think about. And they won't be taking tyres, most likely. So this pit stop should still be about 1:10. I would say. Ironically, ironically, taking tyres is probably the better thing for them in terms of saving a bit of fuel. But 1:04.5 out and away, and yeah, we were right. It was going to be 1 minute 6.5 when they cross themselves. So actually, that's going to be a lot of fuel saving.
Yeah,
they are going to have to do. They may well have to really coast it around. It's worth noting though that they should have enough time to do so, because they've got 20 seconds gap to GT Ross. I think they're going to lose. No, actually, let's not think about this logically. Everyone else has got to pit around them, so they should still potentially be okay for a top 25 at least finish. Going back to your race leaders, well, Patrick Pichler's not fallen back at all, and I think that's an interesting thing to think about there, Jake.
It is, and Patrick Pichler, for all the tail fishing that has been going on from him coming out of the final bus stop chicane, you have to feel that Patrick Pichler is still pushing, still has that ability to push, but his pace compared to his other competitors comes down to a fact that he is slower out of everybody else in this field, and will have to hope that he can just hold on this situation. He is very tentative on the brakes through Blancpain, and he loses a couple tenths of a second because of that instability of that Ford GT, because it does turn a little bit differently to everything else. They both continue on. They will both do another lap. That is to be expected, and around 5 laps you feel will be the time that Pichler comes in. Let's watch out though for that gap. Rasmussen rounds the final corner. It's supposed to go under 10 seconds to the leader. It will go under 10 seconds to the leader. 9.4 and only 8.9 to Pichler.
Yeah, we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to take our final break of the race. When we come back, this is going to be an hour worth watching. The Blancpain GT Series has been fantastic all season long, but it's never been as fascinating as this. You're watching Racesport TV on iRacing Live in partnership with Mundo GT. We'll be back in a moment.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the best online racing simulation in the world. This is Dirt Racing on iRacing.com. Race online at some of America's most legendary dirt tracks, including Eldora and Williams Grove. iRacing is the premier online racing game featuring NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, and now World of Outlaws, the leading sanctioning body for dirt racing. iRacing is easy to use and features a centralized ranking system to make sure you have the best experience at any skill level. With a massive inventory of high-precision laser scan tracks and cars with an unmatched dedication to quality and detail, iRacing gives you the most authentic online racing experience available. Thanks to iRacing's dynamic track system, developed specifically for dirt racing, tracks change over the course of a race, just like your favorite dirt track on a Friday or Saturday night. From a slick racing groove all the way up to the cushion, iRacing's dirt tracks deliver non-stop racing action. Partnered with the World of Outlaws, iRacing is your source for the most authentic dirt racing experience available, featuring 4 brand new tracks and 11 new cars, including street stocks, Legends cars, late models, NASCAR trucks, winged and non-winged sprint cars, with much more on the way. Join the Dirt Revolution on iRacing.com and start slinging mud today.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them for a breast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Hey guys, Christopher Bell here. As you guys know, iRacing is coming out with dirt, and it's been a long time coming. So I'm here today to kind of show you around the sprint cars and hopefully give you some insight for whenever you first drive it. So here we are at Williams Grove, gonna go out and make a couple laps in the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on default setup with a gear change to a 522. As we roll out of the pits, you guys might notice that the car wants to pull left and you have to hold the steering wheel right to go straight. That's normal for a sprint car because you have so much stagger, it's always trying to turn the car left. Once you get up to speed, that goes away. Going down the straightaways, Williams Grove has really long straightaways and really tight corners. The big wings on the sprint cars, it always wants to pull you left into the corner, so it doesn't take much steering wheel input to get the car into the corner. A big key for the wing sprint cars is that they always like to go straight. They don't like to be too sideways. So the less steering wheel input you can have and the straighter you can keep the car, the faster you'll go. As the track slickens off, you'll be able to play with the setup to get the car driving even straighter yet. And that's a couple laps around Williams Grove. So here we are at Eldora Speedway. I'm on baseline setup with a gear change to a 511. As we roll out at Eldora Speedway, one thing that you'll notice is that the corners are really sweeping and it's almost a circular shape. The big thing about Eldora is just keeping that steering wheel straight. The straighter you keep the wheel and the less steering input that you give the car, the faster you'll go. The fast line around Eldora will be right around the inside wall in the corners and then with a big arc towards the outside walls down the straightaways. Then once the track slicks off, you'll be able to follow the groove up towards the outside wall, where the famous Eldora High Line comes into play. So now we're at Volusia Speedway Park with the 410 wing sprint car. I'm on baseline setup with a 511 gear, the same as what we ran at Eldora. Whenever you roll out on the racetrack, you'll notice that Volusia is similar to Eldora. They have long sweeping corners and it's kind of circular in shape. At Volusia, whenever the track is fast, you'll want to be right down against the concrete wall in the corners with a nice big arc down the straightaway. Whenever the track starts to slicken up, you'll be able to follow the groove up higher and higher. Whenever you get into turns 3 and 4 though, the groove might get up onto the shelf, which is the flatter section of the racetrack. And then it becomes very difficult to exit turn 4 without getting into the wall. And that's just one of the characteristics of Volusia Speedway Park. Hope you guys have fun.
The desk.
Into the last 58 minutes then of the 6 hours of Spa. 2 things worth noting, 3 things worth noting. Number 1, we've got ourselves Rendeville Sim Racing White on pit road. Number 2, Patrick Pitchler is now right on the rear of Mitchell de Jong and may well actually be looking for the race lead in the next half a lap or so. And number 3, well, Sim Racing Orange, Frederick Rasmussen. His tyres aren't getting that old as Pure Racing Team Red are on towards pit road. They're the first of the drivers to blink. They actually could have done another lap, but they decided not to this time around. But here we are. That's the situation as we head ourselves into the final 60 minutes of this motor race. Frederick Rasmussen, by the way, fastest lap of the day, 2:16.929. First driver into the 2:16s all race long. So here we are, the last hour of this motor race. Patrick Pitchler on pit road. To give you an update, Frederick Rasmussen should be on pit road, not necessarily this time by, the time by after that. Mitchell de Jong, however, can go about another 9 laps after that, and that is what's going to make this one fascinating. Different strategies, different fuel strategies, different everything over the course of the last hour of this event. Will Vincent, Jake Sperry, Paul Smith, Randy Chernoth. Paul, are you ready?
I'm strapped into my seat. This is going to be one heck of a ride towards the end of this race. Absolutely fantastic. And Maximilian Beneke is into that Pure Racing Team red car.
Here we go then. So for the final time, this is a circumstance, Randy, that we're expecting now Beneke to come out on old tyres used by someone else. So this is where you earn your money as a racing driver.
Yeah, and the thing is that everyone's going to be on old tires amongst these top 3. We don't expect that Mitchell de Jong will take tires. It'd be an interesting strategy decision if they opted for it and tried to work essentially that new rubber when those guys are going to be potentially duking it out on old sets as Max Beneke starts rolling off. But all 3 of these drivers in the top 3 going to be on an old set of tires, and we're expecting really Coanda. They're going to be pushing the limit somewhat into the unknown because we've not seen people triple stint tires in this series before. How will that Mercedes hold up? We've never even really seen the Mercedes double stinted until before today. This is going to be unknown territory, I think, if they push for 3.
Right, in the meanwhile, 2:16.929 last time by for Freddie Rasmussen. He will come on towards pit road next lap, most likely. But he's coming in now. He's in now. So, Jake, we avoid the situation when we talk about just how close Frederick Rasmussen will get to Coanda Sim Sports. But now, the next minute and a half, 2 minutes, are going to be so important for Sim Racing Orange. And it will be a case now of Frederick Rasmussen just having to make sure he gets everything right.
everything right, and the sirens are sounding here at Spa-Francorchamps. Everything and a little bit more is just going off in the ears, because now it's down to how quick can Pure Racing Team Red go. They managed to get out in front of Jim Racing Black. That's a very, very crucial point for Maximilian Benecke. He didn't have to negotiate Mikko Melkala in that situation for the Jim team. Now rounding Stavilo, looking for corner Paul Frere. Right now you feel Benecke, it comes down to a sprint between him and Rasmussen. Rasmussen looking for his box, and now the timer will soon commence.
Yep, so there is Benecke. That's the important thing Jake just mentioned, ahead of Jim Racing Black. There is the number 1 Coanda Sim Sports car. There is the number 8 Coanda Sim Sports car, who currently leads this motor race. But there is Fredrik Rasmussen. He is on pit road then. He should only be there for about another 30 seconds, and then he will be unleashed on his way. It will be a no tyre stop now for Fredrik Rasmussen, but we know just how fast he was going on that set of tyres. They'll cool down a little bit as he sat on pit road. As we also have ourselves Team Redline Black coming out of pit road. That has got Gregor Hutu back behind the wheel of it. But as the clock ticks over to about 40 seconds, 42 seconds out and away, well, there's the first thing. That's 2 seconds slower there, Randy, compared to Pure Racing Team Red.
That may have just been a little bit of safety fuel going into the tank there. Maybe somewhat unsure about exactly how many laps is going to follow. Could be in a sort of weird place where they could maybe go a lap extra, maybe not, depending who's leading when. So they may put a little bit of banker fuel in the tank, which is always a good choice in my opinion. Could hurt them slightly if the 2 cars in front of them push it right to the ragged limit. And actually, did they beat out Pure Racing Team? No, they did not. However, Pure Racing Team not that far up the road. They're on the same bit of straightaway on the run into Ravage.
Well, okay, 5.1 seconds then is the difference between Pure Racing Team Red and Core Sim Racing Orange. Let's call it 8 cents of a second a lap. That is going to be then close to the half-hour mark there, Paul, that we're going to see these two come close together. So, actually, no, it'll be closer to about the 40-minute mark that we're likely going to see these two come together. The interesting situation is now Coanda Sim Sports, because the race lead could be taken away in the pit stop sequence from Coanda to the Core Sim Racing Orange team. The reason for that is it's going to be about 8 laps before Mitchell de Jong comes on towards pit road. And well, 8 laps, that equates to, let's say, 17, 18 minutes. That means he'll come on towards pit road with 34 minutes remaining in the race. I think you now have to risk it. I think you do have to risk it, and you do have to go no tyres, short fuel. That's the only way you can win this motor race.
Just purely because of the fact that Core Sim Racing Orange were able to get within 5.5 seconds before the pit stop of the race leading VRS Coanda Sim Sport car, you can't take tyres. Yes, they're going to be taking less fuel, so therefore they're going to be on pit road for a short amount of time, but if you put those tyres on, you're just gifting that place to them. And I don't believe that they would have the pace to be able to get back past Fredrik Rasmussen.
What we need to do is keep an eye out on the lap time when Freddie Rasmussen does a full lap and see what's happening there. Just to let you know, Alexander Voss has found someone new to fight with, and guess what? It's another Pure Racing Team car, Jake.
It is, and well, you just can't write the script sometimes here in this series. And well, when you battle and you battle and you battle, this is very crucial though, because right now, on current set conditions, this is technically for the top 10 that Alexander Voss needs to make the move on Daniel Schueck, and Schueck has the widest vehicle in the world, as we have understood. Maybe apart from Jared Filsell, but maybe the second widest vehicle in the world. Certainly the widest for GT, but for Daniel Schueck, it's defend for your life. There is a lot more than just this position at stake. There is pride in the German teams.
Okay then, so let's ride on board of Alexander Voss as he works himself down the hill. Well, we've had a lot of airtime for Core Motorsports when arguably in other circumstances they may not have had today. They've not had the best performance, this duo of Alexander Voss and Niels Koch, but actually up the hill, this is almost going to be academic now for Alexander Voss. He's just going to move that car to the left-hand side as they head themselves towards the Lecombe complex. Actually, I take that back. The last acceleration phase there did favour the Ford GT, as that's going to be wide. And again, you've got to think about these incident point limits. And I think Alexander Voss is probably a lot closer than he would want to be with 50 minutes remaining, Paul.
And you know what? That was just a little bit of a shoulder, you know, a little bit of hip check, something like that, just to say, no, I'm having this position, thank you very much. And you know what? That'll actually help out the Pure Racing Team 70 car of Beneke, because all this slowing him down means that he can't get involved when he eventually does have his pit stop. So, yeah, interesting how that one goes. Beneke, by the way, he's just coming around to finish a lap. Last lap was an 18.3. This lap is going to be, as my timing updates, an 18.2. Frederick Rasmussen, that's his first complete lap, and it's a 17.8.
Okay, so 17.8 versus an 18.0. Actually, this isn't looking too bad all of a sudden for Mitchell de Jong, because he's only 0.2 of a second slower. We need to get 1 or 2 more laps.
But he hasn't pit yet and filled up though.
Yeah,
Those guys, they're on old tires on heavy fuel load. We're gonna get a real metric here in a few laps time, about next 3 or 4, when he comes down pit lane and puts gas in that car. It's only likely gonna be about half a tank or so, but still, there's a pretty big difference to be had there.
Yeah, okay, but we need to compare lap time to lap time here right now, Jake, because, you know, it doesn't matter about the fuel right now. It's the time that we're chasing. We've got 49 minutes to go. And, you know, if he's not gaining 0.8 of a second every single lap, actually, this is almost putting the race not into the hands of Koanda Sport, but making it that grandstand finish that I was talking about earlier on, because it will mean that de Jong will, you know, he won't be on high fuel, he'll be on medium fuel when he comes out. He's stemming the bleeding for a moment. There were 2:18.1 that last time by, 0.3 of a second. Yes, every second counts, but that now means that if you're not taking fuel, you're taking half a tank of fuel, you'll be faster on pit road. That buffer has just come up actually a little bit to what might be, I'd say, about 8 seconds after they come out of pit road, and Randy can write that down for future records.
Certainly can, and well, 8 seconds, it comes down to one thing: no tyres, which everyone is, but it's the fuel number that we're looking at as well. If Mitchell de Jong decides to go low on that fuel, which we do expect him to do, he is looking to get 8 seconds, as Will says. I'm going to go a little bit higher. I'm going to say it's 10 seconds of a gap, and at 10 seconds of a gap, if he can maintain 2:18.1s, in fact 2:18.5s, he is safe, because I'm not even sure Core Sim Racing Orange can take second place at this pace right now. Rasmussen has got to find gold dust in these next few laps, because he's only closing 0.4 of a second a lap on Beneke, and that just simply will not cut it.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Alexander Voss, 27.3 second stop. So these are the kind of numbers now that we're looking for pit stops. And that pit stop by Alexander Voss, just to let you know, was 13 seconds faster than what we saw the second place team, not second place, the net second place team, Pure Racing Team Red go. So that's 13 seconds already. And we still got ourselves another 6 laps, that's 6 seconds, before Koanda come on pit road. Jake might be right on this one, but Paul, it's going to be very, very interesting now in this battle. Koanda, we all said, well, you guys said, because I don't make these opinions, you all said that, you know, Koanda may have put this race away. Koanda are still in a potential catbird seat winning position, and that crazy strategy that Randy complained about for so long, when you've only got half a fuel tank to put in and you can maintain 2:18, then actually, is it a bad strategy at the end of the race if you can save that time twice?
Yeah, and also, because he's not putting as much fuel and he's not putting as much strain into the time, it's all going to come down to that final, how he comes out there and what the gaps will be. It's crucial that he's ahead by 1 minute and 7 seconds of Pure Racing Team Blue. We've been seeing pit stops on the pit road of about 1 minute 30. So, you know, in terms of total time for this final pit stop, it's going to be tight, and it's going to be a great finish to watch, because right now I can't call anything. I can't call who's going to get this one in the end.
Freddie Rasmussen as well, let's not forget, his times have slowed by about a second to what he was doing at the end of his previous stint. They are about 0.6 of a second slower, Randy, than what he was doing at the start of his previous stint. So that's the thing that's worth noting. But if we pull up the lap graphic, we should be able to do so now. There you can see it was 4 tenths of a second, 3 tenths of a second. What's Freddie doing right now? This is nowhere near fast enough.
Potentially may have overfilled the car is the only thing I can really think of. We saw him have, how long was he in the pits for?
2 seconds longer.
Yeah.
2 seconds. He may have overfilled that car. I'm not exactly sure exactly how much he had in the tank. Not sure if he could have gone longer, maybe not pit when he did and potentially taken a shorter fill. I'm not, you know, I don't really know. All I can think is maybe he took too much fuel and it's weighing him down too much. He's still the quickest car out on track pretty much, and he is reeling in Max Benecke, but he's going to have a very hard time catching Coanda, I think, at this rate, because we're expecting Coanda to come out several seconds in the lead here just based on their pit stop time.
Replay. Alexander Voss again. He's been all the action over the last couple of hours, just passing the pink power racers of Simon Povey as they work themselves up the hill. Oh my word, Simon Povey almost lost that one. Woo. As they work themselves up a Rouge Radio. I want to get another look at that one on board with Simon Povey, because that was just a little bit on the scary side. Back. You never want to have your back end step out coming up Air Rouge there, Jake, ever.
No, never. And to even save something like that, where we have seen other drivers get caught out, you know, fair play to Simon Povey. He is no slouch when it comes down to that machine, and he has held on to it and has kept control of it to keep, or to lose only 1 position in P19. Could have lost the entire race off of that one. That's a scary one, and you don't like to see those very often.
Yeah, but he's also got someone behind him who wants to take P number 19 away. That's Gregor Hutu, Team Red Diamond Black, who last time by was 1.2 seconds faster than the Pink Power Racers car. So starting to unravel a little bit for Simon Povey. He's actually likely to keep 20th place at this point there, Jake, because then Jonathan Fuller in Phoenix Motorsport is a further 8 seconds behind, but Gregor Hutu does look almost academic that he'll get past in the next lap or so.
Yeah, it certainly does seem that way as his Ford GT rounds himself through that final bus stop chicane, run towards turn number 1, last source hairpin, then 218.4. Well, technically a 218.5 actually for Gregor Hutu that time, by 220 flat for Simon Povey. That is the big difference maker in terms of his lap times, gone to 220. Certainly not the same lap times that Samuel Libert was doing when he was back inside that vehicle. But Gregor Hutu now looking for the run up the hill. They've all got the jump on Schueck though. That's very crucial. So they'll gain another position that way. So for position number 19, Simon Povey has the fringes of slipstream for now.
Let's have a look. 4 tenths of a second. Hutu's not going to be anywhere near close enough to make that pass in towards Lecombe. It will have to stay where it is. And Amazon Alexa has just decided to read me a book. So I've evidently said something there that I shouldn't have to trigger something. This is what happens when you live in a smart flat. It doesn't become smart all the time. Frederick Rasmussen down within 4 seconds. Last time by 4 tenths of a second faster. Now let's be honest, there is more than enough time to enable this to happen, because we still got, what, about 17 laps of this motor race to go? Paul, you probably got a calculator closer to hand than me. It's between about 15
17 to
19-ish.
19-ish.
Yeah.
About 19 laps or so, yeah.
So easy enough time to, even at 3 tenths of a second a lap, that, you know, simple maths, 12 laps, then the two will be together. Frederick Rasmussen, of course, has the straight line speed advantage. That will give him the favour over Maximilian Benecke. I still think Corson Racing Orange can take second place away. The joker here is going to be that driver of the one and only Mr. Mitchell de Jong. That is, I think, where it's going to be interesting. And it's going to just give you an update. We have lost Gale Force Racing. Now, they had a second penalty earlier on today, Paul. So whether or not they've had to park the car, they crashed the car, they've been told to park the car, they are classified now as out of the race and in 33rd place.
They were speeding down pit road as well, I could tell you that. So I think they've had enough for the day. They were doing about 130 miles an hour down the first part of pit road when they came into the pits. So yeah, I think they've decided that, yeah, It's not been our day. Let's just park it up.
Odux Motorsports, for some strange reason, are currently in the number 94 machine. Something very weird that's happened there, actually. I take that back. I take it back completely. It's showing a 39th car in our statistics for no reason, but it's actually the pace car. Technology doesn't always work the way we want it to. That's the second time I've said
just ask Alexa.
in 5 minutes. You say that again. But the interesting situation, the lap time last time by, Coanderson Sport was the slowest of your top 3 drivers. It's 2:18.11 for third place Core Sim Racing Orange, 2:18.12 for Maximilian Benecke in the Pure Racing Team Red car, and it was 2:18.5 for Coanda Sim Sports. Interesting food for thought there, Jake.
Certainly is, but they have responded here as Mitchell de Jong and the VRS Coanda Simsport 8, because they have managed to pull that back to 2:18.2, which puts them on par yet again. You feel, though, that when they do come down onto pit road and make that stop, the more fuel they put into that car, the more difficult that vehicle is going to be. I expect them to lose another 0.4 of a second on their pace alone. Car comes out of pit road. That's Julian Grunastel for the MSP Phoenix Racing machine there. The 85 that's had so many issues here today gets out of the way, no problems at all. I do want to, however, take a look at the championship. I'll come back to you, Will, on this one. I want to try and work out where that 8 plays out into all of it.
I'll leave that one with you. As well, we're lap number 26 in the stint. That means, Randy, it could be this time we see Coanda Sim Sports on pit road.
Yeah, it's either going to be this time or next time, I wager, as we're quickly approaching. We're currently got about 40 minutes. There's 40 minutes at the line left here, so maybe a little bit earlier down on pit road than we thought. Might have to be a slightly heavier fuel load, but still, he's pushing it to the absolute limit. Might have maybe it's either going to be the end of this lap or the end of the next. Maybe the lap after that if he's been saving fuel. And that's the other thing for Mitchell de Jong that's been happening this stint. If he's been having opportunity to save fuel, he needed to be. Not only did he need to push and try to find speed, but if there was some way he could cut a lap of fuel out of this race, somehow, some way, that extra 1 to 2 seconds that would save out of the box could be potentially huge for this Mercedes. And just another talking point before we get to the hectic mode. We've had a few teams just sort of slowly dwindle their way down. NX Racing Blues one that I remember was thereabouts over the course of this fight is now 2 minutes off your leader. Team that was there, there's a couple others that were in amongst your leaders early on that are no longer there. But teams that have sort of quietly worked their way up to the front of the field, VRS Coanda Simsport, all 3 cars in the top 5. Great showing by them, considering the somewhat off-season they've been having.
Yeah, and that is all on raw pace as well. They've not done anything too crazy on the strategy front. They've had good teams without them all day long.
Here we go. Here he comes.
And here he is then. It is going to be the driver of Coanda Simsport on towards pit road, Mitchell de Jong. This is when things get interesting. So, what we first want to do is turn our attention away from him and have a look, see where Maximilian Benecke is. He is 2.8 seconds ahead of Frederick Rasmussen, and he's working himself right now down towards Puan. So they are a way back, but you've got to remember how long pit road is here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. You also want to keep an eye out, actually. We'll just have a look at our aerial coverage, and we'll zoom it out a little bit. Have a look at some of this traffic that is around. There's one car that I can see immediately, but there's 2, 3, 4 others within about 15 seconds of Maximilian Benecke. Those cars could play a part in this motor race over the course of the next 36 minutes. Now, we are going to see coming through stop Mitchell de Jong. This is going to be the important part. We do expect him to keep the lead of this motor race, so we're not going to go shouty mode just yet. It all comes down to how long he is on pit road. Worth noting that when we saw the Core Sim Racing car come on towards pit road a little bit earlier on, sorry, Core Motorsports car on pit road, it was about 23, 24 seconds. For Mitchell de Jong, 27 seconds. So he will come out with the race lead. There is Benecke just now coming into that.
This is a lot more than I expected.
So it is a big lead, and actually that is, I would almost argue, going to be a big push. We need to wait for Benecke to go past the start-finish line to work this one out. It will come down on our screens in about the next 20 seconds or so. It is showing as 16.7 seconds. Now, 14 seconds, it will just adjust itself. 15 seconds, 14 seconds. That's going to be a very tough ask for Freddie Rasmussen to actually get the win of this motor race, but we need to keep an eye, Jake, actually, not now on that gap of 14-ish seconds. It is a case of how slow is the first hot lap going to be for Mitchell de Jong. That's the figure we need to know.
It certainly is. Talk about the championship as well. If things stay like this, I reckon Core Sim Racing take a 22-ish point lead into the final race of the season, which means basically if they crash out of that race, it's game over for them at the Nürburgring, but otherwise the championship rests very much in their hands. For that Coanda SimSport 8, they will become the main title rivals here. And remember, Will, this is the vehicle that got themselves #1 in qualification for this series. Wasn't even part of this series last year. Mitchell de Jong and co have brought themselves back into it with this run at Spa. It is worth looking at the gap. Mitchell de Jong, it's worth looking at his times as well. I did say about 0.4 of a second. We're looking at depreciation values in terms of his pace. This is crucial though compared to him and Maximilian Benecke, because Benecke needs to push as well. They're currently 11th in the championship, looking to gain 5 or 6 places.
Yeah, so there's lots of interesting things going on here. Of course, we talk about the championship, we also talk Paul, about prizes. There is big money at stake here for winning the championship, coming second, coming third. You know, there are points, sorry, there are iRacing credit points on offer. There is real cash on offer as well.
Absolutely, and this is what they're all fighting it out for. And to be able to get yourself into that top 3 teams with the result possibly that will happen today for VRS Coanda SimSport is absolutely just absolutely golden for them. But there's still 33 minutes left. You know, anything could happen in this motor race yet, and this is the intriguing thing. Fred Rasmussen, that last lap, took 0.4 of a second out of Pure Racing Team in second place, so he is still on a bit of a charge, but he's not going quite as much as he was before. But then again, of course, they didn't have Max Benecke behind the wheel in the stint before, so this is all going to get a little bit tense for that second place. I just think once we get to the end of this lap, we will know where we stand for that lead.
Yes, and this is what we're really interested to know. And I will say already, that gap's come down by about a second. I can tell you for a fact that gap has come down by about a second this lap. We are on board with Coanda SimSports in that number 8 machine, heading himself through Rouen. And if you're wondering if there's any other battles going on, I will say the closest battle we have is between Jake Burton and Joni Tormana. This is for 11th, but actually Tormana is past Jake Burton, and that's nothing happening there. Team Redline Black trying to close down Heightenveld Core Motorsports, Alexander Voss. That's at 0.7 of a second. We'll keep
getting themselves more screen time late here.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. So the last lap time showing at 3:26. That is the out lap then for Mitchell de Jong. Now it's a case of finding out what an actual hot lap is for de Jong. And let's not forget, this is a Rallycross driver, so he's used to driving cars in unopportune conditions. He has a little bit of oversteer through the centre of Blancpain, but that's all going to be okay for him for the time being, slowing it down into the bus stop chicane. Let's get a look at the lap time as he comes past the start-finish line. It will show now on your screen at the bottom. His best lap of the day, 2:17.505. The number we've been waiting for, 2:18.7. That's about 1 second, Paul, and we've got just enough laps for this to become really interesting.
Well, Fred Rasmussen has just come across the line now with a 2:17.8, so he took 9/10 out of your leader there. The second place man took 4/10 out of your leader, so 14.5 seconds. Oh, this is going to get all squeaky bum time towards the end, that's for sure.
Remember when I said this race would finish within 5 seconds of each other?
Now, here's an interesting point. Benecke and Rasmussen. Rasmussen's been closing up to Benecke. He closed up approximately about 4.5 of a second that last lap. If they start fighting, they will not get the win. That is for sure.
Freddie has to basically do it in one move.
Yes.
He needs to do it in one move, and remember the fact he's in a McLaren, which is so much faster than that Ford, and basically wait until, and it's the patience thing. And again, I'm going to use my IndyCar mentality here. When you're working at Indianapolis, it sometimes takes you 2 laps to set up a pass. But when you do so, you sometimes only have one opportunity to do so, especially in the older IndyCar, not so much in a DW12. But the same would apply here. What you actually want to do is maybe actually do sit behind for half a lap or so. But make sure that when you get out of the bus stop chicane, you're about 4/10 of a second behind. Then make sure you nail that apex through La Source and then just work down and up the hill and use that one opportunity.
Yeah, and they've also got a bit of lap traffic ahead. Bruno De Carmo in the iRacing Brazil team car. And luckily for Fred, he should be able to catch him on the exit of Paul Freire, heading towards Blancpain possibly. So that iRacing Brazil car has got quite a lot of damage at the back as well. But here comes Fred, using a little bit of draft as well, so that'll just help him pick up a little bit of speed there as well, heading through towards Blancpain. Now the leader is going to come across the line in a second or so now, and that lap time is going to be a 2:18.775. And this is the battle. Second place, Pure Racing Team Red, Maximilian Benecke, of course, Sim Racing Orange. What the lap times there? You have got a 2:18.3 for PRT and a 2:17.8. So another 5/10 of a second taken out by Fred Rasmussen.
Oh, here we go. But again, he's not going to catch him this lap, not going to catch him next lap. And hey, guess what I've just realised here, Jake? You've got someone who can be just helping out for a couple of laps or so, and that is the Pure Racing Team yellow car.
Oh, absolutely. And, well, now you talk about pack mentality. Schueck has the ability to hold up Frederick Rasmussen, but at what cost, Will? Because that Pure Racing Team Yellow machine can't hold up that machine for too much longer of Frederick Rasmussen due to the iRacing stipulations of blue flag rules. Would have to let that vehicle pass, otherwise get a message, or otherwise get a massive, massive penalty and lose all credibility.
I have actually... thinking game theory, if you're Pure Racing Team Red, is it maybe beneficial to let Frederick go easily when it gets to you and then try to reel in Mitchell and then pounce on him with the old tires deep into this race? Maybe, you know, I think if you're Max Benecke, you're probably looking at Fred, realizing you're probably not going to be able to defend from him. He's quick enough, and that McLaren, excuse me, is so quick in a straight line that you may not be able to make that move stick. If you're Max Benecke, do you maybe think that you're better off trying to take the fight somehow to Mitchell de Jong rather than trying to fight with Fred Rasmussen?
Gap is down. Let's give you an update. Gap is down to 12 seconds. Now, here's the question, Randy. Will these tyres fall off a cliff for Mitchell de Jong?
I have no idea. I've only tested the Mercedes double stinting once, and I completely hated it. It wasn't at Spa, and it wasn't in this sorts of weather conditions. It was a little bit hotter. It depends. It really depends on their setup, what they're doing with the pressures. I've triple stinted cars before. I did triple stints in the Ferrari at Le Mans just a couple of months ago, but Le Mans is a very different racetrack from here, and the GTE cars are very different from the GT3. I really don't know what's going to happen to this Mercedes. It is very possible that he hits a cliff, but I don't really know what the lifespan is on those tires.
Well, another lap completed, 2:18.6 then for de Jong. He picks up a little bit of pace. Coming past the start-finish line comes Benecke. He does a 2:18.4, and it's a 2:17.9 for Frederick Rasmussen.
Under a second.
It's less than a second, but it's not going to happen this lap. And this is what I mean now, Jake. Get that half a second, use that toe this time by, put yourself in 3/10 by the time you get to this point. Next time by, you've got a chance.
Yeah, you certainly do have a chance, and now Rasmussen needs to work on that draft, needs to close in Benecke, but Benecke's got Schueck as his little bit of safety in front of him, knows that he'll have to get past at some stage if he gets too close and Schueck gets too slow. Schueck is running 18.8s here. That's good enough right now for Benecke to close up at just enough, but they are all going to be tripping over each other right now, Will, when they get to the bus stop chicane. I don't know how Rasmussen's going to get past both of them at the same time. He has really got himself bit between the teeth.
Well, the first thing that needs to happen is that the yellow Pure Racing Team car needs to move out the way. I would say, by the time they get to Blancpain. It's as simple as that. Race Control have been very good here today at helping to enforce this message. This is that one time when you've really got to enforce that message, because there's a double thing here. Something goes wrong, you can blame the team game as well. We're on board with Frederik Rasmussen, and I would expect, I mean, if you're in a yellow car, there's no one around you right now. Just move to the right-hand side of the racetrack, and you can allow everyone to go past. That will be the sportsman thing to do, because they are both clearly within 1 second, and now they head themselves to the fastest part of the racetrack. This is where things can ultimately get very scary very quickly. The gap then between Pure Racing Team Red and Coursing Racing Orange is 0.4 of a second. This is exactly where Rasmussen wants to be in terms of time, but he is still potentially worried about what's going to happen in terms of track positioning. As well, out of the way he goes then, goes the yellow car, allowing the red Pure Racing Team car and Rasmussen to have this fight to themselves. You don't really necessarily want to make a move, but he's going to allow him to. That's the flashing of the lights there. That is exactly what you were talking about, Randy. Allow the two to work together to go and fight Coanda. That now really makes this race fun for the last couple of laps. And actually, very good heads-up thinking, just as you were saying.
Phenomenal racing by Max Benecke. I think this is great because now he can just sit in behind Frederik Rasmussen and work the slipstream as they try to reel in Coanda SimSport. Talking about Coanda SimSport, though, it's almost the opposite of what we're getting from that battle for second and, well, that we had for second and third. If you look behind Coanda SimSport, they're currently leading, and if you look just behind, you have Heinz-Fair Core Motorsport with Alexander Voss and Gregor Hutu and Team Redline Black. They're fighting for position out there on the racetrack, and they're reeling in Mitchell de Jong. This is going to be a very interesting situation when those two slower cars reel in Mitchell, because I have to say, Mitchell's going to have to let him go with the fact that those two are fighting. They're well within their right to maintain their fight. Much different situation from what we saw about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, so let's turn our attention then back to the driver of Mitchell de Jong and explain kind of what is going on behind him. You will see that there is the two cars coming into play, and this is what battle that we were just talking about. We're going to give it some more airtime. We were joking about it. Now it really is going to be interesting. There is Team Redline Black. We're on board with them, and there is the driver of Alexander Voss in the Heinz-Fair Core Motorsports car. Now you can see that Hutu is just a little bit faster lap on lap, but the battle that is worth noting is what the lap times they are doing compared to your race leader. The 2:18.0 for Gregor Hutu is a full 0.8 of a second faster. And he almost fought there for a moment, Jake. You're going to have Hutu try and look down to the inside at Blancpain. Then I realised we're talking about a 5-time world champion.
You are talking about that he's in the same team as Max Verstappen, who is the master of around the outside at Blancpain. So in terms of that, Gregor Hutu is a little hot under the collar at P17, P16. Looking at that battle ahead going on, I don't think they are going to be able to catch Richard Hampstead in front of them, those two. But if they do catch Mitchell de Jong, which I do think they are going to do, there is a lot to be looked at. Frederik Rasmussen, 2:17.8. That time was a 2:18.6. It's 0.8 of a second a lap from Frederik Rasmussen to close that down, and I'm not sure 0.8 is enough here. A second maybe, yes. 0.8, this close, but I don't think it works.
It's on the cusp.
That extra lap is going to be so important all of a sudden here, Randy.
And those two-lapped cars of Hutu and Alexander Voss, because if they get to the back end of Mitchell de Jong and they're going to want to fight it out, which they're going to fight it out, it is entirely possible that Mitchell gets out of the way and has to lose 1 or 2 seconds, because it's easier to just dive out of the way than it is to try to maintain in front of them and really battle with them. This is going to be a stressful moment for Mitchell de Jong. However, this might be where he is maybe the best in this situation of anyone else in this series, being the rallycross driver, a lot of experience about driving and racing around a lot of cars in close proximity. If anyone is going to allow himself to get passed by 2-lap cars and lose the least amount of time of anyone on this grid, it's going to be Mitchell.
You know what? If we were a certain broadcaster in the United States, you know what would be happening right now, don't you?
We'd be going to commercial.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we'd be talking about the weight
exactly what we'll be doing. We're heading ourselves over to commercial here. With 21 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Spa. You're watching RaceSpot TV. No, we're not going to do that. We can't do that to you guys. This is such a good final 20 minutes of this motor race. We have really enjoyed bringing you this coverage of the 6 hours of Spa. Absolutely phenomenal race, and we say it was going to come down to 5 seconds and the grandstand finish at the end. It really does look as though that might be the case. Beneke, just to let you know, hasn't really fallen back that much. That's worth thinking about. You know, he is still within a second right now.
Yeah, the thing is, that last lap he was 0.8 slower, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. At least he's got that slipstream, he's got that draft, and he's able to use that. But when you get to about a second back, that draft effect just seems to drop off. And so he's got to try and keep it within a second here of Fred Rasmussen in front. But Rasmussen, with the pace that he's been showing, by the way, Mitchell de Jong last lap 2:18.7. Rasmussen goes across the line in a 2:17.7. So that was a second that he's caught up there. Pure Racing Team, Maximilian Beneke, a 2:17.9. So they're catching up by 8 tenths as Pink Power Racers. That was a bit of heart-in-mouth moment there for Frederick Rasmussen.
Can you just see how Beneke is going to be really angry here because he's just basically had his motor race come to an end because up the hill. I mean, actually, he might be all right. He might be all right if he can get the draft. But, of course, this is Beneke in a Ford, and he's going to have to struggle in some ways to get past. And he's going to have to use that toe over the Pink Power Racers, which he does. He loses in the end, actually, about nothing. So, again, very smart driving there by Beneke, just by remembering the fact he was able to make use of the draft in the right way to save him going up the hill. So much has happened here today, and now there's still more to go, because look at how close these two drivers are now to your race leader, Jake. They are within a second of unlapping themselves, and, well, Gregor Hutu is in that dirty air. He's trying to find a way past, but we've seen this before. A Ford over a Mercedes is a hard task to find a way past, but they both now want to go past your race leader. What do you do if you're Mitchell de Jong? Do you risk more incident points? Do you risk being taken off the road? Do you risk giving up that second and a half, allowing them to both go past on the Kemmel straightaway?
I think he's safe right now, Will. I think with 20 minutes to go with a 10-second gap, I think he's actually safe because it's a 2:18 lap. A second a lap doesn't cut it here. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. So now it comes down to a fact that he can hold Alexander Voss off. He did so 1 hour ago. So for Mitchell de Jong
now.
He is a little bit slower, but it's 0.5 of a second. It's the same 0.5 of a second that Alexander Voss can't make down on the straight.
But the difference now is that Alexander Voss is fighting with Gregor Hutu, and Hutu has shown that he's quicker than Voss. So if Voss doesn't do it, Gregor's going to do it. Mitchell is going to have to let these two lap cars go one way or another. I think he has to start flashing the brakes once they get to the top of Radion and just let them both go on the run into Lacombe. He has to let them through. I don't think there's any way you as the leader can hold up two lap cars behind you that are battling out for position with everything that's on the line. You don't want to risk Alexander Voss trying to put a car between himself and Gregor Hutu and maybe making an overzealous move. Just give up the time now, let them through, and then maintain your gap for the rest of this race.
But also, you don't want to risk end up being involved in a crash, because let's be honest, if one of these two drivers overshoot down at the Lacombe complex, then you end up in a horrible situation where they might end up taking you out by mistake. That's the thing that you've also got to think about, Paul.
And, well, I just noticed on the cameras here, the Fred Rasmussen and Maximilian Beneke, they're on the same straight. They can see him down the Kemmel straight now, so they're in sight. The blood is in the water, and they're just sharks just coming in for the kill here.
They were 1.2 seconds quicker last time.
Yeah, it's just... But de Jong is just in such a horrible position.
Paul, remember what we were talking about earlier over the fact that everyone talks about the dirty air from the car, for the car behind. They don't often talk about the dirty air for the car in front. Yeah. I think that's coming into play again.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, and do you know what? De Jong, he needs to just, after Paul Freyer, after the corner at Paul Freyer, just maybe not be accelerating quite as hard as he can do, just to let them both by. Just feather your throttle a little bit, let them by, and just get a draft off of them, because that'll help him pull out a little bit of a gap, get that little bit of extra top speed.
That's a true point, actually. Sometimes not necessarily leading the train could be a bit of an advantage for you. But he's holding his own for the moment. The gap is down to 8.1 seconds. And again, that's what I worry about. Moments like that, when you have yourself Alexander Voss just thinking about trying to make the move through towards Blancpain, and what happens if he overshoots here? Well, he's taking him out. That's the thing. And I'm not going to say Voss is going to overshoot. I'm not going to say Hooty's going to overshoot. But when everyone's on worn tyres, things happen in close racing situations like this. These drivers are not perfect racers, otherwise we'll be literally talking about AI drivers. Down to 8 seconds is the gap now between Koana SimSports and Core Sim Racing Orange, with 15 minutes to go in the 6 hours of Spa here on Racebot TV and Mundo GT. What a race this has been. Our friends over at Mundo GT are still going on, so you can check that one out either now or after the race, should you choose to do so. Let's have a look. No intention then of De Jong moving out of the way, or no intention of Alexander Voss, but there's the thing that we just talked about as well. They are on the same straightaway. Your top 3 drivers now. Let's check in very quickly with our Spanish commentator.
Que va a ser Coanda contra Core Sim Racing Orange el final, y se parece que las puede ganar Coanda después de dar una lección de estrategia de esas que hacen historia.
Yo cada vez lo tengo menos claro, porque 7 vueltas, 8 segundos, súmale los 2 doblados que hay por medio. Yo lo único que tengo claro ya es que, salvo milagro, Beneke lo tiene todo perdido, porque ya ha perdido el rebufo de Rasmussen. Aunque él por su cuenta sigue haciendo 18 fajos, no va a llegar, porque haciendo 18 fajos no llegas, tienes que hacer 17 medio, pues como ojo, casi.
Espérate, le metía el coche, le ha intentado lanzar el coche.
Well, we've still got many things happening on track. There is the situation you see, P1 and P2. I heard them getting excited in the Mundo GT booth, and well, I think this has still got to do with the Gregor Hooty situation, because
Voss took a peek.
Really, yeah, Voss took a tiny little peek there, and that's the thing. I think now he's taking a peek, it changes everything. I honestly think it has to change everything, because Voss knows how hard he's defending from Gregor Hooty. The easiest way to defend against Gregor Hooty, put a car in between you. That's the situation going on right now. Race control, I feel so bad for them right now. If they're going to have to make a call on this one, because they can't say you can't overtake. Well, then what are they going to say? Drop back 3 seconds and carry on again? Well, then P2 and P3 will come into play before you know it. Gap up the line, 6.5 seconds. Mitchell de Jong, a 219.1 to a 217.6. 1.5 seconds. Paul, this changes everything.
Certainly does, and he's losing too much time now by being determined to stay ahead of them. Use that draft, let them by, and use that draft to help you down the, just help you pick up speed down the straights. Okay, your tyres are going to be shot and you maybe lose them after a while, but it'll just give you that little bit of extra edge in the long run. But you can see it in the background. There's Fredrik Rasmussen, he's charging down. He's managed to break away from Maximilian Beneke. Well, 1.8 seconds between those two. So Beneke hasn't been able to hang on to the back of Fredrik Rasmussen, and it's all coming down to this. We've got about, what, 8 laps left in this one?
8 laps. Well, with the extra lap, I think we're going to be about 7 laps as it stands right now. But the thing is that with gap is now close enough that we will have this grandstand finish that we were talking about. 5 seconds will be the gap at the line, so to say here, Jake. And well, we said that this was going to be a good 6-hour race. This really is one for the ages. I think this race right now has defined the Blancpain GT Series.
It certainly has, and it's a curious case of Schrodinger's overtake between De Jong and Alexander Voss. Voss needed to get past De Jong needed to get past Voss, and now they are pretty much stuck again. A little look from Voss down towards the inside there of Mitchell de Jong, but de Jong was having absolutely none of it there into Stavelo. So now Rasmussen can almost see him coming out to Stavelo now with the grandstand finish that is going to be happening. Now there is no choice for Mitchell de Jong. He cannot let either of those two go past him now, and he knows that he's got 2 assailants working against him, with the run of Fredrik Rasmussen just behind him and going to close in the final few laps.
Well, the thing that's going to matter even more is you saw just how aggressive there the driver Alexander Vos was. He was weaving to the left, looking to the right as they headed themselves through towards Blancpain, and just checking as well to make sure there's not going to be anyone else closing up to this battle. There isn't going to be. The gap 5.3 seconds at the line, 5.1 second at the line actually between these two drivers. And well, we think now it's going to be 5 laps plus 1 to go. Max, maybe even 5. It will really come down to where the white flag will come out here, Paul. But this could mean, and I'm not saying this just to keep the viewers listening, this could well come down to a situation where it could happen down at the final corner of the final lap if it happens.
Well, this is it. People have got to remember, yes, we're using the endurance layout here, but that finish line is after the bus stop chicane. Yes, we started it down the old endurance pits down towards Eau Rouge, but that finish line, the crucial finishing line, is after the bus stop chicane. It's only a short run from the bus stop to the finish line, so it's going to be crucial that if it does come down to a last lap move into that bus stop chicane, you got to make it stick, because any mistake through that bus stop and you could be just a sitting duck on the exit there.
Will?
Well, here we are then. We're on board with Mitchell de Jong. If you're after the other battles going on track, there is another battle going on track, and it's right there in shot. It's Team Redline Black versus Alexander Vos, and well, I have to say, we are not the drivers running in this event, and no drivers react and think differently to us four here in the booth, but this is going to be very, very, very close between us. We promise that we are going to make sure that we keep your eardrums intact. Or I do at the very least anyway, but Alexander Vos, again, you see he just moves to one side, tries to defend from Gregor Hooter at the same time, trying to find a way of closing up and seeing if he can make it happen over Mitchell de Jong. The thing that starts to worry me though is if de Jong has one bad Blancpain, that will create a huge chain reaction here. As well, it will mean that potentially Vos runs into the rear of him. It would also mean that it puts this race into very dangerous circumstances. 4.1 seconds is the gap as they head themselves past the start-finish line, and well, Paul, it's less than 4 seconds with 8 minutes to go.
But that was a better lap from Mitchell de Jong that time at 2:18.6, but he's still lost 1.1 seconds on Fredrik Rasmussen. So, and even Beneke is dropping into the 17s as well, so he's not out of this one yet either. It's all coming down here. We've got 8 minutes remaining in this one. Oh no, just a little bit of a slide there on the exit of Radion over the top of the hill there. I just think that Mitchell de Jong's tyres have just cried enough. They've had enough of this race.
Sorry, for the people saying you need some water at this point, you literally do need some water at this point. The gap now, 3.6 seconds. It remains as is, and well, the interesting thing, Jake, you've been talking about it, race control will have to find a way of separating Alexander Vos and Gregor Hooter, and I would say about 2 laps time to enable this to be a 2-horse showdown, because the blue flag rules are very, very clear in this series.
They certainly are, and the moment that Rasmussen gets there, no more help for Mitchell de Jong. He's got the help of 2 buffers behind him, but at the same time, the moment they start fighting him, those buffers turn into hindrances. And for Mitchell de Jong, right now, they're buffers. But the moment Rasmussen gets there, and he is within 2 seconds, they turn into hindrances. Gregor Hooter then would have to get out of the way. Alexander Vos would then have to get out of the way. Question is, how quickly would those 2 get out of the way? And Mitchell de Jong, he's got nothing left on his tyres. This was the right call, in my opinion, Will, for him to go for the no tyres thing. I don't think he would have caught back up Rasmussen quickly enough. Not on the pace that he's showing right now. But if anyone can hold on, Mitchell de Jong surely has to be the man to hold on.
Well, de Jong, let's have a look from the rear. I think the 2 behind have realised how slow he is through Blancpain, and have made sure they're not going to stab one down the inside. So there is a little bit of fair play going on between these drivers. We have to give credit to both Alexander Vos, to Gregor Hooter, for not being too opportunistic. As I say that, actually, have I just seen Gregor Huttu, no, he was just pulling
He
out
just
of the
pulled
draft.
out of the draft.
Yeah, he just
I was
pulled
actually
out
going to
the draft.
say, we've seen Gregor Huttu in the history wheel in the WC GPS. When he's winning races, he will not interfere in the closing stages with lapped cars races if his race is not in jeopardy. It could very well be Gregor Huttu not valuing that. What does that be? He might just say that he's okay with 17th, not going to fight for 16th, and doesn't want to be a driver who interferes with this lead battle. Gregor Huttu has over history shown very good sportsmanship throughout his World Championship career. Both these drivers of Alexander Voss and Huttu have not put any pressure on De Jong as well.
Look, he slowed down.
He's letting Cord through. Gregor Huttu gave up, I think, a handful of laps ago and was going to let these leaders fight it out. De Jong is under no pressure at all from either of the two, well, what was 2 cars behind.
2.3 seconds is the gap. And again, take your hat off to Gregor Huttu, because actually he's lost himself about 5 seconds by doing so. But actually, you know what, in the big scheme of things, Redline really aren't in it at all in this event. They are running down in P number 17, and actually Alexander Voss is likely to have to do the same at some point. Having a look at the gap, he's lost 2 seconds actually to Alexander Voss, so it's not as much as I thought initially there, but it was done very strategically as well, up the top of the hill, and now that puts pressure on Frederick Rasmussen, not on Frederick Rasmussen, it puts pressure on Alexander Voss in a moment's time. There's one extra little thing here that does come into play, Jake, and that will be the fact that the tow will start a tiny bit earlier for Rasmussen, because it's most likely that he'll get that tow this lap because of how close he is to that driver of Alexander Voss.
Yes, but there's a difference here. Mitchell de Jong's got Glenn McGee in front of him in the Radicals Online JRT. He gets exactly the same tow that Frederick Rasmussen certainly does get in this situation. This is fantastic to see, with 4 laps to go, 3 surely when they cross the line. And Mitchell de Jong, 2.5 seconds when they last crossed the line. That's going to be 1 second. You feel he's got to hold on for 2 laps against Frederick Rasmussen, who has half an hour older tyres.
Yep, so here we go then. There are going to be 3 laps to go in this motor race, and we are going to get the white flag in 2 laps.
No, this should be 2 to go. This should be 2 to go. 4 minutes left.
Yes.
2-minute 15 lap time. There's 2 laps to go.
Okay, so let's go aboard. Let's think about this one anyway, because we've got Frederick Rasmussen. He's flashing the light already. He's 1.1 seconds back right now. He knows he may only have a small handful of opportunities. The first thing he has to do is make sure he gets himself past Alexander Voss by the time they get to the end of this straightaway. Voss now has to let him go by, and you can see Voss, well, McGee's gone to the right-hand side and slowed down, but Frederick Rasmussen hasn't been able to get past Voss yet. Voss is still staying in the coattails. This won't be an issue immediately, because the dirty air is only now just going to start kicking in. But as soon as I would say that Corson Racing orange car gets up to the Core Motorsports car, and this is going to be hard to commentate, you have to think about the fact that Frederick Rasmussen has the right now to have the attack. We're down to half a second. This clearly now is going to be a battle to the end of this motor race as they head themselves through towards Pouin, and I would say right now, Paul, it has to be moved to the right-hand side immediately. Well, he's going to do something, and he does allow him to go past.
Voss did actually flash his brake lights at Rasmussen, so he was always going to let him by, and here we go then. The battle is on, and you know what? I think Rasmussen has timed this to perfection as to how he's done this, and he's going to sit there and wait, I think. He doesn't have to make that move straight away. He can wait just a couple of corners before he makes that move.
I would say that he should have waited until they come up the hill, but I think that the tyres are so bad on de Jong, it may well be an opportunity into the bus stop chicane. Look how much faster he is. He's almost having to get off the noisy pedal and able to do this. It might happen into the bus stop chicane, it might not. And it's not going to happen. The smart move being taken then by the driver of Frederick Rasmussen as they head themselves out the corner towards the start-finish line. The white flag is going to be out this time by. There is going to be 1 more lap to go. And for Frederick Rasmussen, he's not going to do it in towards La Source. He's going to wait until he has his maximum advantage, which will be as they come up the top of the hill. All you've got to do now is make sure you get the right momentum. Actually, lift off the gas a little bit earlier into Eau Rouge, so make sure you're not running into the rear of the driver ahead of you when you come through Radion. But this now is going to potentially be the move for the motor race on the final lap. The overspeed will easily benefit the McLaren. He moves down to the inside. He gets forced onto the grass there, but he should still get the line anyway. They almost come together, but it should still be, no, actually, on the brakes, round the outside. Rasmussen is going to have it on the final lap of the motor race. He didn't make it easy there, Mitchell de Jong. He didn't make it easy at all, but it happened, and it was, in the end, Mitchell de Jong having to settle for second place. The middle sector of this lap, by the way, does still favour the Mercedes a little bit, but now it should be a case of Frederick Rasmussen, because he's been so much faster in these last stages of this motor race, being able to just about keep it going. And for de Jong, you just got to think about what would have been if this lap was race was just one lap shorter. But what a pace they put on today, and what an opportunity for de Jong to maybe have the chance of going for the race victory. There you can see him. We're on board now on the exit of the Fangnes chicane. He'll probably finish about 1.2 seconds back from Core Sim Racing Orange, but that does not tell even the slightest part of this story here today. Frederick Rasmussen has led this race on multiple opportunities. Some will say that it was always difficult when Isaac Price got off the car. It was a very tough journey for Rasmussen, but he put in some of the finest driving we have seen in the history of the World Championship Series in the last 2 hours to really claw it back. And as they come down into the final corners for the final time, ladies and gentlemen, stand up and applaud them. It's Frederick Rasmussen for Core Sim Racing Orange, who claims victory. Second place goes to Mitchell de Jong. Third place will go to Maximilian Benecke. All three of those drivers in the end separated by under 5 seconds after 6 hours of racing here today. Jeremy Bootsloop coming home now to claim 4th place, and Rens Broekman will be about 4 seconds behind him and will take the 5th position. So Coanda Simsports have 3 drivers inside the top 5, but on the final lap of the motor race, just not able to hold on. It's Core Sim Racing Orange who now have one hand on the 2017 Blancpain GT Series Championship. And what a race it has been here today, Paul.
Absolutely breathtaking, and hats off to all of those drivers there in that top 3. They all made it what it was, and absolutely fantastic, breathtaking finish to the end. Inex Racing Red, who started at the back of the field, they're gonna get into 10th place, which is a fantastic recovery drive from starting at the back there. So great result for them after such drama there. But wow, hats off, congratulations to those top 3. That is breathtaking. We want more like that, please.
And I did keep my promise, just to let you know. I think everyone just about has their eardrums intact, Paul.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, silly San Diegians go, what?
What?
Oh, I mean, honestly, what a race we have just had here today. This has been one of those races, just to let you know, by the way, Vanderbilt Sim Racing White, they come home in 6th. They've had a fantastic day here today. And after they slid back a little bit early on, worked themselves back up into the top 10. Inex Racing Blue, they finish in the 7th place here. And a team, yes, they fell back on time, but they are able to get themselves a top 10 finish. Evolution Racing Team, continuing the Aussie grit we've seen all season long with P number 8. Pure Racing Team Blue in 9th. Inex Racing Red running at your top 10. And again, Jake, the thing that gets me isn't just what we've seen at the front of the field. It's the fact that we've only had 7 retirees from a 39-car field in a 6-hour race. This is why the Blancpain GT Series is the best eSport team series in the world, period. And I challenge anyone to disagree with me.
Absolutely agree with you there, Will. Absolutely beautiful racing up and down this field with intrigue from first minute to last. And you have to feel that for that 24 with Fredrik Rasmussen, I believe this is a crowning moment. I believe this is the moment that does decide a championship. You talk about moments, Will, where you talk about a season and one moment stands out above everything else. You talk about it last season in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Gregor Hutu runs out of fuel. Martin Kroenke takes the victory, and that was the momentum that he took in. You talk about last season when you talk about Silverstone here in Blancpain. You talk about the one tyre call that was made by Coanda that got themselves up to the top. You can even say that 2 times over with Spa when they had the technical issues and still came back for a top 10 finish. This is that same moment. Last lap pass, absolutely beautiful, fighting for 4 straight corners side by side there or thereabouts. There is no other words to describe it. This is sim racing at its finest, and I challenge anyone to find a better race than this.
Wow. Here we go. Six hours of racing. 3 drivers separated by 2.3 seconds. Course in Racing Orange, Fredrik Rasmussen makes a pass on the final lap down in the Air Rouge, not in the Air Rouge, Radion Complex is where it started. It was completed down at La Cum. VOS Commander SimSport Mitchell de Jong decided to do the treble stint. We thought the strategy wasn't going to work all race long, but actually they got within 2/3 of a lap and making it happen because of the fact that Mitchell de Jong was able to basically save himself time and give himself the cushion he needed to almost, and I mean almost, get there at the end of the motor race. You have yourself Ford in 3rd, Pure Racing Team Red, Maximilian Benecke. Then you've got yourself 2 Commander SimSports teams, Jeremy Bouteloup, P4, and then you've got yourself Rens Broekman in 5th. 4 different manufacturers inside the top 5. Sorry, Audi, please try harder. Vendavel Sim Racing White, Juani Lopez in 6th. Justin Brunner, Inex Racing Blue, 7th. Evolution Racing Team in 8th with Andrew Carl. Pure Racing Team Blue, 9th. Jonas Wallmeyer and Inex Racing Red. They round out your top 10. Fast lap of the day, that was set very late on. Lap number 127 of 153 by Fredrik Rasmussen, 2:16.8. There is page 2 of your results. You see that we had 14 drivers finish on the lead lap here today. That in itself is fantastic. You had 2 drivers almost finish on the lead lap. Alexander Voss and Gregor Hutu. That is also fantastic. Then, of course, you've got yourselves a mixture still of McLarens, Mercedes, Fords. Still no Audis, unfortunately. They had a difficult day here today. The first Audi we are going to see is P number 23 for Thrustmaster Movano Red, Mario Bertolotti, coming home with Audi's best finish here today. Not a good day for the 4 rings. We also note the fact that over 30 drivers finished this motor race. 31, 32 in fact, technically classified as finishing this race using the 90% rule. Gale Force Sim Racing, they are the first team out. Evolution Racing Team out, as a Team Red Line Green, and all 3 of the Odox Motorsports cars. Odox Motorsports, they're going to have some serious thinking to do after this event. Well, that is then the 6 hours of Spa. We need to step aside for a moment, reflect, and then we're going to have yourselves some interviews from what has been arguably, in fact not even arguably, the best race in the history of the iRacing World Championship Series. 6 hours, 3 cars, 2 seconds. Go figure. We'll be back in a moment.
Get ready, going green. Green, green, green!
The NASCAR.
Let's be honest. You want to see it again, don't you? Go on then. The final lap of the 6 hours of Spa here on RaceSpot TV. And it all starts with the fact that finally Freddie Rasmussen was able to get past those 2 cars in traffic, Gregor Hutu as well as Alexander Voss. Then it was a case of work yourself down the hill and find yourself the opportunity. This is where we're going to have to show you a couple of different replays. We're going to do the first one actually on board with Freddie Rasmussen. Because look at this. As you work yourself now down the Kemmel straightaway, you go for a lane and it's only half a lane. That's Ryan Hunter-Ray at Indianapolis. That's how close it was. You come down into La Courbe and actually you think for a moment the 8 car might have it. They do just touch on the side, but you know what? In these type of cars, you can do that. That's racing. We got ourselves one more look at that one then from above as they head themselves through the Air Rouge Radio complex. And you can just see how quickly, initially, Rasmussen closes. But then as they come up the hill, right about now, it's that case of he's got to find a way to go. Does he go left? Does he go right? He moves that car to the right-hand side, but then he actually has two wheels on the grass. And I think he was very worried under braking over the fact that if he broke like that, both those cars could have been out of the motor race. That is the tiniest bit of contact there for Frederick Rasmussen, but he is able to then get the position. Now it's time to show you that same thing again from on board with Mitchell de Jong. So this is when the move starts happening. We're on board at this point, and you just see, you don't actually really see him alongside until they come into the corner. And then, now you can just see Frederick Rasmussen appear on your right-hand side. And that's the thing, these cars are left-hand drive. Coming into a right-hander like that at Le Courbe, you actually have, you've got to really judge your distances. By this point, you're almost thinking that the number 8 machine of Mitchell de Jong might try and make a move into reverse. It does happen sometimes, and actually Mercedes is the better car at that part of the racetrack. You see this dust on the outside line of the run in towards Pouhon. And this is so exciting that even RaceSpot cats come to have a look. But by this point, now you know the race is pretty much run for Frederick Rasmussen, because de Jong is at this point about 3 car lengths back. And it would take almost a mistake by Rasmussen into either Fangya or into the bus stop chicane in order to even give de Jong a chance. By this point, you never stop pushing. We go on board then with Mitchell de Jong, but you can see the second they come out of Stavelot 1 and Stavelot 2, that car is just pulling further and further away. And before you know it, it is the case that Frederick Rasmussen does win this race. And he does so in an absolutely phenomenal start as well, because he actually clawed back a 15, 16 second deficit at one point in order to do so. In fact, that deficit at one point was actually 30 seconds. We're talking about the last kind of hour or so of this motor race into the final corner for the final time. And what a race we have really just had here today. It has been one for the ages in the iRacing Blancpain GT Series, and it really is one that we will remember for an incredibly long time. Wow, okay, it's time now to consider doing some interviews here. But before we do so, Randy, I was on the money. 3 drivers, 5 seconds. Well, it's even half of that when all was said and done. Been a crazy, crazy race though.
Easily one of the best races of this championship, bar none. What a fantastic run from everyone involved. One of the best races of all time, and we've seen such, to me, standout performances, not even just finishes. Coanda, you know, they finally get firing on all cylinders, all 3 of them. We see, you know, easily the best race-off of the season between Core and the Coanda Mercedes driven by Mitchell de Jong. And huge shout-outs again to Gregor Hutu to getting out of the way in those closing stages. Huge sign of respect he gives to his other drivers and competitors out there in the closing stages, letting them duke it out and giving us that fantastic finish. Well done to all.
Well, let's have a chat then with Core Sim Racing Orange, Fredrik Rasmussen and Isaac Price. And well, Freddie, we have to start by talking to you because you did the majority of the driving here today. But talk us through that last hour and a half push.
I was just pushing as much as I could. I didn't really believe that I could catch Mitchell or even Beneke, but Isaac said it was possible, and then I saw the gap come down a lot, and then suddenly I was at the rear of Mitchell and could overtake him.
You knew that you were only ever going to have one opportunity to do so. You went to the outside, sorry, you went to the inside on the run down into La Com. It proved to be a little bit scarier than you probably would have wanted it to be, but was that the reaction you were expecting, that hard defensive play?
Yeah, I didn't expect to go on the inside, but I saw Mitchell left enough room for it, so I just went for it. It's safer than going for the outside.
And talk about the actual overall race here today, because 6 hours has been arduous. Of course, you've done the majority of driving in it, but it seems to be that it's actually been one of the cleaner races we've seen. I mean, there are one or two controversial moments that you may or may not want to touch upon, but for the most part, it's been one of the cleanest endurance races I've ever seen, also one of the hardest sport endurance races I've ever seen.
Yeah, the first two stints was very... The top three was pretty close, but it was also clean. I only had one incident. I did have that accident with the red line, but it was a 0x.
And Isaac, I'm going to come to you now. You drove that middle stint here this afternoon. And it's that point that, of course, we knew it was really going to be a three-horse race between yourself, Coanda Sim Sports, and PRT Red. What was your strategy when you got into the race car?
Well, I mean, we saw in the first two stints that double stinting tyres was the way to go, but it was quite tricky for us. At least that's what we thought at the first half of the race. So I was trying to kind of keep my tyres in a good condition for the first stint to be able to not crash in the second stint, but I struggled quite a lot on the old tyres, to be fair. Yeah, so I mean, after my two stints, I thought I'd just pretty much given away any chance of the win, and we'd just kind of cruise home for a third place. But obviously, Freddie had other ideas about that.
How bad was the degradation then? And explain that to the fans listening, because they often think, oh, sim racing, it's quite often the same. But the way the track builds up, the way the tyres degrade, it did seem to make it really tough on that second stint, especially in a McLaren.
I think, to be honest, with the way the dynamic track is on iRacing, you don't know what to expect before the race. I mean, there were so many teams that were caught out by the fact that you could do two stints on a set of tyres, because in practice it wasn't really possible, but with the way the track evolves during a race, it is. So, me, obviously I'd seen Freddie kind of make it work in the first stint, but I had no idea what to expect. And that's one of those moments really where I think talent kind of comes through, and just having that feel for the car. And yeah, I was just in that kind of mode where I wanted to kind of make sure I didn't drop the car in a high-speed corner or something and ruin our championship. So I was kind of quite nervous, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, the degradation isn't too bad. Like, you don't feel it so much over a run, but once you then pit and put fuel back in again, you suddenly realise how much grip you've lost, and it can be quite a surprise at that point.
Well, I'll ask you first then, from Core Sim Racing, Isaac, who do you want to give a shout out to?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I just have to say thanks to Freddie. I mean, he's done an amazing job. I don't think I've ever seen a better individual performance in a race than that. I mean, nobody would have thought he could win that race with 2 hours to go and being 30 seconds behind. Yeah, even with 30 minutes to go, when Coanda came out over 10 seconds ahead, and we still had to pass PRT. I don't think anyone thought we could win that race, and he just did it with pure pace. It was just incredible.
Over to you, Freddie. Who do you want to give a shout out to in terms of that Course and Racing Orange team here this afternoon?
Shout out to all the team members, especially Isaac for keeping me pushing. I don't think I was believing enough in it to win, but Isaac, he, how do you say it? He made me win, kind of, and made the most of the setup. And shout out to the Sacred Dust Court.
Frederick Rasmussen, Isaac Price, together they are Course in Racing Orange. They claim victory here today. One hand now on the championship for sure. Next up, we are gonna have Coanda Simsports to talk to, and they will be stood by with Jake Sperry.
Yeah, we're going to have ourselves David Williams and Mitchell de Jong here in the commentary booth. Mitchell, I'll come to you first. In the end, you say it's 2 foot too little, and it just didn't happen for you in the end. A very bold call to go for the 3 tyres, for the 3 no tyres come towards the end of this race. So in terms of your racing, Mitchell, you know, how do you sum up what was almost the greatest hold on a race that we've ever seen?
Yeah, thanks. I think it was a good race for us still. I think the Mercedes is still a bit underperformer here compared to the McLaren, so I think it was still a good race for us. We tried to have a pretty faultless race and had a bit of a different strategy the whole time compared to the others, just to, you know, have a really short stint in the end, and it seemed like we were gonna make it work, and you know, just a few little things that, you know, cost us time, like half a second here and there, and ultimately in the end, you know, it's really unfortunate that you know, is the difference maker. But no, I mean, Core did a fantastic job to win once again, and you know, it's a good race for us. David and everyone else, the team carrying the car and stuff like that, did a fantastic job this time, and yeah, I think it's awesome having 3 cars in the top 5 as well. So it was a good day for us.
Certainly was, but from one core car to another, because it was the Hoyksingveld core machine that was causing you a couple of issues coming towards the last 2 hours to go, and then for the final half an hour of the race, we called it Schrodinger's overtime. Well, do you let him through, or do you stay ahead? And you decide to stay ahead in that one, which, in my opinion, is the right decision. But in terms of, for you, what was it like having lap traffic behind you who you knew was quicker at certain points on the circuit?
Yeah, the difficult part for us is we were on such old tires. We had like 40% tread remaining, so it was looking good up until, like, I would say 7 laps into the last stint there, and then suddenly the car was getting faster and faster as the fuel burned off. Gap was looking okay, and then suddenly the tires just completely fell off a cliff that we weren't expecting, and then it was just like I couldn't even move out of the line at all, otherwise I would probably spin. So it was tough because I think they had front end damage, so they couldn't really pass us on the straights, so there wasn't really a good opportunity with Frederick closing on us so quickly. So it was like, if we stayed ahead and didn't have any issues, I think it would have been perfect, but yeah, then they were much quicker and things like that. So you know, it's a tough call. Like, if I let them by as well, I would have massive dirty air, and the car was not turning already, so I think that would have been way worse for us. But you never know. It can always be different in hindsight, but it's a tough call.
It certainly is, and David, I'll come to you right now, because you had to anchor the middle part of the stint. You had drivers around you like Beneke, you had Isaac Price that you were trying to close down in your stint as well, and for you it was a case of turning laps today and just making sure that those new tyres were going to come into play. Was it always going to be a case of you doing one stint today, or were you expecting to do more?
I think we decided today that we basically had to go with Mitchell for as long as possible. He does have a slight pace advantage over me, so by about 2/10 a lap, pretty much, maybe more. So we decided, yeah, to limit the driving as much as possible with me in the car. But yeah, still, I obviously had fresh tyres as well, so I definitely don't envy the job that Mitchell had to do, especially the last 3 stints without, well, he had to inherit my old tyres and then make them go another, you know, 2/3 of a stint. So, and with all that pressure of Fredo catching up, it was pretty awesome.
Was a difficult challenge, but David, the final race of the season in only a 6-race championship happens on September 9th, I do believe it is, at the Nürburgring. And well, when it comes down to that final race, do you feel that now the championship surely now has to be out of reach of everybody else this season? And do you feel that you're maybe fighting for 2nd place now with the likes of the Inexes and the Evolution Racing teams rather than fighting for that championship win?
It's really starting to look like that, isn't it? We had a bit of hope left going into this race. We guessed it would probably be our strongest race. The Mercedes was somewhat competitive here, but yeah, unfortunately that hasn't happened, and Core have done an awesome job again. So yeah, I think you might be right there. We were fighting with Inex Red as well, or at least looking at their position, and they had a difficult race today. So I think P2 is still doable in the championship.
It certainly will be. But David, position 2 for yourself and Mitchell. Any shout-outs and sponsors you'd like to give here?
Sure. Thanks to everyone in the team for pulling together for an awesome result. Obviously, yeah, like Mitchell said, 3 cars in the top 5. And thanks to our sponsors, Virtual Racing School, Husink Veld, SimQuick, Andwern Design, JRT, and of course you guys. Thanks a lot.
Not a problem at all. From qualifying first in the Road to Pro for Blancpain, it is now 2nd-ish in the championship, there or thereabouts, of David Williams and Mitchell de Jong. A fantastic effort from them today, Will, but one that was just 2 foot too far.
It was indeed. And actually, the next group of people we're going to talk to are going to be Commander drivers as well. We've got about 5 minutes left before we have to wrap up our coverage tonight. So we're going to start by talking to Commander Sim Sports here. We're going to start by talking to the number 18 machine, coming home in 4th place, Jeremy Bouteloup. Well, you did quite a lot of the driving in that one. Talk us through your team dynamics and how your race went down. Jeremy?
Yes,
does he still think he's a Radicals driver?
Go on, Jeremy, go ahead.
Sorry, I actually wasn't able to hear what you just said, so
okay,
if you don't mind repeating, that would be great.
P4, started 9th, worked your way into the top 5. Talk us through your race, talk us through the team dynamic, talk us how your race went and worked.
Well, I think it went quite well. Preparation was good. We did a good job in being ready for this race, so that was a really good point. Quali also went really well. I mean, I was quite surprised to be actually that close from Mitchell, because he was really faster than me in practice. As for the race, it was okay at the beginning. A bit, it was a bit really close actually, with in kind of the mid pack. Around P10, so I had some close moments with others, but made it through the first stint, and then we decided to take tires for the second one, which might have been a mistake because we had catch up to do, but fortunately I think we did a good job for the rest of the race, and we ended up P4 in the last stint, and I mean the pace was good, the car was feeling okay, so we could bring it home, and that's really awesome.
Jeremy's teammates, hello. Oh, no, I'll stop here.
They're in the one.
Pardon?
So those are the other Coanda drivers.
Yeah, I know. I thought we were going to have all 6 of them here today. That's not the case. Well, Jeremy, then, in terms of championship, of course, this helps you. Next race is going to be at the Nürburgring. You think you can get another strong finish for that number 18 team?
Well, we hope so, and we're going to work for that. I think we're a bit far in the championship before this round, actually out of the qualifier spot. So I think this good result will help, being back in the top, well, not in the top positions, but at least in the qualifiers for next year. So we don't have to do the Pro Series again. So yeah, definitely looking forward to the Nürburgring, and we'll be looking to repeating that this good result, and hopefully have all 3 cars in the top 5.
Okay.
With a win.
Have you got the sponsor sheet ready? Thank the sponsors.
Yes.
Off you go.
Thank you. So huge thanks to obviously all the team for the work for this round, and to our sponsors, Virtual Racing School, Racing Belt Engineering, End-One Design, SimQuip, GRT, and you guys at eSport for the amazing job you're doing.
Well, thank you very much then. Jeremy Bootsloop finishing home 4th in that number 18 Commander Sim Sports team. That leaves us with Klaus Kivikas and Rens Brokeman, and they are in the number 1 team, the championship defending team. Very quickly, I'm going to come to you first, Rens. Started 11th, finished 5th.
Well, Klaus did the qualifying. Did a very good job. But we were still out-qualified by Vanderval BMW. In that sense, we had some catching up to do in the race. But I think everything sort of worked out well. Strategy, and Klaus did an amazing job staying out of trouble, and yeah.
Well, Klaus, I'll come to you quickly as well. It seems to be this race wasn't one of attrition, it was one of determination. Just how hard was it to run at this racetrack today?
Well, the first stint was really difficult because, as friends said, we didn't really qualify that well, and we were surrounded by Mercs and McLarens. And they were just basically passing me left and right, and I was dropping like a stone in the standings, and I don't know, I kind of wanted to defend, but at the same time there's not much you can do with this car against those cars because they're just so much quicker on the straights, so it was difficult to stay patient there. But then, once the strategy started to play out, it was actually, pretty straightforward because most teams seem to be on different strategies, and we were sort of just minding our own business and doing our own race, just seeing where it would take us in the end, and luckily it worked out pretty well in the end.
Which one of you two's got the sponsorship sheet?
Well, we just leave that to the one Jeremy did.
Anyone else you want to thank? Anyone at all?
Well, yeah, all my teammates, of course, for the preparation and the motivation, and you guys for the amazing broadcast.
And Klaus, what about yourself?
Yeah, well, thanks to the teammates, and thanks to Rens for doing a great job, and thanks to all the sponsors. I think Jeremy went through them already. Yeah, and thanks to you guys for the broadcast.
Well, thank you guys. Commander Sim Sports, 3 cars inside your top 5 here today. And well, final thoughts. You get 30 seconds each. I'm starting with you, Randy.
Easily the best race of this championship, the best race of the checkered flag. Huge shout outs to both Frederick Rasmussen and Mitchell de Jong. One of the closest finishes probably in World Championship history. Came down to that last lap pass, just inches between. And my thoughts and prayers to Jack Davison, who has to figure out what in the world to cut for the highlight video.
Indeed so, Jake.
An absolutely fantastic race, which nobody else can really match unless you are trying to manipulate every single thing that has happened during this race today. I think the championship now looks very much more decided than it did at the start of today. But rest assured, this has been the making of a legend, you could argue, here today. And I think that what we have just witnessed is a fantastic piece of sim racing history.
Paul?
Breathtaking, unbelievable, fantastic driving from everybody, not just the top 3, but right through the field, to have such clean racing and generally no incidents today. And well, it was a race that would give people heart attacks, and we very nearly did that as well at the end, so fantastic.
Jack, good luck with that highlight video. Well, thank you very much then to everyone who's been a part of our coverage today, to all the fans, all the drivers. What a race we have seen in the 5th round of the Blancpain GT Series. thanks to our sponsors and our partners, and One Design, the official graphics partner of RaceSport TV, ATVO, the official graphics engine of RaceSport TV, and to Istvan Balal's track cams for Gourmet, the beautiful camera shots you have seen for the last 6 hours. From Randy Cheneth, from Jake Sperry, from Paul Smith, I am Will Vinton, and thank you so much for watching what has been a landmark race in the World Championship Series. We'll see you all at the Nürburgring. Good night.